Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The Treasurer Jim Chalmers says he'll be handing down a housing budget on Tuesday aimed at fixing what he's called a broken system. Here's National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman.
The budget will include $2 billion over 4 years to fund the infrastructure needed to get housing developments off the ground. But the centrepiece is expected to be an overhaul of the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing, despite Labor ruling out changes a year ago. Jim Chalmers says the government wants to make the system fairer.
The status quo in housing and in tax is unfair and unacceptable.
Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson says the coalition's wary.
On the principle of what we're seeing so far, it would be very hard to support.
Existing investors are expected to be grandfathered from the negative gearing changes.
One Nation leader Pauline Hanson says her party has proven everyone wrong after winning its first ever lower house seat in federal parliament. Candidate David Farley leads the count for the seat of Farrer by 14,000 ballots, with more than 80% of the votes counted. The Liberal Party has admitted it needs to adapt to gain government again after losing the regional New South Wales seat that had been held by the coalition for almost 80 years. Ms Hanson says it's a resounding result.
No one ever thought that we'd break the ceiling of winning the House of Reps seat. Well, we've proven yesterday we can. It wasn't just a fall over the line, we won it resoundingly. And when you look at the Liberal Party's vote and the National Party vote between both of them, I think they got 23%, the Libs are down to 13%. That's a clear indication they're on the nose with the people.
Meanwhile, Victoria's opposition leader says the Farrer by-election result does not make her feel worried about the upcoming state election. Jess Wilson says it's a good reminder that no party can take any seat for granted.
It was obviously a really disappointing result, but what it shows me, the result in Farrer, is that no party, no politician can take anything for granted. And that's why I'll continue to listen and earn the trust of Victorians over the next 6 months ahead as we lead into November.
Lebanon's health ministry says 39 people have been killed in another day of intense Israeli strikes, despite a ceasefire between the countries. As Ali Crew reports, it's part of a continuing unrest across the Middle East.
Among the dead in the latest wave of Israeli strikes was 7 people, including 2 women and a girl, after Israel hit a residential building in the town of Saksakia. The Israeli military says it struck Hezbollah militants, and in response, Hezbollah has launched rockets and drones into northern Israel and against Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, Iran has launched what it calls the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, seemingly to govern the Strait of Hormuz, which the regime is now claiming as its own. Through the authority, ship captains and operators can apply directly to Iran's Revolutionary Guard for permission to cross the strait. Meanwhile, Washington continues to await a response from Tehran on its latest proposal to end the war.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says the US is genuinely trying to broker an end to the war in Ukraine. The 4-year conflict in Ukraine is Europe's deadliest since World War II, with hundreds of thousands of people losing their lives. Speaking following his country's most scaled-back Victory Day parade in years, Mr Putin says it appears the war is coming to an end, but peace can only be achieved through dialogue between Moscow and Kyiv.
First and foremost, it concerns Russia and Ukraine. If someone wants to help and is doing so, and we see that the current US administration and the President of the United States are genuinely, I want to stress, sincerely seeking a settlement.
To sport, and Richmond will look to build on its first win of the AFL season when it hosts Adelaide at the MCG. The Tigers have made one change, with Tim Taranto returning from concussion and replacing the injured Dion Prestia. For the Crows, skipper Jordan Dawson comes back into the side after missing last week's showdown alongside defender Nick Murray. In today's other game, Melbourne will face off against West Coast at Docklands. In basketball, the Cavaliers have secured an important win in their NBA playoff series against the Detroit Pistons, winning Game 3 by 7 points in Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell scored a game-high 35 points, while James Harden scored 7 of his 19 points in the final 90 seconds on the way to a 116-109 victory. For the Pistons, Cade Cunningham posted the second triple-double of his playoff career with 27 points, 10 rebounds and 10 assists in the loss. Detroit still leads 2 2-1 in the best-of-7 series. To the weather now for the state. Isolated light showers and patches of drizzle in the south, clearing in the afternoon. Mostly sunny over the north. For Melbourne, cloudy. The slight chance of drizzle until early afternoon with a top today of 17. Tomorrow, cloud clearing and 18. It's 15 degrees. ABC News.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo!
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee.
AFL Sunday.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you.
On ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
AFL Sunday for round 9 of the AFL as Sydney and Fremantle break clear on top of the AFL ladder. The Cats spoil Pendle's party.
Knocks it on to Bowes, who dribbles it towards the goal mouth and dribbles through a goal. The Cats finish on a high. 11 goals to 4 in the second half as they prevail over the Magpies in Scott Pendlebury's record equalling game with Boomer Harvey, game 432. But it's the Cats by 54 points.
Geelong able to spoil the party last night for Magpies fans, while the Suns made it 9 straight wins in the top end, coming from 25 points down to defeat St Kilda by 29 points. Nasai Wanganeen-Miller laid out an injury to Cal Wilkie, adding frustration to Saints fans.
Comes towards Long, he'll kick inside forward 50. This is King, already with 3 tonight. Ben King with an opportunity to go a couple clear on top of the Coleman medal race. Kick almost in line with the left-hand behind post. From right on 50, it's a terrific looking kick. It's through for another goal. He's got 4.
The Giants claim their 4th win of the season, but had to withstand an arm wrestle with the Bombers, winning by 14 points.
To Whitfield from half forward. As I seek that ball inside 50 and finds lead of Stringer. He marks 50 out top of the arc, directly in front. In trots Stringer. No angle to speak of, just distance, 52 out. Hits it neatly. Right on the 3-quarter time bell.
The Swans still lead the way on top of the AFL ladder following an 8-point win over North Melbourne yesterday, who rose to the occasion but couldn't claim the breakthrough scalp.
Overshoots his target out the back. Logue, dispossessed, knocked out in the tackle. No, holding the ball. Heaney trots in, puts his laces through it, and he can make that 3 for Isaac Heaney.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Happy Mother's Day to the wonderful mums out there. Hope it's a special day and a special shout out to those who are on duty for the kids' sport today. 7 games completed in the AFL today. Melbourne and the West Coast Eagles from Docklands is their first stop, and then Richmond hosting Adelaide from the MCG. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield will be our special guest. You can join us on the SMS 0437 774 774. Let us know the best thing you've seen across the weekend and the round of footy. Triple Premiership captain, and he's a legend of Geelong. Cameron Ling is with you once more. Welcome, Lingy.
Oh, good to be with you, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone out there. And yes, I back you up there. Hope all the mums are having a wonderful day. My wife, Nicole, has spent a lovely Mother's Day already, having to get up at about 6:30 in the morning to get to junior sport and run everyone around. But I think she's loving it so far. I'll have to make sure the boys are spoiling her this afternoon and cook up something nice for lunch perhaps. But yeah, it's been an intriguing round of footy so far, Clinchy. Lots to talk about as we work through the games. It'll be great to talk with Paddy Dangerfield as well. We like to start with a highlight of our Sunday afternoon, and my highlight is one where the clock got wound back a little bit. So you mentioned the Giants-Essendon game. I thought the Bombers were terrific early and probably left one out there. I think they could have beaten the Giants with a little bit more composure in front of goal and some kicking inside forward 50. But to me, it was the captain, the 32-year-old Toby Green, who is approaching 300 games. He's closing in on that, who just wound the clock back with 3 goals, but some huge moments helped the GWS Giants to an 11-6 second half. So Toby Green reminding everyone he's still one of the genuine stars of the competition.
Briggs and right, wrestle away, clever tap by Briggs. Toby Green will march through and kick his third for the Giants.
It's a good shout out, Lingy, without Jesse Hogan yesterday. He combined with Jake Stringer for 6 goals, 3 each, and they were crucial in getting the Giants over the line. At times, the Bombers looked like they were going to potentially pull off an almighty upset in that third quarter. So the Giants had to get a wriggle on in the last quarter.
Yeah, they had to, and it was the Bombers just, whether it was a shot at goal or just that last kick inside 50, one sailed over Peter Wright's head. They just missed those little moments, whereas Toby Green and a couple of the other Giants players, they nailed their specific moments late in the game, and that's how they get the win. Mind you, they were asking to be beaten yesterday, the Giants.
They certainly were. For me, Lingy, Muzz is already on the SMS, 0437 774 774. You didn't mention the Dockers in your introduction. Well, no, we do the Saturday games. But we're going to go back to Thursday night because I want to go there.
Good win. Great
Fremantle's big win over Hawthorn by 15 points. But the player I want to focus on, well, you might have heard a bit about him. Luke Jackson, he's been described as the barometer for us by Fremantle coach Justin Longmuir. 9 disposals, 8 contested, 7 ground balls and 5 score involvements in the final quarter. But it was this smother that had someone like Mason Cox pretty impressed.
Meek won the tap, but it's stolen away by Jackson. Immediately kicks towards full forward. Coming out, Young couldn't mark. Here's Tracy. Tries to take on 3. Got a hand pass away. Amos puts Fremantle in front. Rux, well, only one went to it. Jackson looked to win it down, but it went straight to Eamon of the Hawks. Got it onto McDonald. Spun out of trouble. That was well done. Jackson, great smother on the attempted kick from Newcomb. Spills out to Murphy Reid.
That's crazy. He can play pretty much anywhere on the ground. And you saw just his ability, I think, in the last 4 or 5 minutes. He had a smother and then followed up about 3 centre bounce contests. And he really is a unicorn. I know people kind of say that flippantly with him, but he's unlike any other player I've seen. And, I think for myself, just to be able to back him up and try to be able to bring out the strengths in him is, it's an incredible opportunity for me that I don't take lightly.
Mason Cox chatting about Luke Jackson, the unicorn. And I think, Lingy, when you are a premiership threat, a player that encourages everyone else to rise around you and just go, oh my goodness, this guy's an exciting talent. He could be anything on his day. And that is what Luke Jackson has the potential to be for Fremantle. He's won a premiership with Melbourne, but it was that ability to be so dominant around the ground and such a contributor for Fremantle's win over the Hawks.
Yeah, he truly is special, and teammates, they can sense that now, and he's doing it more often week to week and also for more time in games. You think of the Melbourne version of Jackson and the Rising Star version, you think, oh, wow, this guy could be anything, but he could also disappear for little bits of time. That's just being a young player, inexperienced player. Now he's constant. It is always, look, he's there. And even the 10 tackles part of his stat line is incredible for a big guy like that. It's just his follow-up work. He's effectively another on-baller, but he's also a monster of a guy in the ruck and his strength, and he's a threat when he goes forward, and he has 9 score involvements, does all of this. He is that X factor that could get Fremantle to their first ever premiership. When you throw in the fact they've also got Bolton as that other X factor, and he's building his consistency. The come finals, now I'm projecting a long way down the track, but come finals, they're the ones who you think, okay, Sarong's going to battle away, Brayshaw's going to battle away, Young's a beauty, they've got Tracy, they've got all these other players, Pearce is down back controlling everything, but they're those special ones who just might shine in those crucial moments.
So the Fremantle Dockers 8 wins and 1 loss alongside the Sydney Swans. They've broken clear of the Hawks, 6 wins, 2 losses and a draw, and the Brisbane Lions 6 and 3 alongside the Cats and the Suns. In your eyes, Lingy, are the Dockers now legitimately the real deal?
Yeah, 100%, but that's not just based on beating Hawthorn. I think we had this chat last week, or we certainly did it on last Friday night's coverage, who could win it. I had Fremantle in there. Because of what I just said, but also because of, I think, the way Justin Longmuir has built this team over time. So we go back and occasionally there would have been impatience, I'm sure, from Fremantle fans and over in Perth about how it was going. But he built his midfield and said to them, you have to run both ways. You cannot just be all forward running, get a heap of the ball. Caleb Sarong, when he first started at Fremantle, was doing run with rolls. I think Freo fans would remember this, but we as a footy public tend to forget it because we think of him as just this ball-winning star. He was doing run with rolls to learn. You be accountable, learn to where to run, that the good players do. And he asked all of his midfielders, be accountable and then run hard to attack. His defenders really sound defensively, and he built the game on a strong defensive platform. Now he's adding those attacking layers in to be able to score heavily when the time arrives. They have got all the different little pieces together now for a genuine launch at it. They are a very, very good football team.
Cameron Lang alongside Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The Dockers have the Bombers at the MCG, the Saints and the Lions ahead of their Kangaroos, then their bye in round 14. We'd love to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Let us know your highlights from the rounds footy and what's caught your attention across the weekend. Last night, Ling, it was a historic night at the MCG for Scott Pendlebury, the Collingwood champion, equalling Brent Harvey for the most games in VFL AFL history with 432. But it was a comprehensive win for the Cats in the end, a 54-point victory, 11 goals to 4 in the second half. And it was a milestone night for Tom Stewart. He spoke post-game.
I don't think people quite understand when I do say it feels like I'm living my dream, because I am. Might sound like I'm taking the piss, but I'm so grateful to be at this footy club, and every day's so special for me.
Oh, your emotions running out with the kids, because you seem to really let that out. That meant the world to you.
It did, Kath. Yeah, it was really special. It's a moment that I have looked forward to for a really long period of time, to be honest with you. The young fella bolted off on me, and it was pretty funny to see, but I think he wants to get out there and play with the boys. But, special night, special club, and, so grateful.
He's probably the defender of his generation, Lingy, a 5-time All-Australian, premiership player, 2-time best and fairest. And so Swamp Thing has the stat. He's just the 5th player to get 200 games, having not debuted until the age of 24. And yet once more, last night, Collingwood had to try and come up with a player, and Ned Long was given the task to try and negate his influence on the game, but it was a memorable night for the Cats.
And there were probably a few little moments in that second term, Clinchy, where they didn't have it all their own way. Collingwood threw plenty at them, and I think some of their rebound off half-back when they won crucial contests, they got forward, they kicked goals out of that. But then just the little adjustments at half-time Geelong was able to make, and personnel, we'll talk about Darcy Moore, the heavy collision soon. Geelong were just able to exploit that a little bit better, and as you said, Tom Stewart good off half-back with their midfield run of Holmes and Bailey Smith. Even though Nick Dacos had 29 disposals, I thought Oisin Mullen actually just capped his influence a little bit to take away their firepower, and then it felt like, certainly that second half, it was predominantly on Geelong's terms, and they got reward. They were able to score heavily off the back of it, but it was more the way they just massaged the game into their style was the really impressive bit from the Cats.
They were more composed than Collingwood, despite having 7 less inside 50s, 18 goals to 9 for the match. Ollie Henry with probably one of his best games for a while with 4 goals, Manor with 3, and then Martin Neal, Close and Dangerfield with 2. The milestone night for Scott Pendlebury, well, we had our own Brent Harvey in the commentary box with us, Slingy, and we tried to pose to him what the emotion was for him heading into last night.
I don't know how I feel. Like I'm okay with it. Like nothing changes in my life, and it's good to have that sort of recognition. But if I'm going to live my life because I've played the most games of AFL football and want that recognition, I live a pretty vain sort of life. So we can run with I'm the North Melbourne Games record holder, and nothing changes too much there. So I'm pretty happy. And you know what? What it does do, I've actually reflected to realise what I'd done, and I say selfish because in your preparation you do have to be selfish, Cal, when you're playing football, when you've had kids and the way you eat and the stuff you miss out on. And it makes you reflect and think, well, he's doing it as well. He must have been very similar in his preparation to how I went about it. So very thorough in the way he goes about it. So someone's going to break my record, and maybe someone will break his one day.
Brent Harvey, part of our call team last night. My wife did clip me when I get home that I could have kept the VFL coverage clothes on, given we were going to be on camera, given they shot to Boomer a couple of times in the ABC Sport Com box. I just didn't think about that in my preparation. But for Boomer, he now equals the record with Scott Pendlebury, and mixed emotions for him, given that I don't think Michael Tuck was all that thrilled when Boomer broke his record. I don't think Kevin Bartlett was all that thrilled when Michael Tuck broke his record. So these are sort of records you give over somewhat reluctantly, Lee.
Yeah, you don't play over 400 games of AFL football if you don't have a bit of an ego. I mean, we're talking about incredible footballers and wonderfully selfless footballers. That's how they have been a part of teams for so long. But there is also still a healthy ego there, and don't mind a bit of that. I thought Boomer spoke beautifully there, saying if he's going to live his rest of his life purely based on the fact he's the record holder, it's a pretty vain life. But I hope the amount of accolades that Scott Pendlebury deservedly gets from this record-breaking moment, hopefully Boomer now, just those few years on, can say, wow, my achievement was pretty incredible as well to play that many in a brutal, brutal sport, elite competition. Boomer was wonderful. Scott Penderbury is wonderful. I love the way he goes about it. I was fortunate enough to play against him and play on him, and his computer-like brain combined with wonderful athleticism and vision and skill and everything went through just phases of this young, superb footballer, then this prime, just almost unstoppable force, and now this wily veteran who can still think through scenarios and coach his team out there. He deserves everything that comes his way. Probably over the next 2 weeks, Clinchy. Yeah. It won't be this week. It'll be the following week. He deserves it all.
So here was the man of the night, Scott Pendlebury. I think you'll pick up he was pretty keen to wrap up the interview and take some of the focus off himself.
I spoke about it before. For me, it's the easy part. I just get to come out and play, and so I just stick to that process every week. And it's like every player, you just try and stack games because you want to play good footy, and it's so good to be out here. So it's no different with my thought process.
It's been great taking a trip down memory lane. We saw your first kick, which was a goal that came from one of your senior coaches, Nathan Buckley. Has it been enjoyable over the week, reliving those memories, reliving those moments with your friends, your family? No doubt Craig would have made a little bit of a moment of it at the football club.
Oh, to be honest, I haven't seen much of it. We got a program we do, and no offence to people out there, I don't really watch a heap of the footy shows and stuff like that. So, it is what it is. Tonight we wanted to celebrate Lipper as well and pay respect to Tommy Stewart, who played game 200. It's a fantastic player. So, just disappointed we played how we played tonight.
So, eyes turn to game 4-3-3. You've got Sydney up at the SCG. I think we can categorically rule you out. You won't be playing up there in game 4-3-3.
Yeah, you just can look that far forward. I'm looking forward to try and recover tonight and get a decent sleep and then see how I play tomorrow.
And how exciting will it be to actually break the game's record? It's an incredible achievement. You've had an amazing career. Game 4-3-1 was an Anzac Day medal. You've obviously been the second highest rated player on the ground tonight, but all eyes do turn to breaking the record and obviously on from there as well.
I think that's the thing that I feel like people are forgetting. It's post that as well. I'm not just playing one more game and it's done. So, I'm excited for it, but I got to get going because we're lining up for Tommy Stewart. So thanks, everybody.
Scott Pendlebury wrapping up the interview. Thank you, everyone. It's time to join the Guard of Honour for Tom Stewart. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling, and the Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield joins you on this Sunday. Paddy, thanks as always for your time. What was the occasion like to be a part of it last night?
Hey, boys. Thanks for having me. It was wonderful. It was a special night of footy. Obviously, Pendle's equalling the record, and his resume speaks for itself. And Tom, for Geelong people, what he's brought to the club since arriving in 2017 at AFL level, but earlier in the VFL, he's been a really special player for us.
Paddy, thanks for joining us. You're recovering this morning. You're one of the older players on the list now. No doubt the morning after a game is hard work. When you think of Pendles, have you got another 100 games in you? That's how much you need to get over the top.
Not a chance in hell, Lee. Although my recovery is different now. I was kicking with my son for, I reckon, 40 minutes this morning. In the end, I had to say, mate, I think I'm going to pull my hamstring off the bone here if we keep kicking. Never ending.
I'm going for a surf. You tell him that one.
Yeah, exactly.
It was on last night's game. It was you head into half time and it's pretty evenly poised. They threw a fair bit at you in that second quarter. What little adjustments were made, or what allowed you guys to have such an impressive second half?
I think we managed field position at a centre bounce a lot better than we did in the first half. I think there were probably moments in the second half that turned into 12-point plays where, we made some fundamental skill errors across half-back, and in areas really you shouldn't turn the ball over, which led to Collingwood scores when we were ahead of the ball. So there were some little manoeuvres and some little adjustments that we needed to make, taking what's available, not trying to bite off too much in terms of how we moved the ball forward, that we improved in the third quarter. And I think we played the game a bit better. We're a bit more clever with our ball movement compared to the first half.
Patrick Dangerfield with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The multi-pronged sort of attacking forward line, Paddy, and Ollie Henry had a great night, kicked 4 goals, but the ability for Shannon Neal to be isolated inside forward 50, Jeremy Cameron get higher up the ground and help with some of that delivery inside 50, and your role in it. How are you sort of seeing the forward line progressing this season?
Yeah, I think it's only been our second week where we've had the continuity of not changing that mix-up forward. So you add in Jack Martin, Brad Close. It had been somewhat disjointed for the first sort of 8 weeks. So I think the continuity is important there. And what we want when we go forward is to be unpredictable to the opposition, predictable to our teammates. So I feel like we're improving in that space. It hasn't been perfection. Our season certainly hasn't been perfection, but I feel like we've been building, whether that's the forwards, mids or defence. The game feels like it's growing for us, which I think is a positive thing.
Can you give us a bit of an insight as to how you've approached this season? We spoke about Scott Pendlebury, the fact that he won't play against the Sydney Swans at the SCG, will break Boomer's record against the West Coast Eagles on a Saturday in a fortnight's time at the G. Is there conversations you have about managing you throughout the season, how many rests you might have, and I guess ultimately trying to make sure you're at your best come the pointy end of the season?
Yeah, it was sort of a funny one for me because I had interruptions with repeated calf injuries that were really minor in the scheme of things, but just disruptive to training and any ability to sort of hit top speed. So it's sort of been a bit of a readjustment for me in that respect. So I'm 4 games back now. There'll be time when it comes to rest, but it's probably more on a week-by-week basis rather than, specifically outlining certain games where, you take the full rest. And I think, if you look at what other teams have done and you take lessons there's probably an ability to play a really disconnected forward. We see that with Jack Gunston and how Hawthorn have played him. I wouldn't have thought Jack would be nailing the GPS numbers, but he's super effective to the way that they play. So there's more ways than just missing games to sort of manipulate load. But, as the sort of season progresses, there'll be times for the rest at the right time, whether that's myself or other players that are, into their 30s.
Paddy, one of the most impressive things about yourself is not just your ability to play that great football on the field, but you've often been able to take a step back and look at football as a big picture thing, and obviously through your role with the AFLPA. You're no longer the Prez, but no doubt you still take a real keen interest in the entire game. How are you seeing it? How are you seeing, even from the rule adjustments that we've seen this year, the stricter stand rule, the centre bounce ruck stuff? Are you happy as a player and as one of the leading voices in the player community that the game's in a good spot at the moment, or is there a bit of work to be done?
The hard part about our game is it is subjective when it comes to the interpretation of rules, and there's a clear framework that the AFL will coach their umpires with, but it's still very much interpretational. And because it's complex in an umpiring sense, there's always going to be commentary around that. So, when that commentary gets heightened and that overshadows the games that are played, I think that's when we've sort of got to internalise as a competition at times and go, how can we, improve what we're doing, the mechanisms around it, and make sure that the number one coverage on the game is the great games, the high-scoring element of it, and the highlights that we see in the ads. And we want, obviously, more of that through our game. So I think, the first 8 weeks in any season when there's been some significant changes when it comes to rule interpretations or rule adjustments, there's always a bit of a patch, I think, where you're sort of feeling out how it works. And there's always commentary around that. And I don't think the AFL should be apologetic for trying to improve the game. There's going to be certain things they'll get right, and there'll be things they get wrong. And I think that's okay. I think that's one thing that we need to be aware of as a footballing public, that these rules are never changed to make the game worse. They're always in the spirit of improving the game. Now, does every rule change improve the game? No, of course it doesn't. But I don't think we should be fearful of making mistakes in order to improve the game.
Great call, great call. Can I suggest one, though, that the ruckman who gets out of the way and tricks the other ruckman should have a free kick paid against him, not the other way around, Patrick?
I reckon if you ask if you ask Ruckman around rules, they will have a very different answer to what mine is.
Yeah, we all have our own hobby horses in terms of the rules and the interpretation that does drive us bonkers. Patrick Dangerfield's with you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Geelong 5th on the ladder, 6 wins and 3 losses. Paddy, after featuring a grand final last season, how do you try and pace yourself throughout a year to make sure you're there come the pointy end? And what are the metrics you look for in terms of Geelong's game to try and ensure that you're building in the right direction?
It's an interesting one. I feel like we're building as a side. We've had some really tight games. We've been on the winning end of. We've had one where, we've fallen agonisingly short with that Hawthorn game, and then we've had a couple where we've been just really outperformed by the opposition. So I feel like we're an improving team. We understand what it takes to win, and there's an element of getting yourself right for the most important time of the year, but that can't be at the expense of winning now and chalking up the wins, because by the end of the season, the games that you've forgotten, you don't forget the points that you accrue and the position that you're in. So we want to finish as high as we possibly can. So, and with that, continually refine our game and improve it. So I feel like at the moment we're an improving team. I feel like, the ceiling for us is a fair way off. So there's plenty to go after for us. But we've got a bit of work to do to bridge the teams that have been really consistent this year. And, we're fully aware of that.
And I guess the other talking point, just putting on your former president's cap of the Players Association, has been the conversation around what happened with Elijah Hollands and each club bringing in a psychiatrist full-time to the club. Without giving too much detail, how much contact does Geelong currently have with a psychologist each week and each game day?
Yeah, we have. We've got Big Cat Willow. He's an absolute star, and I would see him every day. Now I don't know if we've been paying him as a full-time employee, but he's certainly there a huge amount. He loves the club. He loves our players. I think it's an area we invest a lot in, as well as the PDM space, and we recognise the huge benefits that you can get as an athlete. We'll have, not every week, but every few weeks we'll have sessions around performance, and sometimes that centres on anxiety, and we try and open up the conversation to normalise it, that everyone goes through those different troughs in terms of form and how you're feeling about your own game, and that's okay. And then the mechanisms to try and help you combat and deal with that. And I think so much of the game is between the ears, and the game is covered from more angles than ever before now. So we see that as a worthwhile investment. So it'll just, we're probably going to pay the big fella what he's actually worth, rather than the extra hours that he's been putting in.
Do you think it's important that should be outside the soft cap though?
Yeah, I think it is. I think, in my view, I would do the same things with player development managers. I think that's a really important space that is swept up into the football cap. But I think when it comes to the servicing of the players in that area, transition is a huge challenge for our players, I think. You have this incredible environment that you get to experience, and then when your career is done, by choice or not for the vast majority, it can be a pretty abrupt end. And our PDM's job doesn't finish once, a player is listed. That service continues. So if I had the keys to the building, one thing I would certainly look at is changing the structure of the PDMs and how that could roll out outside of the cap. I don't think that's necessarily something that should be controlled by the mechanism of footy cap department spending. It should be something that you can provide for your players and isn't limited to how much you can spend in that capacity.
Yep. Yeah, no, you give us great insight as to how it all works behind the scenes. Paddy, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy your Mother's Day, and thanks for chatting to us on ABC Sport.
Good on you guys. Thanks for having me.
Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield with you on ABC Sport following Geelong's win last night over the Magpies. Here's the thoughts from Craig McRae on where Collingwood sit.
Yeah, they challenged our defensive system. Their ball movement was really slick. The numbers don't lie. I think every time they kicked over 110 points, they don't lose currently. So that's a big number. we played Brisbane and Geelong last year's grand finals, and we just haven't been up to that level yet. We've got work to do on that game. We played those two teams from last year, and I know that it's a different season this year, but it's just parts of their game are just challenging us a bit more than some of the other teams in the competition, and we'll get to work on it. What is it, round 9? It's nice to find out this stuff now, isn't it? And we can get to work on it. We'll do that. We've got 6 days to prepare ourselves against the Swans and get to work on the centre bounces and our defensive system. Some will be reminders, others will be like, okay, what are we going to do with this phase? It's not quite working.
Collingwood coach Craig McRae there. The Magpies take on Sydney without Pendlebury, while the Cats take on the Brisbane Lions on Thursday night at the Gabba. This is AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Great to have your company on this Mother's Day.
Why aren't journalists allowed to tell you everything they see in court cases, and are those with means gaming suppression orders? We asked the self-described queen of banning things, retired Supreme Court Judge Betty King. Search the Case Of podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Lee. AFL Sunday.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you
on ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
I sort of look at our journey, five goals down, our club probably hasn't done that. I think we've grown in that space, the ability to understand that we've just got to grind sides down. We don't have to make up the difference in a quarter. We can sit there, it'd be nice, but we can sit there and just work into the game. And I think that's a sign of a club that's maturing. Like, we have to realise, I've spoken about this previously, we made 6 or 7 changes to our final side last year, so it's 1 step back to go 2 steps forward. Our age demographic is very, very similar to some of the, I think the 4th or 5th youngest, if that makes sense. So we've got a lot of growth in front of us. But what I'm most excited about is how much of a jump we can make. We're playing some okay footy now. We don't want to or need to be playing our best footy now, but we've got a lot of growth in front of us, I think.
Gold Coast Suns coach Damien Hardwick following their 29-point win over St Kilda last night. It was their 9th consecutive win in the top end. A big warm welcome to our South Australian listeners for the first time today. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling. We just caught up with the Geelong captain, Patrick Dangerfield. It's available as a podcast under the best of ABC Sport. Just look for AFL Sunday. The Suns far too strongly in Darwin, so they got the job done, and some of their run-off half-back with the contributions of Ben King with 4 goals. Unfortunately for St Kilda, it was some of the players that weren't there. So Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller was a late out. He was managed. He was up there, of course, as part of the start of Indigenous round, which gets underway, so Doug Nichols round. But Cal Wilkie was the injury, the knee to the back from Ben King, which has Ross Lyon a little concerned, and he does have that consecutive games streak where he's up to about 165 games.
Yeah, I look at St Kilda and I think, so Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller makes a huge difference to that team because he's just so good, but he's also just that type of player that the Saints so desperately need on the back of a lot of their hard work, Clinchy. And of course, they're stating the obvious when he's that good a player. But they won the clearances last night, St Kilda, by 18. So they were actually really strong around the ball and got their hands on the ball. But that clearly didn't translate, as you've described, to great attacking play. You only score 60 points when you dominate clearances by that much. So that outside ball user who can just, whether it's run 10 and then use the ball with greater penetration or just pick off that beautiful little target, when you don't have a player like Wanganeen-Miller, that clearance win, even though it looks good numbers-wise, just gets dumped to half forward for the Saints. And then, as you just alluded to before, Gold Coast were able to win it back there, and then that rebound off half-back just created some really good attacking options for the Suns. So it's such a shame for the Saints' perspective that Wanganeen-Miller doesn't play when they were able to control an area of the ground that the Gold Coast Suns usually pride themselves on. I know Matty Rao's not there yet, but you think of an Anderson-Rao combination in past, or Anderson and Petrarca combination, you think clearances and that in and under and ability to win it at the coalface. The Saints got the job done there. It just didn't translate into anything of real, genuine, consistent, efficient attack. And the Suns made the most of it. As you said, rebounding beautifully. And Ben King doesn't need many opportunities. Only 10 disposals, 4 goals, super efficient. Nicely done.
Here was the St Kilda coach, Ross Lyon, on Cal Wilkie and Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller.
He got a knee in the back. He come back on. So he's pretty brave. Yeah, it was interesting to see our team without him. It's going to happen, and so yeah, hopefully he gets up for Richmond.
What about Naz? Ross, like a late out? Can you take us through the process for that?
Yeah, I thought he'd play. He thought he'd play. He wanted to play tonight. There was just a little bit of soreness. We thought it was a corky. They had a scan. A little bit of bleeding. They think it's a corky still, but couldn't make a definitive decision. So we need another week to let it settle. We think it's more that way, but we'll find out during the week.
St Kilda coach Ross Lyon with his thoughts on his two players, Cal Wilkie, who suffered the injury, and Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, who was missing. So the Saints in 10th spot, 4 wins and 5 losses, while the Gold Coast Suns are in 6th spot, 6 wins and 3 losses. The other part I found interestingly was Ross Lyon, his comment around the Northern Territory games as to whether each club could sort of contribute a little bit more. I was sort of pondering this, and then I realised maybe he wasn't making the point that I thought he was actually making.
We loved it, what is it, dry season, ground was great, good energy in the crowd, and look, I caught up with Magic Michael McLean this morning, probably the opportunity for the AFL is play 9 games here, every team come and play a game here. Imagine Darwin with 9 games for the year. Why give it to one club and 2 games? Sure, they get government support, everyone do some heavy lifting for the territory. They produce great players. I think we talk about expansion. Why not everyone just share the 9 games, which is like that? Yeah. Not a 0 round, not 9 at once. Just everyone do a heavy lift and put on the show in Darwin. Don't make it Gold Coast. Don't make it Melbourne. Everyone have a go. They'd light up the city. Would play our part. I'm sure the other clubs would. Well, they should.
It was sort of that last line that got me thinking. I was like, Thursday night, when we're in the middle of winter, could we play some Thursday night games when we're in the top end? And then I realised, hang on, he's actually making a reference to the fact that St Kilda play back-to-back games at the Adelaide Oval for Gather Round. They're playing, obviously, the Gold Coast Suns in Darwin. They do have 10 of the next 14 at Docklands League, so the draw does open up for them in the back half. But by the end, I think it was, why are we playing in Darwin? Why us? Did you pick that up?
I think it had a little tinge of that, and maybe just suggesting there's other clubs and potentially some other big clubs who maybe you could make them do, as he said, a bit of the heavy lifting. No, that was crystal clear, Clenchy. Yeah. That's Ross at his finest, just hinting and nudging.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Grant points out at half-time, scores were level between the Giants and the Bombers, so the Bombers improving. Chris in Brunswick's worried about our rucks and some of the injuries they're suffering to their knees. He questions whether we could have a guard to try and help them with some of the knee injuries they're experiencing. Frank from Como in WA asks, in which position is the unicorn, Luke Jackson, tracking for a very likely All-Australian selection? As a former All-Australian selector, is he in that conversation? I mean, Gawn has been so strong, Grundy as well to start the season, but he's making a case.
Well, I get yelled at by former Geelong and Carlton player Zach Toohey for Mark Blitzarves not being more time All-Australian than just the single time he was. And the argument for one of the years when he was very, very good as a key defender was he played so much time on the wing, so much time in the ruck, so much time on ball and even pinch hit forward that he couldn't actually be considered for the defensive post because he was only there X amount of time, whatever it was, 40-odd%. And he said, that's ridiculous. He still played it better than most this is going back. And he was so good in the other areas, he shouldn't be penalised for it. I said, well, where would you have played him? And he didn't have an answer for that. Luke Jackson is one, well, where do you play him? He is so good, so influential. I think on this occasion it's not going to matter. He'll still make the All-Australian. But he's probably not the All-Australian pure ruckman right now. That feels like it's probably gone for me if I was to really have to make a call. But he might end up the All-Australian ruckman, or he could just end up as the All-Australian. I don't know. Then you stick him on the bench, and it's well, he's had a better year than even being on the bench. So that's a good point out, and I reckon other players have suffered from not having a set area of the ground for a whole year, but they are still incredibly valuable.
The Traralgon Tiger on the SMS 0437 774 774 loves your shout out to Toby Green. How good is watching Toby when he's in full flight? My favourite AFL player for some years, and like Dermy back in the day, never sooks when he cops it from the opposition. Annie's also on the same theme. Love to hear some shout out for Toby Green. He cops a lot of excessive negatives, so good on you, Lingy. And Wes from Werribee says, Finn O'Sullivan's screamer in the goal square was my highlight. Great effort by an emerging player. 0437 774 774.
He looks exciting, O'Sullivan, doesn't he? Really exciting. And just quickly on that, another step forward by them. They've pushed two of the better teams well and truly for the last couple of weeks. They're showing some super positive signs. Now you need a win, I reckon, just to make yourself feel. Even as a player, it's funny how we always talk, don't focus on the result, how we're playing. We're going to judge ourselves on our own standards and are we growing, are we learning, are we improving? But gee, a win reinforces a lot of things that you've been working on. When you just feel that joy, not just for the fans, but for you as a player, and go, yeah, okay, we're on the right track. So they've probably earned a win, but they haven't got a win in the last couple. They just need that one to feel really good about themselves.
Fran also on the SMS 0437 774 774. Not a highlight for me, but the Cats win and McGovern has improved for the Blues. When we look at the other results from yesterday, Lingy, the Giants did what they had to do. They got past the Bombers in that final term, prevailed by 14 points. The Swans stay on top of the ladder with an 8-point win over North Melbourne. If you were to rank the honourable losses over the weekend, and this is almost the line that supporters hate. They hate honourable losses.
Yeah.
But the Bombers showed more fight than they have. The Kangaroos are there, but they just can't take down the big teams. Port Adelaide are having this string of close games where they're right in it up to their eyeballs, like against the Crows in the showdown last week. And then all of a sudden they just can't get over the line. And the behind from Gallagher, which gave the Western Bulldogs, and then the Will Lewis shot after the siren, a 2-point win. And then, of course, the Blues. And what was that final quarter against the Brisbane Lions? Where would you rank those sort of four sides in terms of which side would maybe walk in on Monday feeling a bit better than the other?
Well, again, North Melbourne's probably one I've just touched on who should be finding some real genuine positives out of the last 2 weeks, but also some frustration around, hey, for all the hard work we're doing, let's find some better results with our ball use a little bit. The Carlton one's probably the most head-scratching of them all, Clinchy, because what we saw them finish with and that hunger and desperation and that towards the end was, that's it. That's what you need to capture at all times in all games and finding a way to just whatever you do, just battle it out right to the end. You think, okay, can we bottle that and stick it into us next week? And that's the sort of footy we've got to play at our core. And some of the other nicer stuff, the easier stuff, will perhaps shine on the back of that. So I'd probably take Carlton as a nice step forward. But Carlton fans are going to be screaming at their radio going, we're sick of little steps forward. Just deliver. So I'm not saying that's a super positive thing for Carlton fans to hold on to, but I just wonder if it's something the players can hold on to now and the group and go, hey, this can be our baseline effort, if you like, and intensity and everything we're trying to do, and then we can let some other things shine, because Brisbane are a wonderful football team, a terrific football team. They're going to take apart a lot of other teams. You can give that against them. What can you do next week? What can you do to start that? Just get things rolling somehow, just gritting your teeth.
And that's the coaching challenge for Michael Voss, is how can they capture what they had in that final quarter. Harry Mackay and the way in which he played, the frustration for Carlton fans there. He, McGovern and Hayward all combined with 3 goals each, and can they try and bring that? Their opponent next week is the Western Bulldogs, Lingy, so that'll be a good game on Saturday night. And the Bulldogs, well, Marcus Bontempelli can't do much more. He's playing...
No, he's amazing.
Battered and bruised at the moment, but he's still such an important player for the Doggies, and they snapped a 4-game losing streak by getting over the line against Port Adelaide and just found a way.
Yeah, and so last week, in a losing team, I gave him 3 votes on ABC Friday night because he was just incredible, and he could barely run. He was hobbling around, and they addressed that during the week and saying, yeah, he's sore. It's not perfect, but he's going to play through it. Well, his playing through that was 30 disposals, a goal, 10 tackles, just another huge game of football. we know he's an incredible footballer. He'll perhaps, when his career ends, go down as the greatest dog of all time. That'll be for others to debate rather than me, who saw the great EJ play, or Chris Grant, or these types of players. But he's also shown just how much heart and how much determination he's got to push through soreness and still try and lead his team up the ladder. And they're undermanned, and it was a terrific win on Friday night against Port in Adelaide to take it by 2 points. He's a marvel, Marcus Bontempelli. Yeah. We've almost used up all the superlatives you can about that man, but he continues to blow our minds.
He's a regular Sunday call-out for us in terms of our highlights of the weekend. Marcus Bontempelli in the Bulldogs' 2-point win over Port Adelaide. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Pete in Darwin says, I don't think my Hawks are the real deal. Just got over the line against the Cats and the Power. Drew with the Pies and lost to Fremantle. Still a way to go. One of our listeners is asking for a bit more analysis on the Bombers. Well, I mean, for the moment, there are signs of improvement. What did you think of the banner? Obviously, Brad Scott didn't see the lighter side of the fact that the Giants are one of the more cheeky clubs, so they used the Brisbane Lions whiteboard and then pointed out the fact that it had been so many days since Essendon had won a final. Did you see the humour in that?
I did. Oh, do you know what? I've tried to learn, Clinchy, to relax a little bit and know that social media teams at clubs and banner teams and all of that can have a little bit of fun, and doesn't have to all be controlled by the football department. But if I'm inside the football department, I'd be just like, can you not?
Yeah.
I don't like that type of thing. I don't think you need to have that big a shot at the opposition, given that the Giants as a team are trying to rediscover their best football and get rolling a little bit up the ladder themselves and want to prove themselves as a perennial finalist and a prelim finalist, grand finalist, and ultimately a premiership team. When you're on that journey, I don't love little things like that, but Clinchy, I might be just a grumpy old man now, so I'm happy for our listeners to text in and say, back off, it's just a little bit of fun, but I didn't love it.
No, I don't think Brad Scott saw the fun in it either. Here's what he had to say.
Did catch it out of the corner of my eye. I mean, the Giants are pretty desperate for some, relevance in the competition, and to try and build their fan base. Yeah. And I'm reluctant to sort of comment on other clubs, but yeah, they make their decisions, we'll make ours.
There you go. That's a little line at the end from Brad Scott. AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you on the SMS 0437 774 774. Brett in Canberra says, I thought Carlton's second half was more promising the way they moved the ball quickly. Dave says, North fan here. Don't want the praise for honourable losses over that. Okay. And a few others coming through. Jamie and Ruffy says, loving the coverage. We should be done with the over-top excessive songs after goals. Well, everyone has their own things that drive them bonkers. And Charles from Jan Juck says, given the Dogs fielding VFL players at the moment, what is their confidence levels, especially with no English for next week's game? So, the concussion there, unfortunately, bouncing into his teammate Matt Kennedy, and Darcy Moore's concussion for last night, so he's going to miss the game for the Pies against the Swans. They're both key pieces that their sides are going to be without.
Yeah, and the Dogs continue to impress me the way they are super competitive despite a horror injury list, and you add English to it. It makes it hard, yeah. I probably won't be tipping them next week, but again, going back to Bontempelli, when you've got players like him and Richards and that continuing to compete, they will still be a hard team to beat. The Darcy Moore concussion, that had an influence on last night's game, and he's still so crucial. And he's not as in his prime as he used to be, and that supreme player, but he's still such a pivot point in that back line where him and Jeremy Howe and Maynard and players like that have just known each other for so long and can shift together and set things up really well together. That's a big one to miss as well. And I hate seeing it. That's the worry. Accidents do happen in our great game, and as much as we teach players to turn their bodies, to protect their heads, there's better management of it. Unfortunately, we still see the incidents occurring.
Final couple on the SMS, 0437774774. Let us know your name so we can acknowledge you. What about Lockie Neal's comments regarding doing a blues with a fade out in the second half? I guess that's what happens when you have that sort of history.
I didn't love that, though. No, did not love that.
Not hearing a lot of love for my Swannies. Sure, not an ominous win yesterday, but they're clearly shaping up as a contender, wouldn't you say? If you had to pick right now, Sydney or Fremantle, who's in front in your eyes, given they're equal on top?
Sydney just in front. Yes, apologies to the Swans fans out there. We gloss over the fact, but are they a contender? 100%. I think we haven't wavered from that every single week. I still have the Brisbane Lions as the best, not on perfect current form, but they're still the team you have to beat if you want to win it. And then the Swans are probably sitting, let's call Brisbane 1A, Swans 1B right now.
So Sydney ahead of Fremantle for the moment. For Cameron Ling.
For Freo.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think Sydney's ball movement is slightly ahead of Fremantle's, but hey, there's not a lot separating them. And as you said with Brisbane, they'll get better in the second half of the season. Teams like Geelong, likewise, and the Suns are still a question mark for me. Each Sunday, we'd like to close our program with Cameron Ling and his last word.
Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Blackie, toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Ben Cousins. Toughest opponent.
Cameron Ling.
Dane Swan. Toughest opponent.
Probably Cameron Ling.
The hardest defender you've ever played on Bucks.
Cameron Ling.
You're good going into my Sunday afternoon each time you play that one for me, Clinchy. Thank you very much. Well, last week we were just discussing the Lions, the Swans, Freo, maybe throw Geelong and Hawthorn into that little mix as well. That is at one end of the table. I'm looking towards this afternoon's games, 1:10 at Marvel Stadium, Melbourne taking on the West Coast Eagles, and at 3:15 at the MCG, Richmond taking on the Adelaide Crows. It's probably a little bit at the other end, the bottom end, and the race to the bottom between Richmond and West Coast. Richmond have got their victory. They've knocked off the West Coast Eagles, it poses the question out of last week and then coming into this where Richmond are playing the Crows, who aren't flying but are a much better team. Crows should win. How will Richmond go? We'll wait and see. Melbourne are playing some exciting football, but can West Coast respond to last week's really disappointing loss? The feeling amongst the two clubs of West Coast and Richmond, who would you rather be? Who has got their rebuild more right? Who is on a better development track? Are Richmond purely in a worse position based on ladder? They get the win last week against West Coast, but based on ladder because of their injury list. Has West Coast just made a little step forward to start the season, but have they taken 3 giant steps back in the last month or so? I feel like, for me, it's still West Coast, Clinchy. But what worries me now is if there's not another little burst of improvement to finish out this year, do a few of their other players, and Harley Reid being the most high profile of those, who aren't from Perth, start thinking, oh, God, this is awful. Or, that little resurgence we thought we had is actually pretty damn terrible.
Yeah.
I'm out of here and you can start on a rebuild all over again. I'm going somewhere else. That's where just a little bit of alarm bells would start ringing for West Coast, but I still feel like West Coast are maybe a step ahead despite the loss last week to Richmond.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Do you agree?
Yeah, a great test for West Coast this afternoon against the Demons. The D's are good to watch in the way they're playing. They're exciting. They want to attack the game. Jake Bowie plays his first game for the season, and Andy Moniz Wakefield, who's had a terrible run with injuries, comes in. Brody Myercheck is out, and Dan Turner at the defensive end. And yet you look at the Eagles out. Elijah Hewitt, who's been mentioned as sort of one of their next big things, has been omitted. So he's the type of player you're looking for that progression alongside. We know how important Elliot Yeo is, and Tim Kelly at his career, can he be one of those leaders that leads the next younger brigade sort of up the ladder? But I'm a bit with you. I think the West Coast Eagles need to show something this afternoon, and the Tigers have their injury woes. We know that. 16 players on the injury list. They get Tim Taranto back this afternoon. Dion Prestia goes out, and the Crows just should come to Melbourne and win by a fair margin. But can Richmond show the same fight and endeavour they did last week? That'll make it interesting for probably more than a half.
Yo and Kelly just shouldn't let themselves get beaten last week. Now, you could look to the stats and you go, well, Tim Kelly had 30 disposals, so that's fine. But seriously, if you're much more mature, much more experienced players through the middle of the ground, you've got to make sure you don't drop that game on your home deck to Richmond. Now, Richmond, great, they get that, and maybe that's a step forward for them to get going a little bit. But interesting to watch those two clubs, who's getting their rebuild right, and a player starting to look elsewhere if it feels like they're going to wallow down the bottom for a few more years to come.
It's a good final word, something to keep an eye on this afternoon as the Demons host the Eagles and the Tigers take on the Crows in the MCG. Thank you, Lingy. Chat again next Sunday.
All the best, Clinchy.
Have a good Mother's Day. Of course, it's not probably the prize time for the 4 clubs that are competing this afternoon, but you can catch all the action on ABC Sport. We're off to Docklands with Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson, Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, Lex Pescia, and then we'll pick up proceedings at the MC Jolt following that for Richmond taking on the Adelaide Crows. Thanks for your company on ABC Sport. We're available as a podcast. Just look under the best of ABC Sport. Chat to you from the G.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo.
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, Going for Broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
This is just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's the bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
First match of Mother's Day is at Docklands today, where Melbourne hosts a rare home game here under the roof, welcoming the West Coast Eagles. It's the Demons' only home match here for the season and marks the first time Stephen King's men have travelled across town to visit the venue in 2026. In fact, their opponent will play more contests here this year, although the last time the Eagles ventured here a couple of weeks ago, St Kilda sunk the boot in a 100-point thrashing. It was the second triple-figure loss the Eagles have been on the end of this year. Both of those coming after they started the season with vigour, chalking up more wins this year than the entirety of last year's campaign. The young side, though, couldn't get the job done against Richmond at home last weekend, while the Demons were also defeated but kept themselves in the match until the final minutes against Sydney. My name's Lauren Borden. It's great to have your company today. 2 games in the AFL. Both are in Melbourne on Mother's Day. Richmond and Adelaide will be taking place a little later on this afternoon at the MCG. The ABC Sports coverage starts in about 90 minutes or so on ABC Listen. If you're listening in South Australia, we will get you there for the start of that match so you can hear Adelaide play. For everyone else, you can jump on ABC Listen and listen to the coverage, and of course we'll take you there after this match. It's wonderful to have Joel Peterson to call the match alongside me. Hello to you, Joel.
Hello, Loz. Mother's Day footy, as you mentioned. Things are a little bit different in our household this morning, yes. So a very happy Mother's Day to Kez and to my mum Jo and to all the mums out there listening and all the mother figures and those who aren't lucky enough to be able to celebrate with theirs today as well. You mentioned the fact that these two teams, or Melbourne in particular, haven't hosted a lot of games here. It's just the 3rd game that they've hosted here at Docklands since the start of 2016, the 19th home game that they've hosted at this venue. So they do not play here often. These two teams have only played here 3 times in 2000, 2011 and last year. And the Eagles' last 9 games here at Docklands. So their last win was at the end of 2023. They've lost their last 9 by the 101 points that you mentioned, 94, 83, 29, 50, 72, 30, 66 and 76. It has not been a happy hunting ground for the Eagles after they lost to the bottom team last week and Melbourne lost to the top team. They are vastly different form lines coming into today. What can Andrew McQualter's side do to respond?
So what you're saying, Joel, is it might not be the ground when it comes to West Coast and their record here.
Possibly not.
All right, so not a great record for West Coast, but it does feel a little bit strange seeing the red and blue of Melbourne out here under the roof of Docklands today. Of course, the roof closed with it being a day game. The Demons have a couple of ins today. So Jake Bowie returns for his first game this season, coming back from a foot injury for the Demons. And Andy Moniz-Wakefield is a late in as well for Melbourne. For Daniel Turner, who's out with illness, it's Moniz-Wakefield's first AFL match in quite a while after he did his ACL about a year and a half ago. So he's back in. And Harvey Johnson for West Coast, a good story of perseverance there. He's a Victorian, played 17 WAFL matches last year, but hasn't played an AFL match since round 24, 2024 for the Eagles in Geelong. So that's a 625-day wait between matches for Harvey Johnson there. Lauren Borden and Joel Peterson to call the action for you. In the experts chair this afternoon, 2-time All-Australian, former Port Adelaide and Hawthorn forward, Chad Wingard. Welcome to Sunday Footy.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. And yes, I'm looking forward to this game. I mean, I haven't seen Willem Dersma and Hailey Reid play together in person, so I'm actually really keen to see how they go about their business. Obviously, they've both had such stellar starts to their career, especially this year. So I'm really keen to see how they go. And again, with Melbourne, I just love the way that they're playing footy at the moment. They've gone from almost like a boring, stagnant team in the last couple of years to very vibrant. And like I said, they've scored over 100 points, 6 out of their 8 games so far. So they're not shy from making this a shootout. And I think if it does become that, which I think Melbourne will try, I feel like their attack is probably a bit more potent at the moment. But one thing I do want to speak on Melbourne is how they function without Mychek, because he's their leading goal scorer. But not just that, his leadership that he's provided since becoming a Demon has been massive. So just his contest, his aerial work, his sacrificial runs. He's a player that I think some people don't realise how important he is to the Melbourne makeup so far.
So sitting alongside Chad in the back row, 4-time All-Australian, St Kilda Hall of Famer, AFL Hall of Famer, Nathan Burke. Welcome to you.
Hello, Loz. Hello, everybody. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Yeah, good summary of Melbourne there. So on paper, you look at this and say Melbourne are probably going to win. So you try and find something that's going to keep you interested. And for me, it's West Coast. Andrew McQualter is in a really, really tough spot. He's potentially just saying to these guys, all right, I'm going to teach you how to play a brand of football that will be competitive against the good teams, knowing full well that they probably can't do it at the moment. And that's going to mean big losses. And we've seen them lose by 100 points 3 times this year. Very rarely do coaches last the journey to go from that point, teaching you how to play, having those big losses, until they actually get a team together who can play really good football. Normally by then somebody else has come and is in the hot seat. So it's tough for Minnie. Does he keep going down that path, or does he say, I'm just going to teach you a brand of football right here, right now that's going to be competitive and might have an honourable loss and we might look better than what we are on paper by clogging this up and making sure that Melbourne don't score. Which way does he go? I think he'll put the bigger picture and the growth of West Coast Eagles in the frame. That's what he'll favour. But it's a tough decision. I'm sure he's wrestling with that internally as he flies over the Nullarbor every second weekend.
Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson to call the match today. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke, your experts on the boundary for us today, is Alexia Pesher. A big welcome to you, Lex.
Good afternoon. What a place to be it is today. Outside, out of Docklands Stadium. Inside, it's nice and cool in here. The crowd's slowly starting to build in. It's Liam Baker who's won the toss for the West Coast Eagles. He's chosen to go to the Lockett end. The other thing that I find interesting for today, Mick Walter was the previous coach at Melbourne, and the side we're seeing now is the young Demons. So maybe there's something in that where they spend a lot of time with him and they can pull him apart today. We'll see.
Lex, don't bury the lead. Have you got company down there?
I do have company. My wonderful mum on Mother's Day has flown across from Perth. And obviously, how else would you spend it than alongside me on the boundary? So she's down here with me as well. Hello to you, Mum.
Did you bring her some flowers like the Melbourne players as they ran out through the banner? They had flowers to give to their mums or partners?
Yeah, sure. That's exactly what I
did. Okay. We'll go with you there, Lex.
Yeah,
we'll believe you.
It's radio, Loz. Theatre of the mind.
A big bunch of flowers down here next to Mum.
It is round 9 under the roof of Docklands. The whole third tier is closed off, so not the biggest crowd coming out for today's match. They always struggle, the AFL, to get fans out on Mother's Day as well, and obviously an interstate team in Melbourne at a venue that they're not used to at all, like you mentioned, Joel. But Melbourne and West Coast, round 9 at Docklands. To get things underway, here's Joel Peterson.
To get things underway, here's Jordan Pearson, who's the second female field umpire who tosses the ball aloft, and the Demons will get the opening clearance of the game. Bowie thrown straight back into the mix, brought down by Champion, spills to Kelly, kicks the Eagles inside the 50. Shanahan dropped the mark on the lead. Waterman got clipped there by Pickett and fouled, and he's going to get a free kick. Cozzy Pickett came past and collected Jake Waterman high here, and Waterman's going to have a 40-metre set shot on goal.
I don't think there was anything untoward there by Pickett. He was just going for the footy, and Waterman stuck his head there first.
Get a look at the replay in a moment. What a start this would be for the Eagles.
Yeah, it was just the velocity that he came at, though, wasn't he? He wasn't backing down either player, and obviously he got the reward for getting there first. But
you know what an important season Cozzy Pickett's having for this Melbourne team. Jake Waterman kicked 3 last week, 15-21 on the season. He skips in, sinks his boot through it, and misses to the left-hand side. Opening score from the first inside 50 is a minor one for the Eagles.
Interesting for Melbourne, they've started Max Gawn at full forward, deep back in the goal square.
So you mentioned that Chadno Brody Myercheck down there today as Melbourne are working it around the outer wing. Jath has it, his hand pass, there will be a turnover. Baker picks it up for the Eagles. Hand pass to Davis, hand pass to Waterman, hand passes it across to Yo, who takes a bounce. He takes 2 as he's streaming inside forward 50. The kick is an absolute shank off his boot. It might work for Murdoch, who can hand pass it across to Dersmart, and he can goal. It's Harley Reid, in fact, who's running onto it. And Harley Reid snaps it on his boot and puts the opener through for West Coast, and the opener for the match as well. And the Eagles go ahead. 1-1-7. Melbourne yet to score. There's only 2 minutes been played in this opening term, this round 9 match, and it's West Coast ahead by 7 points.
And that's perfect from West Coast. If you don't have a really strong, let's go, scoring ability, you got to play harder defence, and you could rely on turnovers. Like, they obviously forced Melbourne to go really wide there, and Melbourne don't want to go. They want to go as quickly as possible down through the corridor to get their, obviously, scoring ability. But West Coast Eagles, if you can put Melbourne under pressure, force them into a handball game, get the turnover, they're all caught out of position. So then you get a shot like that, and Harley Reid's obviously push down from the midfield and execute it to perfection. But they're going to have to rely on that a fair bit today.
7th goal of the season for Harley Reid. Andrew McQualter said in his midweek press conference that they'll get opportunities today if they can take them and set their defence. Clearance for Steele, pumps Melbourne inside the forward 50. Chandler with a play on it. Latrell Pickett collects in the pocket, wheels around, bounces, centering kick to full forward. Steele's there to lay the tackle. It's in Eagles' hands, and it'll be a ball up. Liam Duggan, the co-captain for the Eagles, picks himself up. Gawn doing the ruck work here inside the forward 50, knocks it down. Jefferson trying to crash through and get onto the end of it. Langford's loitering. Marrick comes away with it for the Eagles. McCarthy kicks to half-back. Waterman goes upstairs, can't pull it in. And Petty runs it across and out for a boundary throw in. Right half forward, D's into attack. They trail by 7. 3 gone opening turn.
0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch today across Mother's Day and let us know where you're listening from. Ball tossed back in. It's Heath against Bailey Williams, and Heath just bashes it away. He can put it out to right half forward. McCarthy's there, can pick it up for the Eagles, hand pass it back to Young. He just shoves it on his boot. It bounces at right angles, and that'll be a lasso free kick going the way of the D's.
Oh, Max, know the rules, big fella.
So Max Heath has run away from the ball. Most people are the first person there to pick it up, but
yeah,
he ran away from it.
Get an easy, cheap one, Max. Don't run away from it.
So Max Heath will have it for the D's. He puts this one on his boot. It skews off it. Maybe that's why he didn't want to take the kick. That'll be a direct turnover. Kicks it back to Heath. He drops it. He'll get the free kick anyway for a little bit of the chopping of the arms from Yo. They'll go again, the D's.
I'm going to say your word for you here, Berkey. Ruckman.
Yep.
Windsor kicks inside forward 50, turns it over. Kelly floating in for the Eagles, takes the defensive mark. The opposite number 11, Max Gawn, stands the mark.
They're all right if they know their limits. Here we go. Kick it back to him.
Kelly kicks it straight back to Heath, who awkwardly accepts it into his chest at right half forward.
Keep it simple, Max. Good boy.
Drops it onto his right boot to the pocket, looking for Kelly once more, and Langford's pinched it off him. Tim Kelly floating in. They had the 2-on-1, the Eagles. They couldn't get the result they were after. And Harvey Langford's got a 40-metre shot, 10 in from the boundary in right forward pocket.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. Bit of ping pong. But again, take your time, put it to an advantage spot, and like I said, you give your forwards opportunity to even just reset after back and forth kicking. So tough angle, 45, probably good for a left footer.
10 goals, 1 on the season as well, Chad. He is a sharp shooter. And Langford gets the Demons going with their first of the day. 5 minutes in, D's won straight. Eagles 1-1. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard.
Yeah, lovely finish there by Langford. And if you look at, you've got Max Gawn down there. They've got a raft of tall players, even without Myercheck down there, to keep that West Coast back line, which is pretty much undersized. You've got Jinby having to play as a key defender out of the goal square on Van Rooyen, and he's probably giving away 3 or 4 inches there at least. I see him more as you sort of float over, get in the way, half-back defender, run off, get down the ground, rather than starting in the goal square. So definite ploy by the Demons to try and stretch that undersized West Coast defence.
Goal apiece early in this match. Bailey Williams gets a tap out towards Reid. He's swung down by Heath into the turf. Play on. Pickett picks it up. Hand passes it away to Windsor. He shares it back with him. Cozzy Pickett has it again. Hand passes it as he's being tackled, and he's incorrectly disposed of the footy. Through it. And it's a free kick going the way of the Eagles. Murdoch with it. Centre half back for West Coast. A little unsure of where to go with it, and then darts the kick right into the centre of Docklands to Harley Reid, who marks, plays on quickly and puts the footy, looking for Hoff, who would have to run onto it, but Lever sat back, easily read that one and intercepts for the D's.
Harley Reid was smarter than the West Coast forwards. He wanted one to lead back to the goal square, and that's where he could have lobbed it, but they all of them led forward, and it's just a case of your midfield just being a smarter footballer than your forwards.
He was never going to be able to hit a couple of those leads. Lever comes out of defence for the Demons, pumps his kick to the wing. Langford and Gawn are in on the tackle, and a ball up at left half forward for West Coast. Had a bright start to this game, the Eagles. Late change for Melbourne. If you're just joining us, Andy Manise Wakefield is into the team. His first game since late 2024. No Daniel Turner after he had the assignment on Charlie Curnow last week. Langford spins his way along the boundary line off the stoppage. Latrell Pickett pops the handball forward, looking for Sharp. Taken away by McCarthy for the Eagles. Infield kick is a dodgy one. Langdon away to Chandler. Chandler spots up Fritsch inside the 50. Puts it into his path expertly. And Fritsch will have a 45-metre set shot to put the Demons ahead.
And that's perfect positioning by Melbourne. You see they're holding width in their structure from that, I suppose, ball up. You got the winger, the high half forward, holding that fat side, and it allows you to just split. Like, as soon as it comes through the corridor, you're in great positions to receive the ball. So that doesn't happen very often. So it's good to see, speaking from a half forward here, it's good to see them get reward for effort, for structural setup.
Bailey Fritsch got 2 looks at West Coast last year, kicked 4 and 2. His first set shot of the day here is away to the left. He ties us up after 8 minutes, 1-1-7 apiece.
0437 774 774. A couple of texts coming through from Western Australia. Arthur from Australand en route to Adelaide, from Adelaide to Port Augusta. Go Dockers. So at least you're listening to the other side in Perth as the ball gets dumped outside to left half back for West Coast. Harley Reid picks it up, hand passes it away to Hutchinson, who has to get rid of the footy. He chips it down to Harvey Johnson. First AFL game in more than 600 days. Kicks this one inboard. Murdoch takes the mark. Hand passes it to Kelly. Hand passes it to McCarthy. Nearly leaves it behind, but picks it up, spins around, and will put this kick right to the hot spot. It falls at the back. It goes over the top of Shanahan's head. And Jack's there to sit back and intercept for Melbourne. Last line of defence, the D's defender takes the mark. Scores a level here. Early stages of this match at Docklands.
Jaff handballs out of defence. Kicks a big ball to the up toward half back. Bailey Williams came in over the top with a fly. Couldn't take it with him. Handball forward from Heath. Along the boundary from Windsor. Paddles it to his own advantage 3 times. He collects it right half forward. He's got men running toward the goal square. Jefferson stood there. McCarthy knocked it down. Chandler came in. They can't keep it in, the Demons. It'll be a throw in deep forward, right forward pocket.
Jesus, hot early. I mean, it's been explosive the way that both teams are getting outside of their D50. The transition's been really stellar so far.
So the ball will be tossed in deep inside the forward pocket for the D's. Gone, front position, gets a tap out, goes back for a secondary tap, spills to ground. Cully can't grab it. Van Rooyen will have a go at it. He'll kick towards goal. It'll bounce his way there slowly, but it just bounces offline. It's a minor score for the Demons. They go ahead by that 1 point. It's the first time they've led so far this afternoon. About 10 minutes played in the first term.
Clearances are 5-1 in favour of the Eagles at this stage, so they're working well inside.
Andrew McQualter would be pleased with the way they've started around the footy. Nathan Burke alongside Chad Wingard, your experts. Sunday footy on ABC Sport to close out round 9. Richmond and Adelaide, the other game today. You can hear here on ABC Sport. Champion took it in front of the interchange. Handball up to Cole, who handballed infield and then got it back. Tom Cole runs a line through right half forward, floats his handball inside the 50. Off Murdoch. He's got another one over the top to Hutchinson in the left forward pocket. He just left it behind at the critical juncture. And Langdon, as he so often does, swoops in to support for the Demons. Long high kick out of defence. Spills straight down to Johnston. Spears it inside the forward 50, and Hoff can't take the slips catch. He was lunging out at centre half forward. Latrell Pickett bounces away with the football for the Demons. Off to Chandler. He's got Fritsch in space on the city wing.
Takes the mark, Fritsch, and keeps running all the way down that outer wing. Can chip it across to Tholstrup, who pops it inside forward 50. Cozzy Pickett can take the mark, keeps running on, wants to dab it across to Van Rooyen, who marks and stands there, and he'll take the set shot.
Great running there by the Melbourne forwards. That ball got switched out to the far side. Everyone over here in front of us took off forward. Unfortunately, it was 4 Melbourne forwards against 2 West Coast defenders. Their West Coast defenders and midfield have got to work far harder than that. You cannot let your player beat you back inside 50 by 20 metres.
Van Rooyen with the snap from 10 metres out, pops it through. What's the second on the board for Melbourne? And they move ahead by 7 points. It's Melbourne 2-2-14, West Coast 1-1-7. 11 minutes played in this opening term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
It was just far too slow transition there, wasn't it, Chad, from the West Coast defenders?
Yeah.
As we said, Melbourne had 4 counted snapshot, 4 Melbourne forwards had run back inside 50. And 2 West Coast defenders.
Well, they're creating waves. So Melbourne are getting back heavily, and West Coast Eagle are just not having enough options. As you mentioned before, the midfielder's got making a kick that has to go across their body to try and find a mark inside their forward 50. So the body of work that Melbourne players are doing to get back and then relaunch, it's like they're running in waves to get it through. So like I said, with transition and the time from D50 to forward 50, it's been huge for Melbourne at the moment.
Max Heath's had it more times than anyone of any Demons so far. He's down on the bench at the moment. Max Gawn's into the ruck. And a free kick is going the way of the Demons and their captain. Hands it off to Windsor. Windsor kicks inside the forward 50. Jefferson from the back. Got a hand to it. Couldn't take the mark. Baker close confines with the boundary line. Tried to keep it in. And it was shoved over. Paddy Cross couldn't keep it alive for the Demons. It'll be tossed back in at left half forward.
I think that was a free kick for crossing the line in the ruck. but the umpire threw it about a metre over Max Gawn's side. So the West Coast ruck had no option than to run across the line.
We're going to have a little conference here about whether that was last touch or just the regulation boundary throw-in. Nick Janovskis, Jordan Pearson, Matt Nichols, Joel Clamp, our umpires this afternoon. As we said, Jordan Pearson on debut, and after all of that, we will get a boundary throw-in, which is what was called for in the first place. 55 metres out, left half forward, D's into attack. They lead by a goal.
It's tossed in, it's stuffed tight up, standing next to Max Gawn. Gawn rises over the top, puts a little tap inside forward 50, picked up by Sparrow, who's taken to the turf. Plenty of West Coast jumpers around the footy. McCarthy picks it up, his tackle can just get a hand pass away. The ball spilling between players' hands until Sparrow goes after it, gets a little soccer away towards Gawn. He's mobbed by two, brought to the turf, free kick West Coast. That'll finally break things up. Yo gets the free kick. Gawn might have just held on to him for a little second. And we've got a blood rule.
Oh, blood rule for Harry Edwards, who's in the helmet already.
He's bleeding from the very top of his head all the way down his face.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Ooh. So he'll be helped by trainers.
Hopefully there's nothing more toward that than just the cut loss, because, of course, he's had the history of concussions, a couple already this season. So no doubt he'll be pretty rattled after that.
Blood spilling down his jumper. His trainer's taking his helmet off now and giving him the towel.
Oh, friendly fire, I think. I think it was Yo's elbow as he tried to tackle Max Gawn.
Harry Edwards will be helped off here out of Swan Districts.
Tough spot to stitch that too. I'll show you later, Liz. I've got a big scar right down the middle of my forehead from exactly the same spot.
Just a bit of the taping all the way around the head then? Is that
Well, you can't, because it's between the eyes. Unless you tape around your eyes and cut two little slits in the tape, it's very hard to tape.
That's a lot of blood as well. He's got it all over his arms.
It's Vaseline, everything, just to try and stop the bleeding. You're just right in the middle, you're right.
Yeah.
Right where the monobrow would be.
Sort of like...
right in between the eyebrows.
Style.
Very hard to tape, very hard to stitch.
Joel Selwood used to always get opened up. Every second game,
Yes.
Joel Selwood would be bleeding from the eyebrows.
We'll go down to Lex Pesher on the boundaries. Harry Edwards walks past you.
There's blood literally dripping off his nose. He's gone straight down to the room, so he'll need some serious stitches and probably new shorts as well.
Yep, hopefully he brought a spare kick with him as Elliot Yo finally takes his free kick and just kicks it long down the line. Intercept mark. Harry Petty sitting back there for Melbourne. Stops it from going any further than the halfway mark of Docklands, although he then retreats and kicks it backwards towards Langdon. Kicks it across to Jack. Now they're in defensive 50 as they try and switch it across the broadcast side of the ground. Little chip comes towards Howes, marks, and then he'll run down towards the AFL logo, and Data kicks to the top of the 50 looking for Van Rooyen. Can't mark, but will bring it down to ground. Sparrow goes in after it, so does Chandler. He can pick it up for the D's. Gets a little hand pass out back to Windsor. Centre half forward for the Demons. Beautiful kick inside 50. Will be a mark to Cross and a mark to Melbourne.
There's that width again you were talking about, Chad. So the fat side players on the far side of the ground are just standing out there all by themselves. Eagles are clogging the corridor, clogging in front of Van Rooyen and where Max Gawn are, thinking they're going to be the targets. But again, Melbourne, good choice, went to those players standing all by themselves.
Paddy Cross's chance now to have a set shot at goal. First opportunity after Stephen May retired just on the season's eve. He kicks from 52 metres out, puts it towards the goal. It's low, it's through. Jinby on the line, tries to stick a fingertip up and just touch it, but it just sailed over the top of his head. And Melbourne have got 3 on the trot now. They lead by 13 points. 3-2-20 the D's. The Eagles 1-1-7. 16 minutes played in the opening term on ABC Sport.
And Melbourne, yes, they're being aggressive with their ball movement. They're kicking very central to a short, shallow inside 50. But the layers that they have, and by layers, I mean they've got 1, 2, think of a Wi-Fi emblem symbol. Like it's you have a layer after layer after layer. West Coast Eagles were holding hands. They had about 4 or 5 players in the same area. And like you said, it becomes discipline. So Melbourne are far more disciplined with their structures and their setups at the moment. And obviously West Coast Eagles are a little bit following the ball, hunting, but they just don't have the structure defensively in place for them to be in a good position to defend.
Chad Wingard painting mental pictures for us all here on ABC Sport. Beautifully explained, Chad. He's gone from the restart. Handball out toward Dersma. Had it taken away from him. Kelly scoops it up. Dersma has another player at Steele, and Sparrow in on the tackle. It's dragged down underneath them. Right on the outer edge of the centre square on that city side of the ground. Now Max Gawn lays a tackle on Elliot Yo. And we'll have a stoppage just forward of halfway. for the West Coast Eagles, who kicked the first goal in the game. Melbourne's kicked the next 3. 18 minutes in, it's the Demons by 13 points. Up and down the mineshaft we go inside the centre square. Lindsay dragged down by Chandler. And we will have a ball up. Now Melbourne ever so slightly into attack. Goal kickers for the D's, Van Rooyen, Langford, and Paddy Cross. Andy Moniz Wakefield, the late in to this Melbourne team. No Daniel Turner out there, who is out with illness. It was the late change for Stephen King's team. It still rumbles around just on the edge of the centre square. And again, the umpires are going to have to intervene.
So it'll be a ball up just on the edge of the centre square, as you said, Joel. Melbourne taking an early lead against the Eagles. But a rare home game at Docklands. The ball is tossed up. Sparrow comes in, goes in hard, gets knocked by Cozzy Pickett, goes to turf. Ball will spill out. It's Sparrow in the end who can dig it out and hand pass it away. Chandler has a go at it. He can't pick it up. Baker's in there. But West Coast goes for a run, gets taken to the turf. It'll be a free kick to the D's. There's a good tackle there. It might have been a little low. I thought it might have been a little low for a second. As Cross tackled Baker, didn't give him the footy straight away, and that's a 50-metre penalty, which will march him to within goaling distance.
Bit stiff, Berkey. What do you reckon?
For the 50?
Yeah. He dragged him. He pulled him up a little bit.
Yeah, he's giving him a bit of a rag doll as he's getting up. So I'd hang on to the ball too.
So Paddy Cross will take the kick from about the same angle where he just kicked his most recent goal, the most recent of the game as well, but a little closer in now. And he kicked a goal in his career coming into today. And he's already got one as he lines up for his second. He puts that one through the middle. And he's got multiple goals in the game, Paddy Cross. And Melbourne just advanced their lead out by another 6 points. 19 points is their lead. 4-2-26. The Eagles 1-1-7. 19 minutes played in the opening term.
And Melbourne are just putting the heat on. I mean, they're winning their tackle count by 2, and they're controlling the ball when they've got the ball in possession. They've got 17 marks to 5 from West Coast. So the ability for them to, again, set up their structure defensively, intercept, and then finding the mark and picking through them, and then going long where they need to. But West Coast Eagles just haven't had that ability to have any space, and Melbourne have just taken that away from them. And a little bit of a setup. Yep, they're owning the outside. If you take a snapshot of every situation that we've had so far, Melbourne own the outside. So yes, maybe West Coast are heavily invested in the inside, but they're owning the outside, and then once they get out, they can't stop them.
Marks are 17-5 in favour of the Demons.
14-5 uncontested as well, as Steele gets a contested possession and just rams it inside the forward 50 onto the chest of Van Rooyen. With no Edwards out there at the moment, these Melbourne forwards are going to fast become a problem. Van Rooyen's already got one. He will kick from right on the 50.
That's a training drill. You love doing that, getting hit on the chest on the move at a centre bounce, running forward, a big full forward leading out, you hit him right on the chest. So you dream of those. They don't happen very often.
6 in their first game of the season, mixed returns since. 13 goals, 8 on the campaign so far. Van Rooyen lets it go and loves it. 5 in a row for Melbourne. This high-octane Demons team are up and running early under the roof. 5-2-32. The Eagles 1-1-7. 21 and a half minutes played in this opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport before Berkey and Chad. Let's go boundary side to Lex.
I don't think we'll be seeing Harry Edwards for some time. The doctors seem to be reviewing the incident over and over, and I mean, there's a lot of blood there. But if he goes down, what does the structure look like, Berkey and Chad?
It's not great to start with. It's probably going to get a bit worse. In the good old days, I'd have an extra 2 players down there at this point. I don't know. We could probably debate at quarter time. Is 6-6-6 helping this game, or is it better for West Coast to have 2 players behind the footy?
So the D's are already 25 points up. They'll get a free kick in the centre of the ground here. Champion will take it. Inside the centre square. They kicked the first goal of the game, West Coast, and then it's been Melbourne from that point on. Champion takes the game on. Can hand pass it away to Duggan, who skies a footy inside, forward 50 for the Eagles. Lever was at front position, did enough to tap it down to Petty, who moves it on to Cross. His hand pass, though, a turnover. Hoffy's able to pick it up, hand passes it to Yo. A little fumbly, can get a hand pass away. And then Howes tries to pick it up for Melbourne. He loses the footy. In the end, it's taken by Johnson. He's tackled to the turf. The ball still spills out the back. Moniz Wakefield is there for Melbourne. He hand passes it away, then has to chase his own ball. It's outside defensive 50 for the D's. Moniz Wakefield still going after it. But there's been a free kick in that whole contest, and Sharp's able to take it for the Demons.
They are in space again. Sharp's got Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen on the diagonal, and Ginbey pinches it away from Windsor. He gets something moving in the right direction for the Eagles. Handball to Marrick. Marrick to Cole. Cole's got a little bit of support out wide in the form of Hoff, who tees it up inside the 50. Lever absolutely punches the daylight out of that football. And the Demons will take possession once more. Sparrow, a little one around the body. Tolstrup's kick up the wing. Turned it over. Taken by McCarthy, who's between the wing and half forward for West Coast. Kicked the opening goal of the game. Haven't kicked one since. Melbourne with 5 in the intervening period. McCarthy now sits it on the forward's head. They were like 10 pins, and there was a push in there. And Bailey Williams is going to be the beneficiary of it for the Eagles. He'll have a 45-metre shot.
I think that was just 3 players tripping over each other, and Bailey Williams was the meat in the sandwich, one in the middle, ends up with a free kick. Trivia time, Loz. Bailey Williams' dad was on 2 AFL lists. What were they?
Get the thinking music ready. Bailey Williams has got a big job this afternoon in the ruck against these couple of Demons. And he pushes his set shot there across the face. Through for a minor score. 1-2-8 the Eagles, 5-2-32 the D's. It's a 24-point ball game.
St Kilda too obvious to go with you?
I'll give you one.
All right, there we go, 1.
Didn't play a game, but was on 2 AFL lists.
Geelong.
No.
Bowie takes the kick from defensive 50 across to Laurie. Hand passes it to Windsor, and
By
again...
the way, I don't think Chad and I can offer you much help here, Ross.
The Demons are taking the bounce through the centre of Docklands. Kick comes inside 50 for the Demons. Gauns there tries to share it with Steele. Hand passes it away. It bounces over the boundary line. That's a throw-in.
Oh, Alexia, what was that little...
Carlton?
Yeah.
Carlton, correct. Well done.
I think Alexia might
Do you have your phone on you?
Yeah. What does that say? Hey, Alexa? Isn't that a...
I'm not a home improvement, but I did improve the quiz.
The ball gets tossed in. It'll be Dersma taking it, and he's tackled by the D's players. They'll force a stoppage just inside their forward 50. A chance for a late one for the Demons here. Tapped away, Windsor picks it up, hand passes it across to Sparrow. Little hand pass to Laurie. He just chips a kick to absolutely no one in particular. And it's Duggan that chops it off for the Eagles.
Sends them back the other way. Ginbey, he got caught by Van Rooyen. Handball back to Marrick. He cuts his kick on the diagonal to Champion. D's by 24. Champion's kick into the centre made Reid earn it. And earn it he did. Harley takes the mark just behind the centre circles. Kicked the opening goal of the game for West Coast. Not the required distance to Duggan. And then Ginbey got picked off by Bailey Fritsch. Did not hear the footsteps. And Melbourne will take it back the other way in quick time. Laurie to Steele. Steele down low to Tolstrup. Tolstrup just whacks it inside the 50. Tyler Young's got the mismatch against Gawn. Gawn outpointed him, took the footy, snapped it and missed. 5-3 the D's, 1-2 the Eagles, 26 and a half gone. First quarter of Sunday footy on ABC Sport here on Mother's Day.
First behind after 4 straight goals. Melbourne, Bailey Williams, Berkey, Pines Football Club.
That's my old club.
It's Nathan Burke Club. There you go. Now the links are all coming
His old
together.
man was one of my best mates growing up. That's why.
Do we get that as a
one?
third football club, Pines?
Yes.
There we go. We're winning the trivia. As the kick comes out, Bowie will steal it back though for the D's. Hand pass towards Sharp. Centre half forward for the Demons. Champion comes in, picks it up for the Eagles. Hand pass to Kelly. Hand pass across to Marrick. Outer side of Docklands will take a bounce as he runs across the logo. Will put this kick inside forward 50. He was looking for Waterman, who had back position really against Petty. He was well ahead of him.
I'd like the West Coast forwards to understand that if you lead towards a player, it's an easier kick. They're just getting them wrong at the moment. They're going backwards when they should go forwards and forwards when they should go backwards.
And if the kick's not hitting it either, it's all sorts of trouble as Petty takes it in the back line, just chips it out towards His partner in defence in Lever runs out of defensive 50, chips it out towards Sparrow, very close to the boundary marks, in front of the interchange gates, and he'll hold on to it there. Melbourne ahead by 25 points, 27 minutes played. First term Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Three of their premiership players combining. Petty, Lever, Sparrow, back to Lever, right on halfway. Willem Dersma stands the mark. Last time he was here, he spent the first half tagging Nazai Wangadeen-Millerer. Today it's his draft mate, Cooper Duff-Deitler, who's got the big job in the ruck as part of that on Max Gawn. Langdon's exiting kick. Marek got a hand in there, and look, the Demons support. Cross swoops in. He picks the footy up. Run through the Logo City side. Sends it inside the 50. Gawn came from a few deep. Couldn't take the mark. Terrific tackle from Moniz Wakefield. Wraps up Tyler Young. And a ball up inside forward 50 for the D's. Up by 25 points. 28 gone opening term on Sunday footy.
All tossed up. There is Bailey Williams and Gawn. Tussling in the ruck. Gets tucked out. Across to Cozzy Pickett. In the pocket. Will have a shot at goal. It's out of bounds on the full. Worth a shot, but no score there for the Demons. They stay ahead by 25 points.
Already the D's have had 25 more possessions than the Eagles.
Cole chips it across to Shanahan. Moves it on in the left back pocket. Kick out comes from Johnson. Chips it towards Ginby. Waits at left half back for the Eagles, and he'll be advanced 50 metres. I think someone's run through the protected zone there.
Harvey Langford might have been that person.
So Ginby will go for a jog all the way to half forward now, and then he'll keep running. He wants to go quickly. He'll kick to a 2-on-1, not in favour of the Eagles and Waterman, his teammate. And in the end, it'll bounce out of bounds for a throw-in, though. Deep inside forward 50 for the Eagles, which might be a win for them late in this first term. They're trailing Melbourne by 25 points.
18 inside 50s to 11 in favour of the D's. Clearance game even in this opening term. Eagles with the fast start. It's been all the D's since then. Bailey J. Williams takes it out of the ruck. And it's going to be a free kick going to Petty. No, in fact, Heath will take it from the last line for Melbourne. The former Saints crossed in the off-season. The dearth of rucks that St Kilda have got at the moment. Goes short to Petty. Good to see Harry Petty back. Come back into the team last week after that scary moment at the MCG a few weeks ago. He kicks up the line. Gawn in the pack. Shanahan almost took it. Chandler was there at their feet. Scooting past. Couldn't take it with him. Davis for the Eagles. Picks it up. Handball to Dersma. Handball to Champion, who didn't have a left foot. And on the outside of his right boot, he kicks it out of bounds on the full. So the D's will get another look at this out of defence. It'll be Ed Langdon to bring it back in. 33 plays 8. Tipped over half an hour gone in this opening term. Joel Peterson, Lauren Borden, Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke and Lex Pesher with you. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport.
Down to Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Hello. Harry Edwards, the club has confirmed, is having a SCAP test, so he'll be gone for at least another couple of minutes.
Thanks, Lex. We'll check in with you after quarter time to see if he's back on the ground, but off at the moment after a bit of friendly fire from Elliot Yeo as Melbourne worked the footy well down this broadcast wing. It's now with Steele. Hand pass across to Chandler. Right half forward. Darts this kick inboard. He's looking for Sharp. Just goes over the top of his head. Barrack's there to collect for the Eagles. Hand pass to Baker. He flicks it backwards towards Duggan. He's hemmed in right in the back goal square. He has to kick out quickly. Gawn does well against Young and will mark for the Demons. There's still a chance for them to score late. He chips the kick inside forward 50. He was looking for Fritsch. But it'll be an intercepting mark, and it's Lindsay who takes it for the Eagles, and it'll just slow things down for the away side late in this first quarter.
My comment to Young would be to want the ball. He was the target then coming outside 50, but just was not interested in actually making a lead or wanting to go at the footy.
There is the siren to mark quarter time here at Docklands, round 9, Melbourne and West Coast. It was the Eagles who kicked the first goal of the game via Harley Reid. The 2-minute mark, they started in a flurry, but then it was Melbourne who kicked the next 5 goals consecutively to give them a 25-point lead at quarter time. The Demons are 5-3-33. The Eagles are 1-2-8. Goal kickers so far in the match. Paddy Cross has a couple, Jacob Van Rooyen with 2 and Harvey Langford with a single for Melbourne. While for the Eagles, it is Harley Reid, their sole goal kicker in that opening term. We'll get to your texts in just a moment. 0437 774 774. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Why aren't journalists allowed to tell you everything they see in court cases, and are those with means gaming suppression orders? We asked the self-described queen of banning things, retired Supreme Court Judge Betty King. Search the Case Of podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Oh, Waterman got clipped there by Pickett and felled, and he's going to get a free kick. Ozzie Pickett came past and collected Jake Waterman high here.
Keep it, Max.
Drops it onto his right boot, to the pocket, looking for Kelly once more, and Langford's pinch it off him. 10 goals, 1 on the season as well, Chad. He is a sharp shooter.
Back to Windsor, centre-half forward for the Demons. Beautiful kick inside 50. Will be a mark to Cross and a mark to Melbourne. Paddy Cross's chance now to have a set shot at goal. 52 metres out, puts it towards the goal. It's low, it's through. And Melbourne have got 3 on the trot now.
I don't think we'll be seeing Harry Edwards for some time. The doctors seem to be reviewing the incident over and over. And, I mean, there's a lot of blood there.
Steele gets a contested possession and just rams it inside the forward 50 onto the chest of Van Rooyen. With no Edwards out there at the moment, these Melbourne forwards are going to fast become a problem. Van Rooyen lets it go and loves it. 5 in a row for Melbourne.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
As you heard there, 5 in a row for the Demons has helped them to a 25-point lead against West Coast at quarter time of this match under the roof at Docklands. 5-3-33 to West Coast 1-8. Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson calling the action. Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, your experts. Lex Pesha is down on the boundary for us today. A few texts coming through. Jan from Euroa is listening as always. Proud of North yesterday and their efforts. G'day crew, happy Mother's Day from Paul and Az as we drive up the Brand Highway on our way to Nalu, hoping the Eagles get a win today. And I like this one. I thought it was a typo at first, Joel. Jack here from Tarneet. Happy Smothers Day to all the wonderful mothers in our lives. I'm tipping Cade Chandler to lead Smothers today against the Eagles and the Pickets to combine for 7 score involvements. You wrote a lovely article on the AFL website about Cade Chandler this week, Joel. He's from a country town, 600 metres west of Adelaide, learnt how to drive when he was 4.
600 kilometres.
What did I say, 600
metres? That's not particularly far.
Rundle Mall.
Yes, yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, from Charra, so closer to WA than to Adelaide, so right out past Sejuna. And it's a great story. You mentioned he grew up on the farm, had his little boy Albie out here as they ran up, and he gave his partner Amy some flowers. Albie's their first Mother's Day, and Albie coming into today was undefeated, 3-0. He'd been to their games against Gold Coast, Brisbane and Carlton. They won all 3 at the MCG, so Cade was hoping that young Albie would be the good luck charm again today, and it's working thus far.
It does seem to be working. Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard. Melbourne looking the goods at the moment, 25 points ahead at quarter time.
Yeah, Melbourne are looking the goods, and to be expected. They're a side that's very exciting to watch. I think their ball movement. I think there's 2 things that are going in Melbourne's favour, and it has consistent throughout their wins this year is their tackles, their intensity, and just their run. So you think about how quickly they get from inside the contest to outside. I mean, the mark count is 32-15, so they're winning that by 17. And where it's most potent is off turnover. So you think about Petty. I think he's been amazing with his positioning. He's intercepting a lot of those marks and then setting themselves up. So they mark it down one side. We used to call it in one way, out the other. So if it comes in, I suppose, to the left pocket, automatically Melbourne know that it's going out the other way to get the speed on the ball. So they've really been consistent with that through this year. And probably the other thing is their tackles inside forward 50. 5 tackles inside forward 50 in a quarter is amazing. Most teams get around 10 to 12 for a whole game. So that's a really impressive stat early on. And you can just see it from the box. Like, they're just all in, putting the heat on. They're structurally sound. They're a good outfit to watch at the moment, Berkey.
They are indeed. And look, West Coast have had their opportunities. They've had some free ball coming through the middle, but there's just a complete and utter disconnect between their forwards and their midfielders kicking the ball inside forward 50. As we mentioned, they're going backwards and they should come forwards and they should go backwards. They're too far away. Not helped by some of the kicks going inside 50 have just been long bombs or into the pocket where it's virtually impossible to get a front and centre crumb and hold the ball in. When they do kick it inside 50, it's been fairly high up, and Melbourne being able to get that slingshot off that half-back line. So if I'm Minnie McWalter, I'm trying to fix that up somehow. I'm getting Waterman to actually just be a little bit more mobile and getting the smaller players to stay closer to home so they can actually keep the ball inside 50 a little bit more. It might leave the midfield a little bit exposed, but I'm going to back Reid and Yo and these guys in the middle. They're experienced enough now to match this Melbourne midfield. So forwards, stay at home, keep the ball inside 50, a few more pressure acts inside there. At the moment, Melbourne have taken 6 marks inside 50 to none for West Coast Eagles. So they need to get at least 3 or 4 this quarter, because if Melbourne take another 6, this score will be very ugly at half-time.
It's already pushed out pretty quickly to 25 points at quarter time. The last time they met was right here in round 22 last year, and they led at every change, the Demons, before winning by 83 points at the end of the match, up by 25 as we start the second term on Mother's Day. The third tier here, all closed at Docklands as Bailey Williams gets the tap out, trying to put it ahead of Harley Reid, who's chasing out, gets enough of it to paddle it away to Yo, who can kick a high ball inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Petty front position, went for the chest mark, couldn't hold on to it. Spills to ground right next to the boundary line. Marriott can pick it up for the Eagles. Hand passes it away to Sparrow. He just kicks away, but Yo will pick this one off easily, has to play on, puts it to the pocket for the Eagles. Ball spills off hands in the back of, and in the pocket. Howes can pick it up. Hand pass to Cozzy Pickett, little fumbly, goes over the boundary line, and it'll result in a forward 50 throw-in for the Eagles. Early stages of this second term, down by 25 points. No change to the quarter-time score.
Max Gawn had 3 votes in both of their games last year between these two teams. 7 disposals and a behind in the opening quarter of this one. He'll do the ruck work here against Bailey Williams. Works his way to the front, slaps it down. Murdoch almost got on the end of it for the Eagles. Hutchinson did. He was grabbed by a couple. Howes and Jaff there on the tackle at the top of the defensive goal square. 5 goals to 1 in that opening term. Demons by 25 points. Gawn slaps it out. Windsor cruising through. Langford's handball knocked down. Howes got dispossessed. Murdoch picks it up. His kick smothered. That might be one for our friend from Tarn Eatlos, who was counting those throughout the course of the day on the text line. Langford, handball to Cozzy Pickett. Runs the defensive goal line and then blasted out of there to half-back. Eagles have the numbers and the representation around the footy. Chandler makes it work, though, almost for Melbourne. He just had a hold of Liam Baker's arm then when he didn't have the footy. I'm not sure you can do that. He just pulled one of his arms off the ball, didn't let him take possession, and we'll have a ball up at centre-half-back for Melbourne.
We can see that from 150 metres away. Surely the guy standing 20 away can.
Sparrow picks it out from the ball up, just puts it into some space. There's a little bit of pushing and shoving and tussling from players as they left it out the back, and eventually they dive on top of the footy and we'll have another ball up. So Paddy Cross getting up from the bottom of that pack, kicked 2 goals in that opening term. A ball up on the outer side of the ground, just slightly. It's the Demons' advantage as Windsor runs in, takes the clearance, pops it inside forward 50, looking for Fritsch. Duggan did well to punch it away from him. Van Rooyen's there to collect, though, for the Demons. Hand passes across to Fritsch, who dodges around Lindsay. Hand pass to Sharp. He hand passes it away to Langford. It'll snap towards goal and it'll clatter into the left goal post for just a minor score for the Demons. The first score of this second term are behind. Melbourne 5-4-34, leading West Coast 1-8. 2.5 minutes played in this second term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
There's a little bit of difference. It was in West Coast Eagles forward line for a good couple of minutes. Couldn't get any shot on goal. Goes into Melbourne's once and straight away a shot that hits the post.
Ruthless in transition. Long kick out of defence. Latrell Pickett on the end of it. Handball inside the forward 50 looking for Fritsch. Eagles have the support there defensively. Young and Kelly combined with the 1-2. Kelly's exiting kick. Tolstrup backing back. Got the arm dragged down by Duff Tytler, who'll get a free kick. And the West Australian in Demons colours has got it just in front of the wing. Pokes it out wide to Langdon. City side of the ground here at Docklands. Demons 5-3 on the season. West Coast 2-6. The Eagles have lost their past 5. Melbourne, of course, going down to Sydney last week, but they've been the good news story of this season. Their reinvigoration under Stephen King. Petty pops it on over the top now. This on the Dock side of the ground. The broadcast side to Jaff. Jaff carves the kick inside the 50 and Langford charges up from the pocket. He marks right on the red paint of the arc. Jaff just floats on by. He also marks right on the 50. about 15 metres closer to the boundary line. CJ's going back like he means business. Just the 5 goals, 11 in his 82-game career. 5 games as a Demon. His first year in the red and blue. It'll be a 50-plus metre kick for Jaff, who arcs out to the right, gets some momentum and shanks it horribly. He has missed the entire set. It wasn't particularly close. No change to the score. D's by 26 early in the second term.
Harry Edwards still off for West Coast after getting a knock from Elliot Yeo. We'll get an update from Lex Pesce when she has one about whether he can return to the field. After a lot of concussion issues, the kick will come down to centre wing. Petty will intercept the footy and put Melbourne back inside forward 50. It'll be coming back his way, though, with Young stepping in to clunk the mark for the Eagles. He'll chip it out to right half-back. Mark will be taken by Cole. He kicks down the wing. And it's Murdoch who has the footy, just dodges around in a little cone around 3 Melbourne defenders and puts it out towards Cole, who has the ball, hand passes it across to Harley Reid. He takes a bounce as he's running all the way inside forward 50, a flat kick to the top of the goal square. No mark can be taken. It might be able to be socked through by Duff Tytler. Lever gets a fingertip on it, and it's just a behind for the West Coast Eagles. Melbourne ahead by 25 points. 5 minutes played in the second term, down to Lex Pesce on the boundary.
Just a few moments ago, one of the Eagles officials went over and seemed to say the word he's done with Harry Edwards. I would assume that's with concussion. If that is the case, that's the second this year. He spent 6 weeks out with concussion before this game and has a pretty bad history with them.
Yeah, he had a couple in quick time. Of course, the most recent one against North Melbourne that Lex is referencing there. So you can only hope the best for Harry Edwards, who had the headgear on as well. We might have a further update in a moment as the D's try and work it outside the defensive 50. It is going to be a free kick here to Melbourne, so that gives us a chance to go down to Lex.
As I said that, I just confirmed Harry Edwards will take no further part in this game.
Yeah, such a shame. It is such a shame for young Harry Edwards, who makes... Andrew McQualter said he'd been missed dearly while they didn't have him. 25-year-old. He's got a lot in ahead of him in terms of footy and life, and you just hope when those kind of things happen repeatedly that there isn't anything too sinister still to come. So the footy world's thoughts will be with Harry Edwards after seeing that today. Gawn takes it out of the ruck at the stoppage. McCarthy on hands and knees for West Coast. Lindsay got dragged off it, picked up by Chandler. It's going to be, in fact, it was Chandler laying the tackle and laying it while Lindsay didn't have the footy. So a free kick for Josh Lindsay right on halfway for the Eagles.
Geez, that was lucky. That was a goal against. They were out. The trail was better to take about 4 bounces and have a shot on goal.
Spiralling kick forward. Murdoch drops the mark but can gather and hand pass it across to Yeo. Right forward pocket, kicks across the face of the goals. And it's all Melbourne players surrounding it. Jake Lever marks. And he does what we see so often. He makes sure to point to the man on the mark who overstepped it by a millimetre. And he'll be marched 50 metres forward.
Elliot Yeo's got to be better than that. You're running inside 50. That was a nothing kick. You've either got to commit to having a shot or pass it to somebody. You just cannot kick it straight to the opposition.
Jake Lever kicks to a packet half forward for the D's. It's Jimby that collects, works in a 1-2 and gets the hand pass back to him. Kicks down the wing. Umpire's found a free kick.
One thing I'm loving about Melbourne is that they're giving West Coast no time and space. As soon as they get a handball receive or pick up the footy, they're on them so quick.
The ball will be coming back to Jinby here. And back to left half back for West Coast. Scored at the 2-minute mark of the first term. And it's been their only goal off the boot of Harley Reid. Ruben Jinby stands the half back with the footy. And then we'll dart the kick down the line, hoping for a mark from Harley Reid. It was at the back of the pack. It ricocheted back to him. Can get a hand pass away. Baker's there, picks it up and puts it on his boot. A high ball inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Bashed away. It'll be still kept in Eagles' possession as Davis goes running in after it. Couldn't pick it up. Pickett was in there. He couldn't get it. In the end, Murdoch's there. Snaps towards goal. It's off. And just a point for the Eagles again. Another behind for them. 1-4-10. Playing Melbourne 5-4-34, 8 minutes gone in this second term.
Well, they're winning this quarter, Chad. I'm getting better, or more inside 50s. I wouldn't say better inside 50s, but more inside 50s. And the Demons haven't scored yet. So good change of things by the Eagles.
It's the little things at the moment for this West Coast team. Lex told us Harry Edwards ruled out, so Down a player on the bench. One of their big key defenders. Oh, the rise from Bailey Fritsch on the outer side. He couldn't pull it in. He got a really good sit on Duggan. And he just couldn't drag into mark on that boundary line on the city side. It'll be tossed back in.
Jeez, he got up early as well, Berkey. He got the hands up.
He was there for a while.
Ride. Yeah. Lucky he touched. That was a bit of a free kick.
Good hands to analyse high flying with Chad Wingard. Look at Latrell Pickett just sprint through the pack. Hands it off. Sharp to full forward. Fritsch flies again. Bashed away from him by Davis. The Eagles defence can steady. Young pokes it outside the defensive 50. Shanahan leads the race of the 35s. It went through his hands. Petty right there with him. It'll be tossed back in. Between the wing and half forward, Melbourne into attack. They are doing most of the attacking in this game. They've got the last 5 goals of the ball game, albeit none in this term. We're 10 minutes in. It's the D's by 24 points.
And that's the difference there. I mean, the tightrope that the Petty has got on his defender is about a metre. If that was Melbourne down the other end, they're finding guys left, right and centre on the exit kicks.
Gawn picks it out from the throw-in. Jimby's got front position, can pick it up. He's tackled. Gets rid of the footy. It's cleared away by Duggan. Puts it into some space. Harley Reid chasing after it. Should be able to meet the footy. Gathers it cleanly. Shrugs off Betty. And he's brought over the boundary line. And it will be a throw-in.
That's why Shanahan needs to get a bit angrier. So what he did, he just led and let Paddy just follow him to the lead. Turn around before he lead and shove him in the chest. Stick an arm out. Keep him away and then take off. At the moment, he's just relying on pure athleticism.
Both rucks get a hand to it. Bailey Williams goes back for a second one. You could hear the clunk of that as he tapped it away, but it ends up going over the boundary line again. And it'll be a throw-in, this time in front of the Melbourne bench. As the Demons ahead by 24 points. 5-4-34, West Coast 1-4-10. We've got a text coming in from Daniel in Darwin saying it sounds like it's a West Coast home game at the moment. There's probably not that many supporters in attendance at the moment, Daniel.
I think you could probably rightly call this a neutral venue, boss. The way that it's going so far. Dersma kicks to half forward for the Eagles, and a good mark taken by Howes. He comes infield to Bowie inside the defensive 50. Spent first part of the year out with a foot injury. Returned through the VFL last week for Casey. Lever back to Langdon. Now going to that slow play mode again here, Melbourne, as they try to find a way to build this footy up. Joel Peterson, Lauren Borden, Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke and Lex Pesce with you. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Richmond and Adelaide still to come. You can get a call of that via ABC Listen. We'll be sending you there at the conclusion of our broadcast for most of our audience. For our South Australian audience, you'll be heading there a little bit earlier to hear the full match with the Crows in action this afternoon. Contest on the City wing. There's no mark among it. Laurie lays the tackle. And we will have a ball up. Melbourne 5-4-34. Eagles 1-4-10. 12 gone second term.
Ball up out of wing. It'll be cleared away and put inside forward 50 by Rivers, who puts it towards Fritsch and Van Rooyen were both there, but it'll be a West Coast free kick.
We've got to stop that player running on the outside of a stoppage along the wing. Max Gawn is just banging it over the top to the outside. And the last 3 times they've had one of those, Melbourne have been on the end of them, kicking the ball inside 50.
Jinby to Lindsay, across to Young, who just dumps this kick outside of defence.
It's a silly
It'll be an easy free go on the way of Tholstrup.
It's a free kick in the way the rules are, but it shouldn't be.
So Champion just came in a little late on Tholstrup. Chips it out towards Sparrow. So happy to hold on to the footy for the Demons here. We haven't had a goal in this second term just yet. Melbourne kicked 5 in the first. The Eagles had 1. As Langdon puts the kick inside forward 50. Steele on the lead, clunks the mark.
Oh, his very, very best kick might get there from here.
It's a shallow entry. He marked it probably 47 metres out from goal.
Yeah, it's important for West Coast not to switch off here because, again, it's pretty easy as a forward to just play dumb here and then a late lead. He's looking around, you can just see.
Jack Steele stands on his line at his 3rd club now after joining the Demons. Stutters in and kicks from 51 metres out. It's offline the moment it leaves his boot. There will be a mark on the line. Max Gawn stuck his hands up. Almost went for a hand pass. And now he'll go back.
3 Eagles defenders all look at each other and go, what were you doing? What were you doing?
Oh, no.
Max Gawn, the right-footed snap from the right forward pocket. He misses. Good you believe?
He tried to play. He was going to, I suppose, square it up to someone, and they got cut off, and then he's called play on, and he's had to snap it within half a second, so wasn't ideal for him, and then misses to the shallow side.
One word, Berkey.
Yeah. Hey, he took the mark. Give him a break.
He might be the greatest of all time, but he's still a ruckman.
Know your limits.
Here's Bowie at half-back for Melbourne after the Eagles bring it in and try and transition it back the other way. 1-2 with Tolstrup. Fritsch has got an opportunity here. Beats Young to the footy. Van Rooyen's leading back toward goal. Fritsch puts it in that direction. Van Rooyen reaches over the top of McCarthy. Steal to Max. And Max makes easier work of that one on the goal line. Gone with a goal. The first of the second term comes 14 minutes in. And as the previous 5 before it were, it's a goal to Melbourne that stretches their lead to 31 points. 6-5-41 to 1-4-10. 15 played, second term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport. Berkey and Chad's thoughts in just a moment. Let's head downstairs. Lex Pesher.
Now, this isn't very important, but Harley Reid has changed his boot, so let's hope that gets him run into these Eagles.
And like I said, Melbourne Demons, that's their 10th mark inside forward 50 now. And we did have a bit of a laugh at Gorney, and I thought he was going to fumble that one over the line as well. But geez, he's a superstar. But for me, Melbourne are setting themselves up defensively to relaunch and have multiple inside 50s because they're setting themselves up early. But 10 marks inside forward 50 is far too much to give up if you're West Coast Eagles this early into the game.
Sparrow across to Steele, who's getting tackled, can just get a little hand pass away. Back to Sparrow, who put this kick into the forward arc for the Demons. No mark can be taken. Ball spills to ground. Chandler with it. A long looping hand pass. He puts it into the path of Van Rooyen. He can snap towards goal. And he can snap it through. Curling it through goal for Melbourne. It's his third of the afternoon, Van Rooyen. Only 15 minutes gone in the second term. And this margin is pushed out to 37 points. 7-5-47. The Eagles 1-4-10. A quick goal for them. Now they've got 2 in this second term. And they're up by 37 points.
And this is what you'll find with young, inexperienced teams. So the first 15 minutes of this quarter, they did well. They hung in there. But keeping it going for the whole 28 minutes to 30 minutes of a quarter is just really, really tough. Now, drop off for 5 minutes and Melbourne will go bang, bang, bang. They've just gone bang, bang, so there's a fair chance there's another one coming quickly. But just being able to sustain that pressure for the whole quarter is where these young sides fall down. So let's hope they can regather and get into half-time without too much damage.
Thoughts of Australian Football Hall of Famer Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Bailey Fritsch is still out there. He's bleeding from above one of his eyes. He grabbed the water bottle off the runner at the break there and just sprayed it all over his face to try and clear the claret up. Umpires haven't spotted it, so he's still operating out there at the moment. Bowie, Murdoch, half forward for the Eagles here. Marrick, hand pass clears the congestion. Baker, McCarthy arches the back, slips through a couple of Demons, runs out wide toward the boundary line, kicks inside the arc, shallow entry. Dersma was there. Bowie at ground level. Jaff got tackled by Hutchinson. Housel handball over the top toward Langford. Played tunnel ball with it to Bowie. Off to Moniz Wakefield. Bowie's kick was smothered. Ricochets out of play. And it'll be brought back in. 45 metres out from the Eagles' goal. They trail by 37 points, West Coast. 17 minutes played in this second term.
The Demons will be glad to have son of Boxhead back in the team.
Son of Boxhead. I might need that explained. Oh, Jake Bowie.
Correct.
Kick comes inside forward 50.
One for you, one for Lex. If the score keeps growing out, I will throw in a few more trivia. So
just needed the extra second.
I'm going to get on the board at some point.
You got that one.
All tossed inside forward 50 for the Eagles. It's cleared away by the Demons, though. Gawn's in a 2-on-1. No one wins that contest in the end. It spills out the back, and it's picked up by Cole. He hand passes it backwards, and Yo puts it on his boot, right half forward, looking for Dersma. He's in a contest, and he's not able to win it. It gets punched over the boundary line, and Langford makes sure it goes over there, and it'll be tossed in between wing and half forward for the West Coast Eagles. Tyler from South Perth's texted in. Hi, team. Happy Mother's Day. Does anyone else see the irony in Gawn playing forward 2 weeks in a row, but he couldn't do it when Grundy was in the team?
He's playing against Brodie Grundy, of course, last week. Two of the greats to go about their business in the centre of the ground. The two rucks. Duggan's kick up the wing through the hands of Hutchinson. Can't keep it in.
I don't think trivia questions can just be who Nathan Burke knows. They've just been based on
It's a very specific genre.
who were my MySpace friends in 2010.
Top eight. Rank your top 8. 0437 774 774. Keep the text coming through on this Mother's Day. Free kick going to Melbourne here at half-back in the son of Boxhead Bowie, who takes the footy from left half-back for the Demons.
After a while, it was abbreviated just a head.
You had a bit going on there.
He did have a big head. He was only a short man, but
Tim Watson said you all had heads like boarding house puddings as well.
Yep. That looking straight at Brett Bowie when he said it.
Well, there you go. We were looking for an explanation, and now we've got it. Ball to be tossed back in. It's Melbourne by 37 points. We're nearly into time on here in this second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, here is Bailey Williams. He just takes it out of the ruck, out of the Pines Footy Club. Hand passes back to McCarthy. Puts that on his boot. Looking for Waterman, who crashes into the pack. Falls on top of everyone. Ball spills out the back. And it'll be a ball up. Champion with the footy got tackled by Steele. There'll be a ball up at half forward for the Eagles. Williams comes running in, takes the footy. The umpire's gone down. He gets a little hand pass away. Plenty of players all surrounding the ball. Murdoch goes in after it, goes in hard. Can just get a little hand pass away. Cross had it. He got tackled back in the hands of the Eagles. Dersma with it now. Can put the Eagles inside forward 50. Hoping for a mark. It's not in these colours as CJ holds on to it and marks for Melbourne.
Sorry, it's 3-on-2. So you've got 2 Eagles and you've got 3 Melbourne defenders. They're never going to win that battle, so you've got to keep players home and at least make it 1-on-1 and give your other forwards a chance.
He's operating inside the defensive 50. Cozzy Pickett with his 7th disposal of the game. Petty, Jaff, Bowie at left half-back. He pokes it on to Steele. Jaff comes cruising past. Cozzy Pickett just sprinting his way up the field, measures his pass to left half forward. Beautiful delivery to Fritsch, and Cozzy just cruises past. Can they get it back in his hands? Bailey Fritsch rolls onto his left boot, stabs it inside the 50, looking for Chandler. Duggan with a hand in there. The Eagles can sprint it back the other way. McCarthy, Dersma, and here's Elliot Yeo, who carves that one infield. That was a better decision from Yeo on that occasion than either the one he made before or the one he made post-match last week in that interview. It was a bizarre week for Elliot Yeo, I'd imagine, as the kick up toward Waterman is punched out by Petty, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Right half forward, it'll be tossed back in. Eagles into attack. They've kicked 1 goal in the game. It came in the 2nd minute. We are 21 minutes into the second term.
So even there, that was just a long kick that was never going to make Waterman. There was 2 Melbourne players going to sprawl it over the line. Need to be smarter and maintain possession with 2 or 3 short passes and then get that kick inside 50.
Heath and Williams in the ruck. Heath might have pulled Williams down to the floor. Umpire didn't see it, said play on. Reid went in after it. Langdon wins the footy for the Demons, shoves it on his boot. He's looking for Gawn as the tall target against Jinby. Jimmy just able to outmuscle him a little bit, couldn't hold on to the mark. And it's the Eagles that can go forward now through Duggan, who goes right down the line. Heath was the tallest one in that pack. It spills at the back of it. And Langdon's there again, picks it up and kicks it across to Jack, who marks centre half back for the Demons. A little chip forward and we'll work it in a 1-2 with Moniz Wakefield. Can take it back. Jack wins out, hand passes it to Heath, hand passes it across to Moniz Wakefield. He's still running. He'll hand pass it to Cross, who wants to put it on his boot. Little jittery, but finally puts it away towards Steele. It definitely bounced off the turf, even though Jack Steele wanted to claim it. And they've worked the footy up to half forward, the Demons, where we'll have a ball up. Melbourne ahead by 37 points. West Coast have only kicked 1 goal in this game so far. 22 minutes played in the second.
Lauren Borden, Joel Peterson, Nathan Burke, Chad Wingard, Lex Pesce with you. Windsor at the stoppage. Takes it out of Eagles' hands. Laurie lays the tackle to lock it up just inside the arc for Melbourne.
So it's Elliot Yeo who's gone back into that Eagles defence to cover for Harry Edwards.
He's standing right in front of Matt Jefferson at the moment. Marek spirals it out of the stoppage. High kick up the wing. Jaff got rid of Shanahan, and it's out of play. It'll be tossed back in. 0437 774 774. Kiana, Kaidi and Caden are driving home from Kangaroo Lake, Loz. Happy Mother's Day. Kangaroo Lake, just south of Swan Hill. So sort of between Swan Hill and Kerrang. Beautiful part of the world.
Good place to go camping.
Up toward the Mallee. Yeah, good place to go. I don't know. Wakeboarding or something on the lake up there.
I'll check it out sometime.
I can imagine you being a wakeboarder.
Pickett kicks it to Bailey Laurie. Inside 50 he goes. Jimby, 2 hands to it, pulls it down, can't take it the mark, and allows it in for Gawn, who shoves it on his boot. 1 bounce out of bounds on the opposite side of the 50. With Cross chasing after it. We'll have a throw in inside forward 50 for the Demons.
You ever go water skiing or wakeboarding or anything, Berkey?
Water skiing. Hurt my back.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, there was always going to be a follow-up.
So the ball to be tossed in inside forward 50 for the Demons. Gone, a little tap out. Windsor takes it. He can hand pass it to Sharp. Hand pass towards Fritsch. Goes in back after it after spilling out the ball. Hand pass to Langford. Hand pass to Steele. He flicks it backwards towards Bailey Laurie. Will put it on his boot. It's across base. The West Coast Eagles cheer squad goes up. They like it because it just scrapes the left goalpost for a behind. It does mean Melbourne are out to a 38-point lead though. 7-6-48. The Eagles 1-4-10. 25 minutes played in the second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Here's Joel Peterson.
The Eagles just trying to generate something going in the right direction. That's not going to help. Set up kick toward Tom Cole. Just bashed down by Paddy Cross, and it goes over and out for a boundary throw-in.
So I'm Minnie McGualter here. It's 25-minute mark. Melbourne have kicked 2 goals. Doesn't matter that you haven't kicked any. I'm putting a couple of blokes behind the ball. So at least at half-time, I can say to the guys, hey, guys, they only kicked 2 goals for that whole quarter. That's a great defensive effort. We've got something to hang our hat on.
Ball tossed back in. Gawn wins it down. Davis takes it off the pack. Reed's back out there. Was in the orange boots. Now in a slightly more muted tone. Harley Reid, as Lex told us earlier, high kick up toward half forward for the Eagles. Taken away by Lever. Tolstrup for Melbourne. Shoots it across the back 50 to Laurie. Laurie swings it out wide for Langford. And they can build something here, Melbourne. Langford infield for Steele. Front point of the square. Inside the 50. Kick knocked down. Looking for Windsor. And the Eagles defence can swarm on the football and take it away. Baker at left half back. Sends it up the city wing. Wide. Too wide. Out of bounds on the full. Right on halfway he was looking for Waterman. And the kick will be taken by Langdon. D's by 38. Closing in on half time.
West Coast will play more games at this venue than Melbourne across the season. It comes out to Lever at centre half back.
I have a feeling the D's fans are pretty happy about that, Voss.
Yeah, well, they haven't turned out in droves to support this game at Docklands today. Jath has it and chips it across to Tolstrup. Moves it into the centre of the ground where Cossie Pickett's marked, and we'll have a standing 50 free. And he'll be marched inside forward 50.
These players are going to have to learn to just make themselves invisible and disappear, because you had 2 players inside the 5 metres and one was realised and then started moving out, but the umpire's gone, no, too late.
It's almost worse when they realise. It makes it more obvious.
Again, some moron made that decision at AFL House.
Was it you, Joel? Cossie Pickett coming in directly in front, 35 metres out from goal. He puts this one through the middle. Those Melbourne fans that have come out today and cheer a little in this third term. They're 44 points to the good. 8-6-54, West Coast 1-4-10. 27 minutes have been played in this second term.
Sorry, West Coast Eagles has given up 2 goals in 27 minutes. Okay, they haven't kicked any, but they've been defending their backsides off, working really, really hard. It's just a short pass into the middle. One player happens to be 1.5 metres inside 5 metres, goes straight down the middle, 50-metre penalty and a goal. And suddenly they've kicked 3 goals for this quarter. We cannot... Scoring is the thing that you win or lose by. We cannot give other teams scores so easily for such an inconsequential act. Chad, when you go to work on Monday, change it. I'm putting it on you.
Not my role, mate. I'm working in the talent team, you know. Make sure the talent coming through the pipelines.
Executive talent.
Take that up with the powers of be, Chad. Eagles inside the forward 50 here. Free kick and the mark anyway to Duff Tightler, who is going to take the set shot. Big CDT.
Is he? No.
He's going to go back and kick from almost directly in front.
Well, I like that. Was a great lead. There was a fast moving out of the middle. He came flying forward. Melbourne defender panicked a little bit and grabbed hold of him, yet he still had enough momentum to come forward and take the mark. That's what I want to see from the big fella. Just everyone else get out of my way. Leading lane, straight down the middle.
Big 4 in the draft out of the Woodend Heskett Hawks. What can the big fella do with the set shot? 40 metres out. Duff Tightler sends it on its way and sends it through.
Yeah.
The Eagles kick their opening goal in the second minute of the game. They get their second with under 2 minutes to play in the first half. 2-4-16 after Duff Tytler converts. Melbourne 8-6-54. 29 minutes gone, second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
And that's the first time West Coast Eagles have actually come out of the front of stoppage. So, yes, it was a back hit. Handball received from a half-back and delivered perfectly in front of the forward of West Coast there. And what I love about that is that's their first mark inside forward 50 for the game. I mean, it's 10-1 now, and like I said, that's something that they need to work on, is that money kick. But like I said, we haven't had too much time where Melbourne haven't put that pressure on West Coast Eagles, so you've got to pay Melbourne a bit of respect, but finally getting a mark inside 450. Here to go at front of the contest again.
The Eagles build something again. Bailey Williams down to Elliot Yeo inside 50. Send the Eagles.
2 in a row.
Here's another mark inside 50 for West Coast.
Easy game, this.
Duff Tytler.
So you just got to mark it inside 450. Is that the game?
A winner centre bounce, come forward, and push your player out of the way and take a big strong mark when you're 7 feet tall.
It's the biggest difference when you're going out front of stoppage from a centre bounce too, rather than on your back foot, a quick kick. I mean, that's deep inside, 30 metres out. So and you're 6 on 6. It's the best time to get the ball inside 50.
Duff Tytler to send the West Coast Eagles into half-time with 2 goals on the trot. He runs in, 30 metres out. This one skews right. And it's just a behind. It means Melbourne's lead is now 37 points, very late stages of this second term.
That would have, I don't count the 50-metre penalty, but that would have made it 2 goals all in this quarter. And, something to celebrate and talk about when you get inside at half-time.
Chance goes begging for young Cooper Duff Tytler. They might get another opportunity here. Tolstrup inside defensive 50s, turned it over. Waterman will wheel around and he will kick the goal. And the Eagles pounce on the mistake. Brady Hoff earns the plaudits for knocking that down, generating the turnover. Jake Waterman with the finishing touches. And there is a bit of reward for effort at the end of this term for West Coast. 3-5-23 with back-to-back goals for the first time today. The Demons 8-6-54. 31 played, second quarter.
And West Coast Eagles are playing very much a 1v1 accountability defence. So they're not playing what we call like a soft zone, but that's the first time that West Coast Eagles actually come off their opposition to impact the ball. Rather than working as like a team defence, which is what most teams do, younger teams normally go for accountability 1v1 so they can learn the trade. But again, this is the next step for them. How can they be in a position where they can defend their guy? We call it 1.5-man defence, and also be able to impact the person that's near you as well. So, yes, it's a bad kick, but geez, that's a good spoil and reading of the play.
Back in the middle, Harley Reid almost flicks it out, really. It's Cozzy Pickett running in after it, tried to paddle it to himself. Dersma got there first, hand passes it inside 50. Hoff can hand pass it a little further ahead of him, then it stacks on to end the opening half here at Docklands. And it'll be Melbourne heading into the main break with a 31-point lead. They kicked the opening 3 goals of that second term, but then it was West Coast with 2 goals late, 2 in 3 minutes, which brought the margin back to 31 points. It did get out to as much as 44 points a little earlier on in that quarter. The story of the game so far was West Coast kicking the first goal, then it was 8 consecutive goals to Melbourne, and then those final 2 to West Coast. So the Eagles are 3-5-23. They're trailing Melbourne, the home side today, 8-6-54 at Docklands. Goal kickers in the match so far. Jacob Van Rooyen has 3 for the Ds, Paddy Cross with 2, Harvey Langford with a single, Max Gorn with 1, Cozzy Pickett with 1 as well. And then on the West Coast side of the page, Harley Reid, Cooper Duff Tytler and Jake Waterman each with singles as well. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us across today. Nice to hear from our listeners listening in Eaglemont, and Laurel in Rushworth, who's always a loyal listener of ours, had a bit of a late lunch today for Mother's Day, but back listening. So thanks for your contributions. Feel free to send any questions that you've got for our ABC Sport experts, Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, as they take us through what they saw in the first half.
Well, good fight back by the Eagles. It looked at quarter time, 5-1. That was going to get a little bit ugly, but they just scrapped. It wasn't a pretty style of football that they did, but their effort was absolutely 100%. So Andrew McWalter will be saying, boys, I love your effort. We just got to tidy a few things up. One of the things I want them to tidy up to a degree is Langdon's had 18, Levers had 13, Bowers had 13. So those halfback flankers for Melbourne are doing a fair bit of damage. And the small forwards for West Coast Eagles, they're coming up fairly high, but they're not getting back quickly enough. And I'd like to just roll the dice a bit and say, you know what, midfield, we've got Reid in there, we've got Yo in there, we've got, who else? We've got Kelly in there. We've got some experience through there. I'm going to back you guys to do your job. You shouldn't need the half forwards coming up there and helping you. Stay at home, when the ball hits the ground, keep it in there longer and hold those Melbourne defenders accountable, because if you don't, they'll have 30 each and they're all great ball users and it'll be very, very tough to stop that ball getting inside forward 50. So loving the effort from the Eagles. You know, we expected they're going to turn the ball over and they're going to have players not in certain spots that they should have in certain spots. They're learning how to play, but the effort is right there and you got to love that. Whereas for the Demons, the trick is for them at half-time. If I'm Stephen King, I'm saying, hey, don't let our game plan be pulled down to West Coast game plan. If they're kicking the ball to certain spots in certain ways, don't let that become the trend of the game and you start doing it too. This is about playing our game as best as we possibly can and getting some great examples of that. And I don't think in that quarter they got a lot of examples of the way that the Demons actually want to play footy, Chad.
Yeah, and that's, like, again, I think West Coast Eagles were defending their outlets a little bit better. I still think that they could be quicker to their reaction time when they do turn it over inside their forward 50. They've got to snap and switch between offence to defence a lot quicker. And that comes with time. That comes with time of learning the trade and as a team just switching on at the same time when it does go from offence to defence. But West Coast Eagles, you're right. They're in the fight. They lifted their intensity and I think, again, where they need to improve is a little bit of their money kick inside forward 50. Like you said, 2 marks inside forward 50 for a half is not great. But, again, they kept Melbourne. They only had 10. So they had 10 at quarter time. So I'm not sure if they even had a mark. I think it was a free kick. It was 2 marks, sorry. It was 2 marks inside forward 50 that quarter compared to 8 in the first. So they're defending a lot better. Like I said, they obviously put one spare behind the ball, Elliot Yeo, at some stages in that quarter to try and help have an extra number down there, which I think helped. And to your point there with the 6-6-6 rule, Berkey during that quarter. For me, Melbourne, I think they still need to get pace on the ball. Like you just mentioned, they need to, whether it's from the D50 to the forward 50 or whether it's in a contest. What I'm loving and what they're doing at the moment, they're bringing Latrell up to the stoppages and they're actually putting him, we used to call it a plus hit. So if you think about a normal stoppage, it's about 2 or 3 metres outside the boundary side of the stoppage, and they're allowing him to get outside the contest. He got onto 2 or 3 of them, and again, as soon as he has ball in space, you know there's damage going to happen, obviously, because he's getting a lot of attention from West Coast Eagles. But having that speed in the right positions just allows them to get into their forward 50 and obviously having a more of a one-on-one kind of battle. So, lot to work on for West Coast Eagles, but I'm liking what I'm seeing compared to the previous weeks. Like, they're in the battle and they're adjusting. Like they could have easily gone back into into their holes after that first quarter, and they came out swinging, and it came from back on defence.
And as I said, I don't count the 50 metres as a goal, so 2 goals each for the quarter. And what you mentioned about Latrell coming up into that wing stoppage. They're the decisions coaches need to make. Do we get up there with him and stop him running on the outside, or do we say, you can go up there, we'll keep an extra player in defence? Back here, if he starts getting those clearances a little bit too easy, you're probably going to have to bring someone up with him. At the moment, they're happy to have that extra spare in defence.
Did you ever goal umpire at junior sport?
No.
You wouldn't have had the little book, because that's probably a good thing, because you would have had the little book and you would have had the one umpire's got like 6 goals and Berkey's like, no, that one doesn't count, and that one doesn't count, and that one doesn't count. 50-metre penalty out of bounds on the full. It's 1 goal each, as opposed to, 3 goals to 2 in that quarter.
I used to get a can of Coke for operating the scoreboard at Pines Football Club.
Yep.
My father was coach a long, long time ago, but I didn't have to worry about 50-metre penalties and not earning goals. In those days, a good old footy, you earned every goal, so I put it on the scoreboard happily.
I'm going to shout out anyone else from the Pines Footy Club while we're here. Berkey, anyone else? Chad, you got a best friend back home you want to ask us a quiz question about?
Quiz question. Chad, what year was West Coast Eagles' first year?
Oh, it was in the 90s. Was it 90?
No, it was early.
No, it was before.
91?
Was it 88?
I was 89.
No.
87?
Correct.
It was before the AFL became the AFL.
Crows was at 94.
91.
Oh, maybe I'm getting that.
Formed in 86, first year in 87. What other team came in 87?
Not Fremantle.
Nope.
Power.
No,
Power was
I don't know why. I just
some kind of Brisbane team.
Brisbane
They were
Bears,
after
yeah.
Adelaide.
the Brisbane Bears was.
Hey.
Well done. There you go.
This is good. This is Temptation with Nathan Burke.
Wouldn't have been the game show I would have gone for, but that's okay. Temptation. That's
Sale of the
throwback.
Century. Sorry, Sale of the Century, I think.
Sale of the Century, yes.
Hard quiz. It will be hard quiz with Nathan Burke. He'd rival.
It would be a hard quiz.
He'd rival Tom.
Yeah.
It is Melbourne ahead, though, by 31 points at half-time. 8-6-54, West Coast 3-5-23. We're heading in a couple of different directions after the news. Most of our listeners will be staying with us and staying with this game here at Docklands. For those in South Australia, you'll be heading to Richmond and Adelaide at the MCG. So that's where you'll be going, but that is after ABC News. Everyone else will be returning here for the second half of Melbourne and West Coast, and then we'll send you down to the MCG when this match ends. But at half-time, it's Melbourne ahead by 31 points. We'll have the second half to come after ABC News.
ABC News, good afternoon. I'm William Howard Evans. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson has described the party's victory in the Farrer by-election as resounding. Candidate David Farley leads the count in the southern New South Wales seat by 14,000 ballots, with more than 80% of votes counted. Ms Hanson says the fall in support for the Liberal and Nationals shows they're out of touch, and the outcome is a very good sign for the future of her party.
There's set a precedent now that people will feel comfortable they can cast a vote for One Nation.
The Labor government in Victoria has echoed comments by former Liberal leader Susan Lee over the party's stunning defeat in the Farrer by-election. After One Nation's victory in the former coalition stronghold in regional New South Wales, Ms Lee says the Liberal Party must act with humility. Victorian Minister Melissa Horne has followed the comments, saying men in the party are creating division that is losing them votes.
At the Farrer by-election, you had a long-serving, popular local member who stepped up after the Albanese landslide and stood in as the opposition leader. She was treated utterly appallingly by her own party, by a group of blokes that did nothing but undermine her leadership.
Shadow Treasurer Tim Wilson says the government's mooted overhaul of property tax breaks are hard to support in principle. The Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, is expected to wind back the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing in Tuesday's budget, declaring the housing market is broken. Any changes will need the support of either the Greens or the Coalition in the Senate. Mr Wilson has told Insider's host, David Spears, Labor is only looking to increase taxes in its budget.
The government is just taking from young Australians and from older Australians and not giving them anything in return. It's very hard to see how you could back that.
Nonetheless, you're open to looking at whatever they do here.
On the principle of what we're seeing so far, it would be very hard to support.
Hezbollah militants say they've launched rockets and drones into northern Israel after the latest Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon killed at least 39 people. The BBC's Hugo Beshega has visited a building targeted by Israeli forces.
Residents have told us that 3 families who had been displaced because of the war were living in this building that has been completely destroyed. Now, the victims of this attack include a child who was 2 years old. Attacks like this are happening every day across southern Lebanon. The ceasefire here has failed to stop the war. Israel says it is targeting Hezbollah, accusing it of violating the deal, but often it's civilians who are being killed.
The head of the World Health Organization is seeking to reassure the people of the Spanish island of Tenerife ahead of the expected arrival of the cruise ship impacted by Hunter virus. 3 passengers have died and several others are ill after contracting a rare strain of the virus, usually transmitted by contact with rodents. The WHO is assuring local residents that passengers will be brought ashore in sealed vehicles and flown straight out. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says this is not COVID and the risk to the local population is low.
When we say this, we don't take it lightly. And that's what I try to address in my message to the people of Tenerife. We hear you, we understand, but the situation is much better now.
Officials in the US state of Florida say about a dozen people have been taken to hospital with injuries suffered in a boat explosion near Miami. They say a charter boat was in Biscayne Bay when the blast erupted on board, and more than 24 rescue teams have responded. There's no information yet on the condition of those who have been injured. New South Wales Police has confirmed a woman was asked to move on after she allegedly made offensive anti-Semitic comments towards a group of people at a netball game in Sydney's eastern suburbs yesterday. Officers were called to the netball courts in Maroubra, where they spoke to a 42-year-old woman and told her to leave. The woman reportedly hurled an anti-Semitic slur at a Jewish team during an under-12s match. State Labor frontbencher Penny Sharp says it's horrifying.
This kind of behaviour is absolutely unacceptable. Kids playing sport on a Saturday morning, particularly Jewish kids, should not have to deal with that, nor should their families. The police are investigating and we welcome that. They will continue to do so as they must.
And French President Emmanuel Macron is due to arrive in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, later today. He'll be meeting with his Kenyan counterpart, William Ruto, as he seeks to redefine France's relationship with Africa. This is ABC News.
Guy Montgomery is back with a new assistant.
Sam Campbell. I'll take the job. What is the job?
The new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
One of the Eagles officials went over and seemed to say the word he's done with Harry Edwards. I would assume that's with concussion. If that is the case, that's the second this year. He spent 6 weeks out with concussion before this game and has a pretty bad history with them.
Van Rooyen's leading back toward goal. Fridge puts it in that direction. Van Rooyen reaches over the top of McCarthy. Steal to Max. And Max makes easier work of that one on the goal line. Gaunt with a goal. The first of the second term comes 14 minutes in.
Ball spills to ground. Chandler with it. A long looping hand pass. He puts it into the path of Van Rooyen. He can snap towards goal. And he can snap it through. Curling it through goal for Melbourne. It's his third of the afternoon, Van Rooyen.
The Eagles inside the forward 50 here. Free kick. And the mark anyway to Duff Tytler. What can the big fella do with the set shot? 40 metres out. Duff Tytler sends it on its way and sends it through. The Eagles kick their opening goal in the second minute of the game. They get their second with under 2 minutes to play in the first half.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Well, it's been mostly one-way traffic when it comes to this matchup between Melbourne and the West Coast Eagles at Docklands Stadium. The Demons are ahead by 31 points at the main break. 8-6-54 playing West Coast 3-5-23. The Eagles kicked the first goal of the match and then it was 8 consecutive goals to Melbourne before the Eagles closed out the second term there with a couple of late goals, one to Duff Tytler and one to Waterman to bring it back to 31 points. The margin. The Eagles are without Harry Edwards, who went off early in the first term, unfortunately, with a suspected concussion. So he's had some issues in the past there, and he won't take any further part. Won't play any further part in this game. Rather, Lauren Borden and Joel Peterson calling the action. Lex Pesce is down on the boundary for us. Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard are our ABC Sport experts. Records were being equal this weekend. Records in terms of Scott Pendlebury equaling Boomer Harvey with the most games played in the AFL as the game's record holder. Chad, one of your records. One of your records was lost. So this is your trivia question.
Oh, no.
The longest streak of AFL games kicking one or more goals for Port Adelaide, you were equal with Mitch Georgiades on 31.
31 games in a row.
30.
There you go.
It was a good record until you lost it when Mitch
Georgiades, why
kicked
do you do that to
goals.
me? Oh, it's like losing when I lost my high jump record at school. Oh, you just get so filthy. Nah, it's all good.
Is that how you pick up?
Did you know you had the high jump record as opposed to
I
this
knew
one?
that. I didn't know I had that. That's pretty cool. There you go.
There you
Well
go.
done, Georgiades. He's a superstar of the game. I mean, for a team that's obviously struggling as well, been hit and miss and a tall forward.
Lost a lot of games by a couple of points.
Exactly right. So he's, but even last year, I mean, they were struggling last year, especially towards the later stages of the game. So especially that one down Geelong where he's still able to hit the scoreboard. So it's very impressive and well done to him.
So one late change down at the MCG with Sam Grill managed. He's replaced by Luke Traynor. That's Richmond taking on Adelaide. There's a full call of that available on ABC Listen if you'd like to listen to that. Of course, we'll take you there after the conclusion of this match. Phil from Victoria's got in touch on 0437 774 774. G'day, team. So good to hear chat again. And a nod to Berkey. Hope McQualter has given more time to build the Eagles, who was so enthusiastic getting the job, enjoying the call. Annie's got in touch, doing an admirable job of making this one-horse race interesting. Well, we're hoping that with a couple of late goals from West Coast, maybe the second half will give us something to work with, Annie.
I would watch a one-horse race, just quietly. I reckon if there was a race that only had one horse, I'd watch that. Just like, is the horse going to really go for it? Is it just going to go slow because it knows it's going to win?
I'd bet on it.
Could be a scratch, could get injured.
I'm not sure.
I'd have an each-way bet.
Yes.
Do you think in the late 1800s when they invented the Melbourne Cup, the 24 horses was the wrong move?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'd want to watch it all the time, but if there happened to be a race where only one horse was participating in said venture, I'd watch it lots.
Okay, well, it's good to know. Thanks, Charles. We're going into other areas of where we thought, but
This could get weird. Stay tuned, listeners. This could get very weird in the second half.
Well, it is Melbourne ahead by 31 points. Obviously, it feels a little bit weird to be watching the Demons here at Docklands against the Eagles.
Feels like a good time to mention you can get a call of Richmond and Adelaide via ABC Listen if you want. So,
don't send them away from us, Joel.
I'm just giving them options, Berkey. I'm giving them options. If they don't want to watch the one-horse race, they can watch a race of horses that features at least more than one equine animal.
I'm tipping that one could get as ugly as this one.
Yes.
I think the AFL does struggle with Mother's Day fixturing, though. They know that a lot of people are off doing other things at lunchtime.
Yeah, well, there's a text on the text line before from someone saying, well, what's with this crowd from the Demons' perspective? Yep. Freo got 54,000 to a Thursday night game. Very different fixture, good game, Thursday night as opposed to Sunday 1 o'clock Mother's Day at a venue where a lot of the Melbourne ticket holders wouldn't necessarily think they have access through MCC and that kind of thing. So they don't draw massive crowds at the G, let alone here at Docklands. So I'm not sure you can compare apples to apples there in terms of those two crowds. But they do tend to struggle to get people to their games like this, especially at Docklands, the Ds.
And just on Scott Pendlebury last night, Berkey, so he equals the game's record and draws alongside Boomer Harvey. What are your thoughts on the fact that this is happening over about a month? So he's getting rested, then he's playing, rested again next week, so he plays it against West Coast. This is probably going along for about 4 weeks by the time he finally breaks the record.
Look, you play 430-odd games, you can do whatever you want, basically. I think the bigger picture is what internally are Collingwood's expectations for this season.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it points to that, the fact that they're not serious contenders, and I don't think they're serious contenders, and we can play around with our best team to make this happen for a favoured son. Good on them for doing it, but to me it just shows that they're hoping for sneak in for a wild card spot and maybe play a final or two, and that's about it.
I feel like Scott Pendlebury will be exhausted as well. By the time you do all the media commitments and all the hype around it, by the time he'll just be looking to break it and move on. It is Melbourne West Coast here at Docklands. Highway to Hell is Melbourne's song that's bleeding out over the speakers here. 8-6-54 the Demons, West Coast 3-5-23. The Eagles notoriously so slow starters. So we'll see what they've got in the second half for us. To get the third term underway, Joel Peterson.
Yeah, Eagles hoping for a U-turn rather than the highway to hell from the way that first half unfolded. Reid gets them going out of the middle again here. Bailey Williams inside the forward 50. Murdoch running past, kicks to full forward. Shanahan can't take the mark. Champion at ground level. Cozzy Pickett working in defence. Off to Lever. Hooks the kick outside the defensive 50. It'll fall straight to Dersma, and he's got the journey here if he wants to go back. He is a mammoth kick, Willem Dersma. He's marked at 52 metres out. He sets it up to the pocket. Reid was the target of the kick. Lever's there waiting for it again. Again, he intercepts and kicks long outside the defensive 50. Through the hands of Van Rooyen, who grabs Jinby. And then a tackle from Latrell Pickett on Lindsay. Ball close to the boundary line at left half forward for West Coast. And we'll have a ball up.
We've got a quiz question coming through from a texter. They're getting involved. They're becoming the host with the most here and the quiz question is, who has won the most wooden spoons? As Dersma puts the kick inside forward 50, punched away by Shanahan. Reid taps it away. Can Waterman get a boot on it? And he can. He soccers the goal all the way into the second tier. Waterman's got 2. The Eagles have got 3 in a row, and the margin's been cut back to 25 points. 8-6-54 Melbourne, West Coast 4-5-29. Just a minute played in this third term, and the Eagles have got the first.
Yeah, good repeat entries. Melbourne have kicked the ball outside their defensive 50 twice, but it's been the Eagles really well set up and bumped it back in there twice. And if you get the ball deep into that dangerous spot, well, anything can happen. It was just a kick off the ground and a great start by the Eagles to get a goal, but primarily the fact that they had some forward pressure. Their small players stayed inside 50 as we were wanting them to do. Melbourne just bombed it back out, and in it went time and time again, and eventually something will break.
And Dersma, 3 early touches in this quarter too, so good to see him in the centre bounces and just get their best players around the ball.
Standing alongside Tom Sparrow, he's the number 1 pick. 3 goals in a row to the Eagles either side of half-time. Steele at the restart. Hands it up to Gawn. Cozzy Pickett moving through. He got buffeted off the footy, and then Yeo got grabbed high by Steele. Elliot Yeo will take the free kick inside the centre square. Eagles trailing by 25 points. 2 minutes played, third term. Sunday footy here on ABC Sport to close out round 9. Yeo sends it as far as he can. Waterman from the back. Shanahan brings it down. Howe scoots away with it for Melbourne. Floats his kick to the back pocket. In the path of Laurie. He can go over the top in turn. Langdon runs onto it. And marks just inside the boundary line at left half back.
Swivels around and pops it on his boot. Right down to centre wing. Mark taken at the back from Jefferson. And passes it away to Sharp, who can mark. And just chip it out towards Chandler. 52 metres out from goal for the Demons. He wants to play on. He ends up selling the candy. Switches around onto his left boot. Will kick to a hot spot. This will work beautifully for Jacob Van Rooyen, who runs onto it and clunks the mark.
And if I'm West Coast Eagles, they've been done by the same thing a fair bit. They're getting done by, when it goes from offence to defence, they're not quick enough to switch their mindset. So when you see that ball go off the boot inside their forward 50, they need to switch to close the outlets. So they haven't closed the outlets. They're getting kicked outside and they've rebounded from D50 to forward 50. And beautiful kick there. And we can see, again, just how potent you can be if you've got speed on the ball from D50 to inside 50.
Jacob Van Rooyen lines up the sticks with the football. Then jogs in to kick from a slight angle, 15 metres out. He gets the response for Melbourne and puts through his 4th. And that ends that run of 3 consecutive goals for the West Coast Eagles. For another goal for Van Rooyen and for the Demons. 9-6-60 Melbourne. The Eagles 4-5-29. About 4 minutes have been played in this third term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
And again, for me, I just want to touch back on that D50 to 450 transition. If West Coast Eagles, they're working so hard. They're getting centre bounces. They've got the momentum. They can't allow to take their foot off the pressure gauge when it goes to defence, because that's what's going to keep them the momentum in their favour. Because again, they went from all the way the deepest position that they can be inside their forward 50, and it was uncontested basically through the whole way because they didn't switch. They gave too much leg rope from their defenders and too much leg rope from their wingers. You can't allow teams to get outside of you and go down the whole side of the wing without at least causing a contest.
Melbourne's 5th goal out of their defensive half. To illustrate that point, Chad Wingard made as Kelly takes it away from the restart, kicks the Eagles inside the forward 50. Jaff dropped the mark. Waterman runs onto it, runs to the pocket, screws it around and misses. Minor score makes it a 5 straight goal ball game. 9-6 plays 4-6. 5 gone third term.
And that's the ball game there. 5 goals. That's from D50 to 450 when they're most likely to score, they're getting scored against. So it just shows us it's a young team. It's a mindset thing, but again, it's a shape and a contest as well.
Jack Bowie with the kick in. Kicks out to Max Gawn, who juggles the mark somehow in a pack of about 15 people. In the end, Langford has to go in and start doing the tackling work, but it is the Eagles that emerge with the footy. Dersma trying to turn left, turn right. Van Rooyen catches him. He tried to do too much with the footy there, and Van Rooyen wins out. Has the footy, has Cozzy Pickett running next to him and calling for it. In the end, he just chips inboard. It's taken by Sparrow, who kicks it back out to Van Rooyen, who's moved about 20 metres further forward of where he initially started that little chain. Inside 50 he'll go, no mark can be taken, spills out the bottom. Bailey Williams has a go at it. Cade Chandler, though, picks it up for the Demons. Hand passes it away to Sparrow, who puts the kick into the left forward pocket, drops it beautifully. And the mark is taken by Sharp. No one on the mark, no one ready for him, runs around, puts the goal through the sticks. Smart work there from Sharp to see the opportunity. And now the D's have got 2 in a row and they push the margin back out to 36 points, 10-6, 66. The Eagles are 4-6-30, 6 minutes gone in the third.
That's one thing with young teams that it's very, very hard to coach because you shouldn't really have to. The fact is that they had a player out the back, nobody called someone else back and said, hey, we've got a 2-on-1 down here. He marks the ball on the boundary line and then they switch off and allows the player to play on, open up the angle, get probably an extra 5 metres wider and get a shot on goal. That is what young players do, but many Wagolta shouldn't have to coach that. That should just be automatic. You get to this level, you know, the player's going to play on, so I'm going to stop it. And it's frustrating when it happens.
Breakdown in concentration. The type they can't afford. Free kick from the restart will go the way of Melbourne and Windsor. Bright yellow boots of Caleb Windsor. Sends a high footy to the edge of the 50. Charging up to meet it was McCarthy. Couldn't take it with him. Dragged to a stop inside forward 50 for the Demons. They've got back-to-back goals after the Eagles kicked 3 in a row either side of half-time. Gawn taps it down. Dersma had a play at it. Laurie scoops it up. Off to Windsor. Handball to Steele. Goes and hurdles Caleb Windsor after he fell in front of him. Steele's hand pass back to Jaff. Now to the edge of the 50. Pickett overran the football. That was Latrell Pickett. Picked up by Dersma for the Eagles. Little tap over the top was clever from Hutchinson. Couldn't find a teammate on the end of it though. Chandler scoots in, picks it up, drills it inside the 50 to Jefferson. Hitting hard up at the football. Matt Jefferson latches onto it 45 out.
There's difference between the two teams. Elliot Yeo bombs the ball out of the centre free kick. And West Coast players don't touch it till it goes right up the other end. Melbourne bomb it out of the centre and it's a scramble, it's a ball up, it's a scramble, it's a turnover, come back, hit somebody on a lead. Whereas the difference is one team keeps it in their forward half and the other one doesn't.
1 last week for Matt Jefferson, 2 against the Tigers a fortnight ago. He strikes this one sweetly. 3 in a row for the Demons in no time at all to start this third term. And they get that lead back out to 42 points. 11-6 plays 4-6. 8 minutes gone, third quarter. Sunday for you on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, your experts.
And another thing I want to touch on is comfortability with ball in hand. And that's because Melbourne Demons, if you're West Coast Eagles, they're getting under so much pressure that perceived pressure starts to linger. And you see Willem Dersma there. Obviously, he gets the ball, perceived pressure, can't get rid of it. Chandler picks the ball up, takes 4 or 5 steps, then delivers a dart inside forward 50. So, again, it's just that perceived pressure sometimes, but also the real pressure that Melbourne's been able to put those West Coast Eagles on for majority of this game. And so it's something to work on, whether they're breaking tackles or getting in space. But Melbourne are just winning that battle at the moment.
Williams taps it down. It's Yeo from the middle. Will kick right to the top of the arc for West Coast. It'll work. And there will be a mark taken by Jack Hutchinson. Probably too far out to score. We'll line up as if he's going to take the kick anyway.
And to think their way through this, there's one small forward moving and everyone else is standing still.
Hutchinson out of Wonthaggi took 1 step, then went back to his mark and now will line up and release the kick from 55 metres out. He's got the distance, not quite, probably half a metre inboard. It gets tapped into play. It'll spill out of bounds, but it will be a free kick. Jake Waterman will have it. This has worked out well for the West Coast Eagles. He'll kick from the boundary line, though, about 20 metres out from goal.
Yeah, the free kick was there. It's just a bit clumsy. Waterman just went lower and knew he was going to draw the kick. It was a nothing. He should just, again, had no space and time. But again, it's just one of those free kicks you can't give away, especially in your D50.
I reckon we might be going for a score review here, potentially for the kick towards goal when it was hit over off Hutchinson's kick. Or not over, sorry, but kept in. They might be checking to see if it's gone over the line.
Did they not say we wouldn't be doing this?
Review complete.
Well, that's a good point.
Looking at this angle, we can see the ball does not cross the back of the behind line. Decision on the scoreboard.
I'm glad we bothered with that.
So we're going back to Waterman's kick now. So we've gone back a few possessions, but now we're going back to the future and we're going back to Waterman's kick. Umpire's standing there with the footy. And now we'll throw it back.
It's a staggeringly poor process.
What were we waiting for?
Again, there was about 45 seconds between that kick and then the score review, and now we've got the same result anyway. So Jake Waterman, a couple of goals already this afternoon, bends this one towards goal and it's off. Just a point now for Waterman. Melbourne's lead is 41 points, 11 minutes played in the third term. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Most wooden spoons in the competition, Berkey and Chad.
I think this might be a loaded question.
Might have been a little pointed at you.
Yes. Not happy with it.
VFL, AFL, what?
Drives it back in. We're not talking cutlery draws. We're talking sort of VFL, AFL style, I imagine. Young kicks inside the forward 50.
If I was to put my house on it, I wouldn't.
You probably should.
Just say the words, Berkey. Say the words.
No, I'm not.
Do you want me to start you off?
Alexia, did your mum text this in?
No, she didn't. I think I know the end. No, I'm not playing with this one.
She wouldn't be that troublesome. Cold marks, intercepts for the Eagles. Shoots it short to Yo.
University?
Well, in terms of percentage of seasons played, they certainly have that title. Lindsay pokes it to half forward. He almost stubbed his toe with the kick. And the Eagles still managed to manufacture something out of it. Cross left it behind. Hutchinson kicks it to full forward. Reed's in the cage. Goes upstairs. Can't take the mark. Howe's there at ground level for the Demons. Waterman chases it to the pocket. They've taken him high again. He's going to have the exact same shot. Right forward pocket. 25 out behind the boundary line. Waterman's going to centre this one up and finds Duggan just, who clutches it up above the blades of grass. And Liam Duggan's got about a 47-metre kick here to try and get his first goal of the day and his first of the season.
It's obviously St Kilda, I'm guessing.
Thanks, Chad.
Who's second? Is it North Melbourne or...?
That's a good question.
Anyway, back to the footy.
Yeah, we'll get our research department onto that one.
Waterman, you just had one shot from that same spot. You should have learned and had another crack.
Here's Liam Duggan from right on the 50. Long left foot kick away to the left. Minor score. 40 points the spread. 13 played third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us on this Mother's Day. Richmond and Adelaide about to get underway. About 20 minutes away at the MCG. You can hear that on ABC Listen throughout the afternoon.
Inside 50s, 39-31. So they're having a shot, they're having a crack and keeping the ball in their front half, the Eagles. It's just that inexperience in that forward line that they can't get that link up, but doing a good effort to keep it up their end.
Now we to Jath, who clears it out of that attacking 50 for West Coast. It gets punched over the line and it'll be a throw-in. 27 wooden spoons for St Kilda. That's a big calorie draw. You don't need that many wooden spoons.
You're doing a lot of mixing.
So Paul tossed in at half forward for the Eagles. Tapped away. Marrick goes running in after it. Overruns it. Sparrow takes the footy. He's taken by two Eagles and brought to the turf. And there'll be a ball in right in front of the West Coast Eagles bench. It's probably a little watch down on the boundary on Caleb Windsor. He was sore inside the forward 50 for the Demons. Tried to stay on the field, but now he's come off. So we'll get Lex to keep an eye on what's happening with him down there on the Melbourne bench. Obviously, pretty important player, Caleb Windsor, for the Demons, as there's a free kick in front of that Demons bench to Marrick. Holding on to it, he wants to retreat. He goes defensively to Young. He's about 25 metres behind him and standing at centre half back. But Young can start something, going right through the corridor to Cully. And then he runs past him. Young will take this one and dump the kick inside forward 50. Back position is Petty. He wins out against Waterman, but Waterman can soccer it off the turf. He can't make something out of nothing, though. It's just a minor score for the Eagles again. The margin 39 points in favour of Melbourne, down to Lex Pesher on the boundary.
Caleb Windsor looks to be getting some work done on his left foot, maybe his toe at the moment.
He came off after that inside 50 a couple of moments ago for Melbourne, looked pretty frustrated, so hopefully nothing too amiss there for Caleb Windsor. Thanks, Lex. Demons with the mark at half back. Howes off the kick in. Kicks up toward half forward. Might have been a touch on that on the way through. Umpire says there was. It'll be a boundary throw in between the wing and half forward. Melbourne into attack. Max Gawn standing at full forward alongside Ruben Jinby. Giving away a bit of height. So they've got the mouse in the house up front here of the D's. See if they can take advantage of it. Heath slaps it down immediately. Clearing kick from Chandler to centre-half forwards. Punch down. Sharp went past it. Marrick picked it up. Handed it off to Baker. Sold him into trouble. Sharp grabbed him straight away. Dragged him down in the centre square. And we will have a ball up still in the D's attacking half. They lead by 39. 16.5 gone in the third.
Tapped away back to centre-half back where it's cleared away by McCarthy. Just puts it into some space. Hutchinson running after it. Tries to paddle it to himself. But instead it's taken by Howes, the Demons. Hand pass across to Sharp. He hand passes it to Laurie. Dodges right, dodges left. Umpire blows his whistle but calls play on. So Laurie puts the kick inside forward 50. Van Rooyen has to go chasing after it. A good second effort from the Melbourne forward. Hand pass to Steele. Hand pass across to Moniz Wakefield. The late in for the Demons. Coming back, his first AFL match since an ACL. And he pops through the first goal of his career as well. So a big moment for Andy Moniz Wakefield here on Docklands this afternoon. And he pops through a goal after being a late inclusion for the Demons. A good moment for him, a good moment for the D's fans here under the roof. 12-6-78 Melbourne, West Coast 4-9-33. About 17 minutes played in this third term. Melbourne have pushed back their lead back out to 45 points, which has become a game high. It was 44 points at one point during the second quarter, now out to 45 points.
And that's a great kick from 40 on his left. Very composed. It doesn't look like he's obviously missed over that many days of footy. That was a very composed finish. But for West Coast Eagles, again, that hurts. I mean, you keep it inside your forward 50, forward half for the majority of this quarter, and just to let one through the keeper that quickly, it just hurts. So again, they have to respond. Just make sure they just keep it to the one.
4 in a row after they kicked that opening goal of the quarter, the Eagles. Melbourne on the charge once more. Sparrow drives it inside the 50. Van Rooyen the target. Moniz Wakefield almost had a look at another. Van Rooyen flicked it forward. Young taps it down. Taken by Lindsay. Drives it out of there. Lovely kick. Put it into the perfect spot for Reid. Had a real impression in his first season. Josh Lindsay, the 19th pick in the draft last year. Reid to Murdoch. Murdoch to Yo. 70 from home. Waterman wants it in the pocket. Kick in that direction. Petty reaches across and slaps it down. And Jake Waterman will get another free kick. In the same spot, Berkey. 25 out in the right forward pocket. For God's sake, have the shot, Jake. He passes it again and kicks it to Tom Cole.
I'm going to say Duggan last time. He let him down.
Nah, forwards kick goals. If you take a mark or a free kick inside forward 50, you don't see Jack Gunston passing off too many of them. That's your job. That's what you're good at. You miss one, you move on. You've got to make the next one.
Well, Duggan's lifted. He's kicked one goal off the ground. He's had another shot from off the ground. He's had a banana kick and he's given off 2. So there's 5 kicks inside 50. So
I'm just not sure this is a better spot to kick from. That's all.
Tom Cole's only kicked 5 goals, 5. In his 134 games, he strides in here, strikes it beautifully, and Cole converts. The premiership defender, an important part of their back six. And he gets them back on the board and breaks the run of 4 unanswered West Coast goals. 12-6-78. The Eagles 5-9-39. 20 minutes gone, third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's the best they've moved the ball. I mean, Harley Reid kick, that was a sensation. You see why he's obviously picked one and the kind of superstar that he is. But he ripped that from, that started with him getting that mark, took his time, hit a kick, and then it's obviously Elliot Yeo. Just look up, where's the advantage for the forwards? It's 1v1. And Waterman's obviously smart enough to protect the space where he needed to be. But that's the best they've moved the ball, if I'm being honest, from a D50 to a forward 50. And again, Harley Reid, what a special talent he's going to be.
So back in the middle, ball gets tossed up. It'll be an inside forward 50 for Melbourne off the boot of Sparrow. Chandler coming in after it, spins around in a full 360, snaps this one towards goal. What a finish from Kate Chandler. Max Gawn standing on the goal line, just stands there and applauds. He's a metre or 2 away from the cheer squad and it looks like he's joined them. A beautiful goal there from Kate Chandler. And the Demons move out to a 45-point advantage again. 13-6-84, West Coast 5-9-39. They respond very quickly to that Cole goal at the other end.
That was just a special goal there by Chandler. He ran in, crumbed it, picked it up below his knees, a bit of a blind turn, spin around no one, and banged it through on the left. It's a very, very talented goal. But you're right about Max Gawn. I think he's said to the cheer squad, you know what, let's just sit down here and have a chat. I don't think he's got out of that goal square for the whole quarter.
Max is still in the ruck for Melbourne. It's Heath who's operating in there at the moment. Windsor's back out there, got a hand on it. Pickett couldn't take it away. Yo sends it the other way for the Eagles. Kick out wide. Tolstrup comes across, bashes it away from Marek. Here's the goal kicker Chandler up on the wing. Had it, lost it, looking for Langford. Picked off by Baker. Tumbles his kick to half forward. Bowie, one way and the other as he kicks down the wing. Got a shove from Murdoch after he delivered it. And a big pack of players around the footy. Harvey Langford's lost a boot among all that. High kick to half forward for Melbourne. Latrell Pickett never stood a chance, and Young intercepts. He pokes it over the top. A little bit too hot for Dersma. Murdoch didn't know it was coming. McCarthy, the hand pass. He left it behind. And Melbourne will not get a bailout there. Good tackle from Hoff in the centre of the ground. And we'll have a ball up between the centre circles and the front edge of the square. D's into attack. They lead by 45.
There'll be another stoppage now in the middle as... on the bottom of the pack, Sparrow gets up. Gareth from Brisbane on 0437 774 774. Was there a point to the wooden spoon question? It seems like workplace bullying. Sorry, Perky, don't take us to HR.
Harvey Langford's running around with one boot on at the moment.
It came off about 30 seconds ago or a minute ago.
Where is it, is the real question.
The trainer's got it on the side of the physio. He's running as much as the boundary umpire at the moment.
Lindsay to Davis to Cole, who puts the Eagles inside forward 50, right forward pocket. Falls through the hands of Shanahan. At the back again, it's down to Waterman. In that pocket that he's lived it in this quarter. That kick, though, is out of bounds on the full. He kicks as he's falling.
He's got almost one of everything. The only thing he's missing is a goal.
So Melbourne ahead
hand.
by 45 points. It'll be a Melbourne free down there in the left back pocket.
Jack Waterman's gone in at half-time, seen his name on the board in the forward pocket and gone, right, I'll take that instruction.
We've got the Eddie Betts pocket and things like that. I don't think we'll call this the Jake Waterman pocket for the same reasons.
Here at Docklands. That might catch on, Berkey. Windsor. The D's come outside the defensive 50. Bowie drives it up the city side wing. It's punched over and across and be thrown back in. Nathan Burke, Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport. Joel Peterson, Lauren Borden calling the footy for you. Lex Pesce on the boundary. It is the Demons 13-6, the Eagles 5-9. Melbourne looking for a 6th win in a row with Hawthorn, the Bulldogs, GWS and Collingwood in their next 4. The Eagles have got the Giants, Collingwood, Essendon and Port Adelaide in their next month of football after today. Windsor at the stoppage, off the boundary throw-in. Dersma out wide, Murdoch towing the boundary line, hooks it around the body up toward half forward. And Bowie peels off to intercept rather easily. And we've got a 50 metres for an encroachment on the protected area once more.
That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't really see the point in that one, Berkey. I'm with you there. So the D's will come across the back half, and here's Lever.
There was no reason to pay that whatsoever. The big fella just stood there.
So just kind of stalls the momentum of the game as Lever chips it to Tolstrup. He's right in front of the interchange gates, loads up on this kick, and he'll put it right to the top of the 50. Gawn's there out the back. It spills through his hands a little, and Cole can take it and take a couple of bounces as well for West Coast. He's nearly met by Chandler, has to hand pass it away to Dersma, who's in some trouble. So are the Eagles. Hand pass to Baker, back to Dersma, back to Cole, and they'll be able to get it to the safety of Hoff. Right half back for the West Coast Eagles. Brady Hoff holding on to the footy. And then he'll kick down the city wing of Docklands. Roof closed this afternoon. Petty tried to mark it with one hand. He's going to get the free for a hold against Duff Tytler, who was calling for the footy as well. He was hoping the free was going his way.
It's interesting, Melbourne supporters thinking they're being hard done by the umpires. Goodness me, didn't have that on my bingo card today. 50 points up.
So Petty kicks down the line and it bobbles its way over the boundary line. This will be a throw-in at half forward for the Demons. They're up by 45 points in this third term. And it's pretty much, apart from the first goal of the game, it's been the Demons from the 5th minute mark of the first quarter onwards. He's gone, gets a nice little tap out towards Cozzy Pickett, just couldn't gather it cleanly on his Wakefield. A smart little tap towards the top of the arc. Brady Hoff can collect it though for the Eagles. Across to Lindsay. He hand passes it away towards Murdoch. Just gets a kick away. Does his best. He hand passes it into the centre of the ground to Waterman. Taken to the turf. And it'll be a ball up in the centre square of Docklands. Melbourne ahead by 45. 26 minutes have been played in this third term.
Stephen King would love that tackling there from the Demons.
Sparrow, high kick inside forward 50. Young sits under it for West Coast. Nervous hand pass defensively. McCarthy slaps it on to Marek, to Ginby, who's got Heath bearing down on him. Scrubs his kick outside the defensive arc. It's a beautiful pickup from Dersma. That was so clean on the run. Got it to Kelly, to Murdoch, back to Kelly by hand. Reed got mown down by Jath. Umpire waves play on.
Now they can whinge.
Now they'll be apoplectic, Berkey. These Melbourne supporters. Sparrow takes it away. Forward hand pass to Langford. Langford out wide to Chandler. Chandler on the left boot for Latrell Pickett. And Trelly's got it 40 from home. He's slightly left of centre with an opportunity for his first of the day.
Very stiff there. They put the pressure on. Again, Melbourne are putting themselves in great positions. That CJ press there, blindsided Harley Reid. Like, that's a really good pressure without giving away a free kick as well, because it's easy to get them in the back and drive them into the ground. And just, again, that reaction time for the forwards and the outside players to get outside again, and Trelly just playing his role.
What a revelation this young man has been, Latrell Pickett. 12 goals on the season. He skips in and misses and just sneaks it in for a minor score. In the end, Melbourne 13-7, West Coast 5-9. It is a new game high lead of 46 points to the Demons, closing in on three-quarter time.
Lindsay brings it in, just a little chip kick towards Hoff. He's in defensive 50 for the West Coast Eagles. Brady Hoff from down near Bunbury in Western Australia kicks it down the wing. Just lurking there for Melbourne as well. He has front position on Harley Reid. 2 hands to it. The whistle blew, almost saying Reid was paid the mark. He definitely, certainly shouldn't have been. And it's play on anyway in the end, and Melbourne wins the footy. It's Steele with it. Hand pass across to Jath. Just forward of centre wing. Puts it on his boot. And it'll be a hurried entry inside forward 50. And Cole can sit back and intercept it again for West Coast. So he's got it out 45 metres away from defensive goal.
Tommy Cole out of the Sandhurst Dragons, Laws, one of the oldest clubs in the land.
Is it?
It is indeed. Play their footy at the Queen Elizabeth Oval. Ginby, Shanahan. Played a lot of his junior footy at that particular venue. Now the Eagles can try and build it up coming out of half-back. McCarthy's been busy for them. Disposal number 23. He and Murdoch have had it more than anyone for this Eagles team. Murdoch wasn't on the list at the start of the year. McCarthy wasn't on the list at the start of last year. They've got a couple of good finds there. Whether it leads to some questions about the rest of them, I think that's probably up for assessment. Ball will be tossed up after the stoppage in the centre of the ground. 85 plays 39. 29 gone third term. It's just smashed forward by the Demons, or by West Coast once more. They kicked 3 goals in a row either side of half-time. They haven't seen a lot of it since then. Jefferson lays the tackle on Ginby. Ginby got the handball away in defence. Shanahan's been swung back just to try and get him involved in the game. He punches a long kick out toward the city wing. Langdon will keep it alive. Shares the 1-2 with Howes. And now they go back to Jath, the D's.
Jath has it and he can kick it backwards towards Lever as they look to switch it across to the dockside wing. And Lever can put it out in front of Tolstrup, who marks. And he'll just dart his kick right to centre wing. It's a good-looking kick for Sparrow, who marks and plays on quickly across to Sharp, who holds on to the footy. And then Cole comes to meet him standing on the mark. Sharp will load up on his kick and pop it to a pack of players forming inside forward 50. Ball spills to ground. Kelly's there for the Eagles. Can hand pass it across to Shanahan. Flicks it out to Duggan. And he'll put the kick out to Marek, left half back for West Coast. Holds onto the mark and then chips laterally towards Dersma. Dersma's holding on to it. He's got players calling his name. He's standing there. And in the end, he'll just chip it back to Cole. And Cole will go inboard. They're going in a bit of a zigzag motion here to McCarthy, who hand passes it across to Dersma. And now Dersma can put them inside forward 50. Might have been looking for Reid in the end. Champion came in, tried to collect it, spilled it. Reid went back in and then he lost the footy. Howes has it, hand passes it to Lever, hand pass to Jack, and he wants to kick long down the wing. the siren sounds for the end of the third term here. It was 5-1 in that third term. Those 5 goals going the way of Melbourne as they extended their 31-point lead at half-time and pushed it out to 46 points at the three-quarter time break. 13-7-85 is Melbourne. West Coast 5-9-39. The goal kickers in the match so far, Jacob Van Rooyen has got 4 for the D's. Paddy Cross had a couple. They both came in the first quarter. And then singles to Harvey Langford, Max Gawn, Matthew Jefferson, Harry Sharp, Cozzy Pickett, Cade Chandler and Andy Moniz-Wakefield in his comeback game from an ACL. For West Coast, a couple of goals to Jake Waterman. He's had a few other chances as well in that third term. And then singles to Harley Reid, Cooper Duff-Tytler and Tom Cole. But at the three-quarter time break, the final change here, it is Melbourne leading by 46 points at Docklands. The match between Richmond and Adelaide about to get underway in a couple of minutes' time at the MCG. A full call of that is available on ABC Listen if you'd like to listen to that. But, of course, that's where we'll be taking you after this match at the Docklands ends. It's Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Jacob Van Rooyen lines up the sticks, then jogs in to kick from a slight angle, 15 metres out. He gets the response for Melbourne and puts through his 4th. And that ends that run of 3 consecutive goals for the West Coast Eagles. To Sparrow, puts the kick into the left forward pocket, drops it beautifully. And the mark is taken by Sharp. No one on the mark, no one ready for him, runs around, puts the goal through the sticks. Smart work there from Sharp to see the opportunity. Van Rooyen has to go chasing after it. A good second effort from the Melbourne forward. Hand pass to Steele. Hand pass across to Moniz-Wakefield. The laid in for the Demons. Coming back, his first AFL match since an ACL. And he pops through the first goal of his career as well. An inside forward 50 for Melbourne off the boot of Sparrow. Chandler coming in after it, spins around in a full 360, snaps this one towards goal. What a finish from Cade Chandler. Max Gawn standing on the goal line, just stands there and applauds.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yeah, Max Gawn just enjoying his time in the forward line, watching on some of the good work of his teammates there. He has, of course, got a goal this afternoon as well as the team he leads is out to a 46-point break at three-quarter time. 13-7-85, Melbourne, West Coast 5-9-39. Lauren Borden and Joel Peterson calling the match. Alexia Pesce is down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport. Thanks for getting in touch on 0437 774 774. A few people following your lead, Berkey, with some Melbourne jokes. Jeff at Seymour said they should have played it at Kooyong. Would have looked like a sellout down there on the grass of Kooyong. Maybe a potential somewhere along the line. Ivana from Perth has a question. Do you think the Eagles regret drafting Campbell Chesser ahead?
Hang on. Ivana from Perth.
He's posing. Mitch Turner is posing as my mother all the way in Perth. Mum has not touched her phone. I will not let her get away with this.
I knew that was a ruse as soon as I saw the name.
Isn't that that's illegal? Mitch Turner in Perth.
Yeah, yep. Get the AFP onto him.
He's asking about Campbell Chesser and whether Jacob Van Rooyen should have been taken instead of him by the West Coast Eagles. Looking at today's match, that's probably a simple answer there. Jacob Van Rooyen's got 4 goals, but took a while to come into his own in the forward line for Melbourne.
They took him 5 picks in front of Chesser, I believe, Melbourne did. So West Coast had their chance. They didn't want him. The other way around?
It's part of his draft. I mean, you think about Essendon, how many players were picked just one pick before their pick in the last 10 years. So one of it's about scouting, but a lot of it's about your development and the culture you got at the club. And again, it's where you get drafted to be completely honest with you. I mean, if you're getting drafted later in the first round, you're probably going to a contender. And if you're obviously a good player, you can potentially play in a contender side straight away. If you're a Willem Dersma, you pick one and you're in a team that's struggling. So it's harder to play, especially in certain positions, like a tall forward. It's hard to be in a team that's struggling for sure.
So looking at West Coast now, there's been a lot of blowouts for them this year. They've got the worst percentage in the league. So what do they do now, Berkey? They've dropped their heads a lot this season and margins have pushed out. So how do they ensure it doesn't get to that point against the D's?
I haven't been critical of their effort at all today.
Yep.
I think they're absolutely having a crack. They're working as hard as they can. At three-quarter time when that siren went, both teams, it looked like the end of the game. They bent over. There was players down on their haunches. There was no one sort of walking into the huddle. This has been an exhausting game, up and back, and there hasn't been a lot of stoppages. So I've liked what I've seen in terms of the effort and the attempted pressure from the Eagles today. It's just that they're just not as classy and they don't have the forwards that Melbourne have through the ground. But if I'm Minnie McQuarter, I'm imploring them to do that again for another quarter. And they can sleep the whole way back on the plane home, but they have to bring that intensity and effort, and that has to be the baseline, and they'll improve bit by bit on their skills and how they move the ball, but their baseline has to be 4 quarters of intense effort, and that's what I'm looking for from the Eagles. 3 quarters, tick, one to go, cannot blow out.
So it is Melbourne ahead by 46 points at three-quarter time. It's a game high for the Demons, looking to gather their 6th win of the season. They're sitting in 7th position coming into this match. 5-3 record percentage of 100.2 as they entered today. West Coast sitting at 15th position with a percentage, as I mentioned, the worst in the league at 59.3%. The last quarter to get underway, Bailey Williams rises highest over Gawn. And there'll be a free kick in that ruck contest to Harley Reid, who takes it, hand passes it across to Kelly, and West Coast will go directly inside 50, and it'll directly be a turnover as it almost lands in Langford's lap, but he clunks the mark.
That's where you need your senior players setting a better example. Tim Kelly cannot do a tumble punch straight to a Melbourne player streaming out of the middle.
Chips out to Howes across to Windsor, who's looking fit and out there after he had a few problems with his foot in the third term. He kicks long down the wing. There was a free kick in that contest. The umpires found a free. It's gone to Tyler Young. He can hand pass it across to Jinby. He'll take a bounce as he's running through defensive 50 for West Coast, and he'll switch it across to the broadcast side using Duggan, who moves it across to McCarthy. He kicks long down the wing. It's a good kick, and it'll be marked by Brady Hoff. Marks at centre wing, holding on to the footy, and then chips inboard.
Looks in field. Lindsay sits under the high ball in the centre of the ground. Geelong product pops it on over the top to Young, who's just kept battling away as Tyler Young, first season in Eagles colours. Baker steers it to the pocket. Williams up in front. Reid reads it off the pack beautifully. He might have thrown that back to Murdoch. And Murdoch's kick dribbles through for a minor score. Minute into the last. The Eagles narrow the gap to 45 points.
Would be brought back in by Tolstrup. He looked left and then he looked right, and that's exactly where he went. It's the right half back, Bailey Fritsch, with a good pack mark. Long hand pass across to Latrell Pickett, and a wonderful gather from him as well as he kicks Melbourne inside forward 50. He wants this to work for Cross. It does. He's in the right forward pocket, the Jake Waterman pocket, and he's got the Jake Waterman result. Out of bounds on the full. That forward pocket, no one's having any luck in there today. It'll be a West Coast free kick going the way of Liam Duggan. Melbourne ahead by 45 points. Richmond and Adelaide just underway at the MCG. It's Adelaide leading by a point there. That's the only score of the match. About 5 minutes played in the opening term. A full call of that available on ABC. Listen.
Eagles back in possession. Reid leaves it behind. He was accosted by Howes. Marrick the forward hand pass. Waterman hitting up at half forward. Because Pickett went in low and high on Hoff. And we'll have a ball up. 65 out from the West Coast goal. Gawn just pushes Bailey Williams into the contest. Williams emerges with it. The clearance. The kick to the forward pocket. Oh, Hutchinson. Terrific grab back with the flight. He was rushing into the pocket, threw the head back to locate the ball, pulled it into his chest, and he'll have a 20-metre shot from the left forward pocket.
That's absolute courage. I mean, he's changed his body angle twice to line himself up, but it's textbook. Running back with the flight, knee up, check your space. Takes a lot of courage to not take your eyes off the ball there. Well done.
First game of the season. Can he finish with a goal? He can indeed. And it was richly deserved. After that, quality of mark. Jack Hutchinson with the 4th goal of his AFL career in game 24 in his first game of the season today. And West Coast get the first of the last quarter. 13-7-85 Melbourne. West Coast 6-10-46. We played 3 minutes in this final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Chad and Berkey.
And you asked at three-quarter time, what would McWalter want from his West Coast Eagles? It's moments like that. So whether you're winning the quarter or winning a contest, you want to get to Monday or Tuesday when they get back to review this game. In the last quarter, what are some of the moments? What are we learning? You know, individual moments, team moments that they can review and say, yeah, we've made a forward step. So we've checkpoint that, and we're going to keep improving in the areas that we want. So whatever their DNA is, whether it's contested ball, defensive pressure, something they can hit, I suppose, nail on the head for this last quarter is going to keep them involved in this game.
Back in the middle, it's Cully streaming through for West Coast. He can hand pass it inside 50. A little dinky kick from Davis. Hits Champion on the chest, and he'll have a set shot from directly in front of goals for the Eagles.
Cozzy Pickett's still on the ground in the middle as well, Loz.
I think he's tired.
I hope so.
Doing a little bit of stretching, and might be a bit of cramping there as he puts his left leg out.
This one's ended up with young Champion. I don't know whether he was the initial target. I think he was going over the top to Harley Reid, who pushed very hard forward.
Champion right in front of goal. Puts this one ahead of him. And it goes right through the middle. The umpire did not move. It's a couple in a row for West Coast to start this 4th term, as they try and at least finish the game with some positives for Eagles supporters. Melbourne's lead cut back to 33 points. 7-10-52 the Eagles. Melbourne 13-7-85. Just 5 minutes played in this 4th term.
Yeah, well done. Straight out of the centre, right down the middle, and most importantly, didn't panic, didn't bomb away. They actually sort of put it out in front. Again, I don't think it was the intended target, but the thing that Champion did was that he was on the move, and he actually wanted the football, and that's 90% of being a forward is I actually want the football being kicked to me, and I'm going to move, and I'm going to get in position rather than just, it's going to go to Waterman, and if he drops it, well, then I might be able to pick it up.
Second goal of his career. And fella out of Kalgoorlie. Demons with the clearance up toward half forward. Sharp's handball inside the arc, picked up by Young, flicks it back the other way for the Eagles. Clever little knock on from Davis, found Kelly. In fact, it came from Murdoch. Now Davis. Kelly's kick through the middle. Champion ran past it. Bowie's there. Champion scoots back onto the footy. Hands it off to Waterman, who's offloaded a few. This kick across the face of goal. And Duff Tytler comes up at it and marks. And Cooper Duff Tytler had a very similar set shot in the second quarter from which he converted. He's got an opportunity for goal number 2 on the day.
And that's perfect from your tall forward. If there's another, I think one of his teammates was underneath him, and if he called him out, because he had the right of way, and if his teammate actually went for it, would have spoiled it, or the Melbourne player was in the contest. So great call out, demanding tall forward. Let's see if he can finish off.
This for 3 in a row for the Eagles, and 2 on the day for Big Cooper. He's tugged it left. 1 goal, 3 for his afternoon in front of plenty of friends and family, no doubt. 32-point margin, 7 gone, final term. Demons well and truly in charge.
Jake Waterman, he's been nothing but effective. He's had 11 possessions and 10 score involvements.
It's efficient.
It's very efficient. Getting the footy a little bit more often.
How many from that pocket?
Bowie across to Howes, who kicks it long down the wing, and it just bobbles its way out of bounds, and everyone kind of seems happy to have a break and wait for it to be tossed in the outer side of the ground. City side of Docklands. Roof closed on a coolish day in Melbourne. D's ahead by 32 points. A rare game under the roof has gone, picks it off out of the throwing, hand passes it away. McCarthy's there to pick it up. Hand passes it to Williams, who hand passes it off to Hoff. There's plenty of players around the footy. He hand passes back to Marriage. Long kick down the wing is taken by Cozzy Pickett. He takes it, he hand passes it away and needs Fritsch to run into the space. There's Eagles jumpers everywhere around the ball as he hand passes back to Cozzy Pickett. And in the end, it's Marrick that'll pick it up for the West Coast Eagles. He kicks into the centre of Docklands. There's been a free kick and it'll be coming right back to the outer wing.
I think it was the umpire way down in the pocket down the other end played that one.
It was there though.
So it's Cozzy Pickett. It's a Melbourne free kick. And Cozzy Pickett will take it at centre wing, City side of the ground.
Chips it short to Bowie. Here's the set-up kick for the Demons. Bowie drives it deep. Van Rooyen in the pack. Duggan puts his fist through it. Roving it beautifully is Van Rooyen. It's spilt right where he needed it. He gets onto his left boot and snaps through number 5. Jacob Van Rooyen started the year with 6, went goalless, 1, goalless 3, goalless 2 and 5 today. It's been a boom or bust kind of year for him. And Melbourne get their first of the last term to get back on top by 38 points. 14-7, play 7-11, 9 minutes gone. Final term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Just a quick one, Chad. I'm watching Jack Lever. The ball was on the far side of the ground. He was on the side of the ground next to us. He wanted the ball switched across to him because he pushed forward. He's all by himself. He was so unhappy that ball went to the top of the square and Van Rooyen actually crumbed it and kicked the goal. He's shaking his head. He's throwing his arms up and down. He's looking at the bench like, hey, runner, get out there and tell him to kick it over to me. He's a competitive, unusual cat.
Play restarts in the middle. Sparrow chasing it after it. Ends up doing the tackling on Kelly. And it'll be a ball up in the centre of Docklands. Fran's got in touch. Thanks for the call. The Eagles heading in the right direction with this coaching team. Chad and Berkey, kind of sounds like you're pretty positive about what Andrew McQualter's doing.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, I'm more hot on Eagles than I am Richmond, if we're comparing them at the moment.
Yep.
Just their game style, so their coaching ability.
So yeah, you're happy with what they're seeing on the field and
their intent, what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, what they're trying to achieve.
Yep, even just the way they're moving the ball compared to Richmond, like the way that they just playing the game with 4 forwards. Basically, I love the way the Eagles are attacking it. They're approaching it. If they're losing, they're not good enough at the moment. I still think they're sticking to the plan. In terms of, like you've just mentioned, start of the game, Berkey, is this the game plan that's going to be successful? I think it is compared to what Richmond are dishing up.
Throwing it half forward for West Coast, Davis can get it across to Reid, who kicks inside forward 51, bounce at right angles, and it goes over the boundary for a throw-in deep inside forward 50 for the Eagles. Talking of Richmond, they're in action against Adelaide at the MCG. 1 straight 6, the Tigers. Adelaide 1-1-7, 13 minutes played in that match at the G. Full call of that available on ABC Listen, or else that's exactly where we'll be taking to you two at the conclusion of this match.
Told you head out's useless. 40-20 in favour of Melbourne, and they're losing the clearances 34-30.
Eagles working to the work of the 2 Maxes throughout the course of the day. Looks like Tom Brown's got an injured forearm at the G as well. He's out of the game for the Tigers, so they're down to 4 on the bench for the duration. We saw Harry Edwards unfortunately leave the game here in the opening term due to concussion. No Daniel Turner out there for the Demons. Late change with Andy Muniz Wakefield coming into the team. As Loz called beautifully in that third term, kicking the first goal of his young AFL career. Williams reaches over the top in ruck for the Eagles, throws it on his boot. Ball bounces wildly into that back pocket. Petty chases it toward the line. It's over and out, and a throw-in still in the deep forward 50 for West Coast.
The other injury worth mentioning is Jamie Cripps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Potential serious knee injury playing in the waffle yesterday for the 34-year-old premiership hero. Let's fingers crossed it's not too serious.
Ball is tossed it inside forward 50 for West Coast. It's Fritsch that clears it out this time for the Demons. It's only as far as Duggan, who can clean it up for the Eagles. Hand pass across to McCarthy, and he flares it to centre wing. Mark taken by Davis. 8 games last year. He's now up to his 9th already this season for the Eagles. Chips inboard back to McCarthy, who can put plenty on this kick and hit the hot spot at the top of the goal square. There'll be a mark. It's not for the Eagles fans, though. It's one for the Melbourne fans as Max Heath clunks the mark inside defensive 50 and passes it away to Jath, who's running behind him.
Were they giving it the Van Rooyen?
It sounds like a boo, but I think...
But it was Max Heath.
They both got blonde hair, Berkey.
They look a little bit similar, and they got a 2 on their back, but...
They're trying to get up and about. The Demons are up by 38 points.
I don't think they know their players.
A few people left their glasses at home coming to the football today. By the looks, Dersma ends it out wide. Marek has a play at it. Steele flicks it over his head. Neat hand pass. Sparrow. Bowie. Now Laurie sends it forward for Melbourne. Chandler on the up. Away to Cross. Cross inside 50. Cozzy Pickett with one hand. Almost brought it down to himself. Scooting past was Davis. He hooks his kick high around the body. Waterman is able to mark. Chips it over the top to Reid. I mentioned that Waterman had 10 score involvements. Harley Reid's got 10 as well, Berkey. They've got the most out of anyone on the field. So no Demon has more than either Reid nor Waterman, which is pretty remarkable for a team down by 38 points as Reid kicks inside forward 50. Another one coming up here as Bailey Williams hangs onto the mark. Tom McCarthy's a little bit sore with what looks like a hand injury underneath us. He's about to come potentially toward the bench as well. In the meantime, Bailey Williams has a 45-metre set shot.
At one stage, they were 60, nearly 70 possessions behind, and they've evened that up to only be 20 possessions behind. Their clearances, they're winning 35-32. Inside 50s, they're just 9 behind. So apart from that first quarter, I've been really impressed with the Eagles' endeavour and effort.
Bailey Williams on the way in. Steers that one through. He was up against a really big task today, going up against Gordon Heath in the ruck. And he gets a little bit to take home there as he puts that one through, makes it a 32-point game. 8-11-59 to 14-7-91. 14 played final term. Just on the Jamie Cripps story as well. Channel 7 earlier today reporting it was a confirmed ACL. So 34 currently on a one-year contract as well. So that injury in the waffle yesterday was a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many games he's played, but certainly as a high draft pick, came over to the Saints, wanted to go home, so sent him back home, and he's been Chad, you'll be able to attest to this better than I can, but playing such a long career in a very, very tough position as that small, medium forward, to last as long as he had, is a sensational effort.
Meanwhile, in the middle at Docklands, it's a tap out from Heath across to Chandler for a ball up at centre half forward for the Demons.
277, Bertie, including 5 this year.
Yeah, as pretty much a pure small forward, that's a sensational effort.
Heath across to Windsor, who just dribbles the footy inside forward 50, very top of the goal square, of the top of the 50. Heath can have it, hand pass it away. The kick comes towards goal, and it's just a minor score. Plenty of texts coming through on 0437 774 774. Max Heath is nicknamed the Moose, so that might have been what they were saying.
There you go.
Moose.
I've bet they're trying to make whatever sound a moose makes. I don't know what that is, Loz. Can you give me... You got any ideas?
I'll leave that with you.
I tried to. Just trying to throw the fishing line out there, Chad, and didn't get a bite on that one.
Well, they need to differentiate it a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. Here's Marek, kicks up the line. Duff Tytler in the pack along with Shanahan. Neither could take the mark.
Oh, that's a free kick.
And Bailey Laurie got absolutely mown down by Tom Cole. Ball into dispute.
If that's not in the back, I'm a moose.
Can you make the noise?
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
You asked.
I like that you committed to the bit, Nathan Burke. Outstanding from you. Liam Duggan across half-back for the Eagles. He bounces it out wide. Fritsch wraps up. Hutchinson in the tackle. Ginby. Duggan kicks down the line. He was looking for Johnston. And there's a free kick coming back. Either that or they've stopped the game because they feel like there's some wildlife on the loose inside the stadium. Free kick to Langdon just in front of halfway for the Demons. 33 points the margin. 17 gone final term as Langdon sends it back to Harry Petty.
One moose, two moose, isn't it? There's no... It's like a sheep.
It's a meese.
It's a meese. So Petty with the kick right down the wing.
This is stat padding time for the players here. Melbourne players are just going, let's just chip around and get our stats up and get into next week unscathed.
Well, the Eagles are trying to work hard here. Hutchinson across to Waterman, back to Hutchinson. He can kick the Eagles right inside the arc. It gets to the top. Tolstrup's there to collect, though. Hand pass to Hauser, hand passes it across to Langdon. And he'll kick it down the city wing of Dockland Stadium. Sparrow and Van Rooyen both went for it. Sparrow tried to juggle it. Van Rooyen got in his way a little bit. No one marks it. And it'll be a ball up at the outer side of the ground.
The Demons kicked 100 points, 6 out of 8 games. Did you say, Chad?
Yeah, 6 out of 8
sitting on 92 at the moment. I'm sure they'll be very, very keen to keep that streak going.
Ball up centre wing, outer side of the ground. Josh Lindsay follows it over the boundary line alongside Cross. I think Cross might have even given Lindsay a little pat on the head as he went over, but it'll be a ball in at between wing and half forward for Melbourne, kicking towards the Lockett end in this final term. They're up by 33 points here, Joel.
Comes spinning back in. Great learning experience for Cooper Duff-Tytler, the 4th pick of the draft last year. He stands alongside Max Gawn in ruck through the hands of Dersma. Hutchinson, Lindsay off a step. Langdon floats in and didn't complete the mark in the end as he was dragged out toward the boundary line by Reid, who lies on top of him, looks back at Matthew Nichols and doesn't get what he was after in terms of a free kick.
Even though you're right next to the boundary line, if you get pulled to the ground, you've got to try and get rid of the ball. You can't just lay on it. And so technically, Harley Reid's right. That should be a free kick.
Decent argument there, did Harley Reid. Windsor pumps it down the line. That'll go out for a last touch free kick. This will be Ruben Ginby's ball. So the Eagles going to drop to 2-7 on the season. They will have lost their last 6 at the completion of today. Melbourne get back on the winners list. They'll move to 6-3. Hawthorn to come next week. That will be a clash of 2 very high-octane teams. It's going to be good watching as Brady Hoff's taken an almighty falcon by the look there. A floating ball from Cole got through the hands of Cozzy Pickett. Hoff didn't quite expect it to be where it was. Davis and now Johnston as the Eagles build it up.
He chips out towards Cully. And Cully marks and goes back. He's got Marek short. Still standing with the footy. We'll bring it back into play now. And kick it to a pack inside forward 50. Waterman rises up and in the end takes an uncontested mark. And he'll have a set shot at goal. About a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out for West Coast. They've kicked 3-1 in this 4th term. And they're winning it against Melbourne, at least in this term. And Waterman's got 2.
Well, he's kept trying. Harrison Petty had about 10 possessions in that first quarter and looked like having a huge day, but Waterman's fought his way back.
Jake Waterman skipping in, releases and tries to bend it through, but it just fades away and goes through for a behind.
Talking about score involvement for Waterman, because he's kicked 2 goals 5. I mean, he could have had a big day. I mean, what's that? 8 score involvements, 5 of them from kicking behind. So you take that, like it's a good day out having that many shots, but he'd be kicking himself that he hasn't kicked straight up.
2 away from 20 metres out.
He's going to leave here today with 17 goals, 26 on the season. And a team that's right down the bottom of the table. So he's such a good player, Jake Waterman. Fantastic to watch as always. Laurie out wide to Langdon. Kicks up the City wing. Good tackle from Cross. It was a fierce tackle on Duggan as well. And a ball up. Note just coming through as well from Mitch Turner. No pseudonyms involved this time. Michael Braun's son's Noah had 52 disposals and 2 goals for Claremont in the Colts yesterday. That's a waffle record.
I did see that. He held up the 52 on a piece of paper like the Wilt Chamberlain, 100 points.
Love that. He's the son of Michael, a 2006 premiership player, so eligible for father-son. So that is something to look forward to for Eagles fans, potentially, with young Noah Braun making his way through the ranks. Here's a chance for Van Rooyen, inside forward 50 for the Demons, who chained it out of the stoppage. And Roo can go back and try and equal his career best with a 6th goal. 2 goals, 5 for Waterman at one end. Van Rooyen with 5-1 at the other. Started the year with a bag of 6, did Van Rooyen. Comes in to equal that tally as he missed the set. Yep, didn't hit the barn. Out of bounds on the full. 32-point lead the way of Melbourne. 22 gone, final term.
Someone's left the door open down that pocket. Again, that's our famous pocket for today.
Maybe it's the ticket gates are just letting a little bit of a breeze through. Josh Lindsay brings it in rather for West Coast. And Baker marks 45 metres out from defensive goal. A little chip out to left half back where Josh Lindsay gets it again. He's one of the highlights of West Coast season, like you said, out of Geelong. And he launches this on his boot all the way down to centre wing. It falls at the back of about 12 players, and then Cully's there to pick it up. And he can chip it inside forward 50. Waterman's running onto it. And Waterman marks. And Davis was down there. He wanted the kick. He wanted a little chip towards him. Thumped his thigh when he realised it wasn't coming towards him. But I think this might be the right decision, Jake Waterman having a kick.
He signalled pretty much straight away. I'm going long. Don't even bother leading you guys.
A kick from 50 metres out, a slight angle to the right. Has 2 goals, 5 late in this fourth quarter to pop through his third for the West Coast Eagles. Straight as an arrow. And Jake Waterman has 3. 3 goals, 5 this afternoon. West Coast have 9 goals after they only kicked 3 in the first half. They've now pushed it out to 9. 9-12-66. Melbourne 14-8-92. 24 minutes played in this final term, and Melbourne's advantage is cut back to 26.
Well, pretty much that's what it was at quarter time, if I remember correctly, or close to. So for the next 3 quarters, West Coast have held their own. So if Minnie McWalter wants to look for positives, there's a big one there.
Well, they haven't won a final quarter so far this year, the Eagles. They were 0-8 coming into this final term, and they're plus 20 points to the good so far.
A good effort. Whereas the Melbourne team, if you want to hang around and hear a very, very flat theme song, I reckon you're going to hear one.
Yeah, it's going to be a real lack of gusto in the Melbourne rooms, one would imagine. Sharp from the clearance. Laurie, he got it off to Steele. Steele works it inside forward 50, and Ruben Ginbey, who you'd absolutely love if you're a West Coast fan. He just operates at maximum intensity all the time, came charging outside the defensive 50. It's socked back toward half forward. Hutchinson, did he try and keep that in? Enough umpire said, yes, you convinced me. And it'll be tossed back in at right half forward. 26 points is the lead of Melbourne. They led by 25 at quarter time, 31 at the half, 46 at three-quarter time. 14-8 plays 9-12.
He's gone in the ruck. He taps it away looking for Cozzy Pickett. The Latrell Pickett comes in. Neither of them are able to gather it. It's Chandler who has it. He's on the bottom of a pack.
I wonder if Max is going to pick up his paycheck for today.
He's kicked a goal.
Yeah, but I really don't think he's worked hard.
Just sat in the forward pocket at times today. But his side has led for as the start of the match. They go again. Fritsch hand pass to Steele. He wants to get it back to Fritsch. He can just push it away to Van Rooyen. Loses the footy in a tackle by Ginbey. A good tackle. The Eagles will be rewarded. The umpire calls play on as Kelly picks it up. Hand passes it towards Champion. Cozzy Pickett's there next to him. Hand pass comes away to Bowie, but there is another free kick. And it's going the way of the Demons. It'll be for that tackle, I think. Cozzy Pickett will be rewarded for it. He wins the free for the D's, up by 26 points late stages of this match.
Eases the kick into the arc, and Paddy Cross rises up. Gets the arms extended and drags it in. 40 from home, directly in front.
We kicked 2 in the first quarter. Paddy hasn't done a lot since. What's he up to? He's only up to the 9 possessions so far, so he's going to start and finish well.
He's had 2 score involvements, the 2 goals that he's kicked. He's going to try and make it a third here. Third game for young Paddy Cross. Signed in the supplementary period, as was noted earlier, when Stephen May retired. He skips in, and he'll skip away into light. A third goal on the afternoon. And the D's do edge closer to the 100-point mark again, looking to do so for the 7th time in this young season. 15-8-98, plays 9-12-66. 27 minutes gone, final term. We've talked about a bit about what Andrew McQualter would be thinking, Chad and Berkey. What do you reckon Stephen King would make of this performance so far, Chad?
I think it's a hard one. I think they've played consistent in terms of their ball movement. I look at it from a coach. You look at your structure and how you want to play. I feel like they've ticked that box. Every time they've got the ball, they've got speed on it. They've gone either around or through the opposition. I think, again, they'd be pretty lucky that Waterman hasn't kicked straight. But this is not their best game so far this year. But, again, you get the 4 points and you play the way that I think, maybe not to their 100%, but I think that he'd definitely be happy with how they've gone.
Here is Max Gawn earning his paycheck, takes it out of the ruck, puts it inside forward 50. It was a 60-metre kick, but Jefferson couldn't hold on to the mark. And instead it'll be a ball up, Chandler.
Free kick.
Oh, it'll be a free kick to Kate Chandler.
Maxie's had 20 touches, 1 goal, 2, and 26 hit-outs, by the way. So if that's a quiet game and been chilling, that says how much we expect from Maxie Gawn, isn't it?
And he hasn't got out of third gear.
Yeah.
Seriously, he could rip this game apart if he wanted to. That's how good he is.
Kate Chandler, he's walked down Media Street this week. A beautiful profile from Joel Peterson.
Walking down Media Street doesn't involve picking up the phone when I call, was.
Oh, Media Street's probably a longer street than the town he's from. He'll come in now to put his second goal on the board today, 52 metres out. Won't make the distance. There's plenty of players around the footy. Is it a Melbourne, Mark?
Someone has.
Can't be actually gone, can it?
It is.
Grabbed onto his paycheck.
Yep. It didn't
Oh,
even
no.
move.
Oh, it's not being paid.
No way. Review it.
Giving it to the Eagles.
Review everything else.
I think Job Shanahan had the footy in the end and stole it off Max Gawn, but it's a ball up. So inside that famous right forward pocket, it's a ball up. Nothing happens after it. It's all wrapped up. We'll have another ball up. Gawn's contesting it against Duff Tyler. Just takes it out of the ruck himself. Can't control it. Spills over the boundary line.
He wants that goal, doesn't he? He's trying to grab it out of the ruck 2 times in a row there.
Yep. No chance he's tapping this one either. He's grabbing this one and snapping.
He's got Duff Tyler standing just behind him. Deep forward for Melbourne. Up by 32 points. 98 plays 66. Spot on. He did try and free himself. He grabbed the footy. Couldn't get clear, Max Gawn. It spills back to Tolstrup. Langford on the left boot. Across the face. Crosses in the wrestle on the behind line with Marek. 99 points for Melbourne. A 33-point lead with a minute to play.
West Coast bring it in. And it's Duggan who moves the ball outside of defensive 50. Finds its way to the wing. Davis with it can hand pass it across to Duff Tyler. Across to McCarthy. Across to Kelly. Again, he hand passes it out wide, and Josh Lindsay can take a bounce as he's running down the city wing of Doc Lands. Darts the kick to Bailey Williams, who's 50 metres out from goal. And he'll start this kick from outside the boundary line, almost. Sticks a hand forward to indicate he's going to take the kick. Bailey Williams.
Son of Cement Head.
It's a good nickname.
Anyone at St Kilda have a name that didn't relate to their head?
Not many.
So Bailey Williams, it's been a good performance from West Coast, even though they won't get the win today. He goes all the way long down to the line.
Oh, I kicked it. Nope.
No. Touched over. Even Brady Hoff wants a different result. We're going to have a score.
Yeah, I think he might have kicked that off the ground.
So right on the line, we'll get a replay.
Unless it just flicked.
I reckon he definitely kicked it. It's just a matter of, did someone else touch it?
Did he hit
Review underway.
Little Boxhead's hand?
So it was Williams kicking from 52 metres out. It was Brady Hoff on the line. Did it come off Bowie's hand? Oh, so Cozzy Pickett's in the way of this angle, potentially? Oh, it's no better.
It's definitely hit Pickett's left arm, hasn't it? Just on the way through here. So he kicks it and then looks like it takes the deflection right there. That ball changes its axis of rotation, I reckon.
Was it come off Cozzy's his foot?
Well,
so Cozzy's almost kicked it. As just like touched by his foot, I mean.
This is a firmly
inconclusive. It'll be
who cares basket. Let's go with the umpire's call.
We've got an angle now from the centre of the ground. Now we're going to...
Oh, that doesn't help.
1,000 people around.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players in the frame. And there's...
I reckon it's come off Cozzy's boot.
2 boots and 4 arms all reaching for the ball.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, there is insufficient evidence to determine whether the ball is touched by the Melbourne defender or not. Decision on the score.
So behind Melbourne ahead by 33.
Do you reckon a camera behind the goals, looking back out, would help us?
Well, we've gone through 5 angles there.
Yeah, but what we needed one from the goal umpire's hat.
We'll take an extra 10 seconds to go through that as well. How long are these score reviews going to go?
32-point lead. Bowie walks it in.
There we go.
And the Demons get their flowers on Mother's Day. They did what they had to do and win it 15-9-99 to the Eagles 9-13-67. Melbourne's rise under Stephen King continues to 6-3.
It's not my flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
I got jumped at the start, the D's. West Coast came out firing, kicked the first goal of the game within a couple of minutes. From there, they kicked 5 in a row to win the opening term and never looked back. Led by 25 points at quarter time, 31 at the half, 46 at three-quarter time. The Eagles won their first final term of the season, outscoring Melbourne by 14 points. The Demons running out 99-67 winners. 5 to Van Rooyen, 3 to Paddy Cross, and a Mother's Day win for Melbourne fans.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag, it's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. True old acquaintance, people, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So there it is, the Melbourne theme song playing out around Docklands with the roof on. And they win by 32 points. The goal kickers across this afternoon. So for Melbourne, Jacob Van Rooyen kicked 5 goals. Had a good day in the forward line for him. 3 to young Paddy Cross, who did well in the forward line himself. 2 goals in the first quarter and then 1 in the last. And then there were singles to Harvey Langford, Max Gawn, Matthew Jefferson, Harry Sharp, Cozzy Pickett, Cade Chandler and Andy Moniz-Wakefield. And then for West Coast, they ended up racking up a few goal kickers after it was a lean first half for them. But Jake Waterman kicked 2 goals. He had a fairly eventful day in front of the scoreboard, Jake Waterman, but only ended up with 3 goals rather for his efforts. 3 goals, 5 there for Jake Waterman. And then singles to Harley Reid, Cooper Duff-Tytler, Tom Cole, Bailey Williams, Malachi Champion and Jack Hutchinson. But it is Melbourne winners by 32 points here at Docklands. We'll take you to the MCG shortly, where it's Richmond taking on Adelaide, and scores a level there at the second quarter down the road at the MCG. 3-3-21 apiece across at the MCG. But Melbourne winners here by 32 points. To sum up the game, Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
Yeah, it was, like you said, Berkey, like the first quarter, obviously Melbourne jumped out of the gun and had that winning, I suppose, margin. But then again, I'm on West Coast Eagles. They had 3 quarters, almost 4 quarters really, of effort and intensity. They've definitely sure forward in terms of the talent, but you think about some of their players that really stood up. I mean, McCarthy was super impressive. Harley Reid, I mean, what more can you say about this kid? He's 20 in a goal and in a team that's struggling. Dersma stood up for a first-year player. Melbourne didn't play their best. I'd say they especially late. I thought they could have put the dagger in the back and really, I suppose, demolished them and got over their 100 points, which they have out of 6 out of 9 now. Berkey, I thought it was probably what we expected from Melbourne, and probably I was pleasantly surprised with what West Coast Eagles dished up in terms of the intensity and the consistency of that over the 4 quarters.
Yeah, 32 points when you looked at quarter time and it's 26, and you probably think, probably going to win each quarter by 20. So we're thinking it's a minimum 10-goal win to the Demons. I love the endeavour from the Eagles. Not once could I actually look at a player and go, that player didn't go hard enough. That player gave up. That player let the Melbourne player run past them. I didn't see one of those efforts. So in terms of just getting out there and having a crack, if you're a West Coast Eagles supporter, you'd be really, really proud of the boys today by the way that they did that. And 32 points, that's... I wouldn't say that's par. I'd say that's better than par. They probably come here, last time they were here, they lost by 100 points. So really good effort by the West Coast Eagles. They're just not as good a football team as what Melbourne are at this point in time. And Melbourne, good sign for them is, they didn't play as well as they possibly could, but they got the job done by 32 points against another AFL team. So that's good in the evolution of Melbourne, so that they need to roll up against teams below them on the ladder and win by 30 points. That's what good teams do. And, they'll win and they'll lose against teams up the top. But when they come up against the teams down the bottom, it's a 32-point minimum. And so job done pretty much for both teams.
So you're right, Berkey, when it comes to West Coast, and the last time they were here, they lost by 101 points to St Kilda. That was one of those efforts that looked a bit lethargic, and they looked flat. That's not what they looked like out there today. They obviously lost to Richmond last week, were leading at times throughout their last quarter and unable to get the job done. They're 2-6 as it stands at the moment, and they've got GWS, Collingwood, and then they host Essendon in 3 weeks' time. So there's a chance in there and a chance to at least be competitive, probably against GWS and even Collingwood too.
If they can come away with half a dozen wins this season, I think job done. Good tick.
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, those 3 games, they've got to be bare minimum competitive and hopefully try and steal 1 or 2 of those. But again, for me, it's the young players that are developing. Like Dersma, I know he's the number 1 draft pick, but that third quarter, he had 10 disposals and really started to turn it around for him. And we know what Harley Reid's capable of, and he shows signs of that. And again, 20-1 is pretty impressive. And like I said, I think he had 11 score involvements as well. So, 11 score involvements, 5 clearances, 2 goal assists. Like, for a team that's struggling to kick the ball inside forward 50 and score, he's definitely one of the players that is just super potent with ball in hand. And not just at the last kick, but even the ones that build up the play. So they've got some good players, and obviously they're number 1 draft picks in talent for a reason, but they're doing it so early in their career, especially Willem Dersma being his first year. I've been super impressed with when he's not even in a position to be as successful in terms of he's not getting super total amount of centre bounce attendances, but when he's doing it around the ground is super important. So signs are really good there for some of their young players. Again, it's their depth and their other players that are going to need to
look at his growth. He's had 20 possessions, 9 kicks, 11 handballs. He's gone at 44%. That's not him. He's a far better player than going at 44%. So once he gets the speed, once he gets some better options and targets up forward, that 44 is going to go up to 84, and that's the growth of the Eagles.
And Duff Tytler, 1 goal 3 today, so sort of the nearly game for him. He had a couple of great moments as well. So. Yeah, and they've got plenty of young top talent, the Eagles. It's just about trying to find some depth in that list as well.
I'll tell you what I loved about the first quarter, just while we're on it. Like the adjustment from West Coast Eagles, we spoke about they kicked 5 goals from their D50 Melbourne, that is transition early on in the game, and they tightened that right up. Melbourne weren't able to go from their D50 to their forward 50 with that uncontested style brand of footy, and I thought West Coast adjusted. For a young team to adjust mid-game and to stop that and to notice that's a coaching.
So it ended up being 7 goals, 2 out of the back half for Melbourne. The Eagles didn't have a goal when we mentioned that, so they were down 5 goals. They ended up with 3 coming out of their back half. So
I think you said it was 5 at the time, Joel.
Yeah.
So only 2 for the rest of the game.
So it's a great adjustment.
And they've outscored them with that source as well. So the West Coast been able to transition the ball back the other way. And in a 32-point game, they get outscored from turnover by 33. So they draw level in stoppage, and the turnover game is what ends up killing them.
So Melbourne have made their way into the rooms. Latrell Pickett is just signing a few more autographs out here. We might be able to join the winners and join the winning room with Alexia Pesce and see if they're waiting for Latrell Pickett to make his way into the room to sing the song, Lex.
Well, I haven't seen him yet, but there's certainly a lot of families probably waiting for his autograph and maybe just even his company at this point. Do you reckon the team knows he hasn't made it in yet? It doesn't seem like they do.
It's happened before that if players have missed the song.
The rounds for the song.
He's still outside.
Here we go.
We'll hear it.
Red gold flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. Woo! It's the emblem of the team we love. We want the red and the blue. Every heartbeat's true for the red and the blue. As we sing a song to you, what do we sing?
Here he comes.
The greatest feelings we got. Keep your eye on the red and the blue. Woo!
He just snuck into the very last, probably 3 words of that song to finally catch the...
There we go. We can see him getting pats on the head of the monitor. We watched the whole journey of him getting down into the rooms. Thanks for your contributions today, Lex Pesce. We'll get you to get an interview and we'll send it to the MCG and to the next game. We'll be off air here at Docklands in a couple of minutes, and that's exactly where we'll be going, to Richmond and Adelaide. But we need the 3-2-1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Chad Berkey.
He handballed it to me very, very quickly. I've given 1 to young McCarthy. He's had 30 touches for the Eagles. Really good effort. 2 to Langdon. He had 29, but he went at 95% efficiency. Did not waste a thing. And kicking goals early in the game, Van Rooyen, he kicked 5 for the game. Probably got the Demons in front, and that was the difference in the end.
So 3 votes to Jacob Van Rooyen, 2 to Ed Langdon, and 1 to Tom McCarthy.
Yes.
In the Footballer of the Year votes here from Melbourne's defeat of West Coast.
Hopefully not too much to worry about. Tom McCarthy come off late with like a hand or a finger injury. He came back out though, so hopefully they've avoided anything there. And Harry Edwards will be the big watch for the week for West Coast fans. So the concussion today confirmed by the club. Jamie Cripps with the ACL, so a little bit of injury fallout for the Eagles. But Harry Edwards is the sad story out of it for West Coast.
It is, and happening very early on in his return games. Not good news for West Coast. in that regards. But overall, the analysis of Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard, our experts, was that there's a lot of positives coming for West Coast. It can be hard with a lot of big defeats, but at least they showed a lot of fight today, going down to Melbourne by 32 points, 13-67 to Melbourne, 15-9-99. A big thanks to Berkey, to Chad, to Joel, to Lex, to Lee at the back of the box, and to Az Bryans in the studio.
And to Ivana from Perth as well.
And to Ivana, just helping out Lex down on the boundary there. We appreciate it on Mother's Day. A big happy Mother's Day to everyone out there celebrating and enjoying the footy as well on this Sunday as you celebrate your Mother's Day. You're heading off to the MCG in just a moment. It is Richmond leading Adelaide by 4 points. Enjoy your trip across town to the MCG.